Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry and Hermione were reborn to defeat Grindelwald. Here is short summary. After betrayal and death in their original timeline, Harry and Hermione awaken as 11-year-olds in a world ruled by Grindelwald. With their memories and powers intact, they must rise again, this time, to stop a darker war before it begins. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Royal houses. Those were the most ancient and noble houses in the whole world, that, without even having to make an effort, were unanimously recognized as country leaders by their compatriots. They practically did what any lord, be it dark or light, wanted to accomplish without even lifting a finger, and no one dared to question their rightful place without being completely crushed by the power those houses held. They were, as the say goes, born with a silver spoon in their mouth. And to think that the Howells, meaning Hadrian, meaning now them, were considered as allied with those houses was mind-blowing. Not to mention that, Riddle continued ignoring the gobsmacked expression of the two wizards. If Hadrian passes the probes and opens the Howell archive, he will become the owner of a knowledge gathered since ancient time till at least the last century. I trust you can understand what that means, and surely, when that happens, even more people will want to ally themselves with him, if only to try to benefit of the knowledge he has in his grasp, with him and with your family's members, both of you included, Abraxas, Mr. Delacour, seeing that you're the closest to Hadrian. As it is, Hadrian will become, when this information becomes public, the most desirable child in the world. After all, even without this, he is worldwide known as a hero whose magical reserves are double in size for what a child his age should have, and also possessor of a high intelligence. Adding the blood abilities to the mix, the fact that his ancestry is as purest as one can get, considering that there were no squibs in his line, and the fact that he will be the owner of the Howell archive will make him the #1 target for betrothal contracts coming not only from noble houses but from royal ones. He will represent power and everyone will want a piece of him, Riddle stated, his eyes piercing the other's occupant of the room to the core. Not only that, but all of Hadrian's close friends and family. And yes, that means all of the Malfoys and the Delacours, who are the boy's known adoptive relatives, will also become targets to betrothal contracts, assassination attempts and bribery as a way to get to Hadrian. Taking all things into account, I plan to make the news become public knowledge in 1 week from now, and, in the meantime, I have some task for you, Riddle continues, a smirk tugging at his lips, as he took into account the reaction Leon and Abraxas gave as they mulled over what they were told. Abraxas, he started, and, with the utmost serious expression adorning his face, the called wizard gave all his attention to his lord. I need you to start looking for a trusted secretary whom you'll magically bind to secrecy right away, so that he could help you handle the paperwork without worrying that he might be a spy. Also, if Bogrud will give his permission, you shall give the documents concerning Hadrian's adoption to him to be checked by goblins. The adoption would surely be questioned when Hadrian's heritage will be found out, so all the papers must be in the neatest condition possible, not a letter out of order. At this, Abraxas looked questionably at the goblin, who gave an almost imperceptible nod in agreement. Beside that, Senior Bogrud, Riddle continued, turning now towards the old goblin, I have to request Gringotts' services in providing and warding team to add better wards and improve the already existing ones at Malfoy Manor. Of course, the help will be rewarded handsomely, Riddle added, knowing that no matter what, for a goblin only through galleons you could get through. Bogrud only grunted in response, but one could clearly see the greedy glint that appeared in the goblin's bottomless black eyes. Also, you should inform our common friend of what is to happen, Riddle continued with a dark, amused smile. We wouldn't want him to have a heart attack, considering his age and all. I shall, the goblin responded, silent laughter shining in his eyes at Riddle's comment, making the other two wizards curious at what friend they were referring. Likewise, Mr. Delacour, you should do well to improve your manor security, the Dark Lord said, focusing now on his follower's father-in-law. And also, I was informed by Abraxas that you have some kind of alliance with Mrs. Skeeter, is that right? Indeed, I can say I do, Leon said guardedly, slightly disturbed at the devilishly handsome and oh so dangerous smirk that appeared on Riddle's face at his confirmation, that made him resemble a cat that got its canary. Then you must appoint a meeting with her as soon as possible. I'm sure both us and Mrs. Skeeter could have a most enjoyable partnership. She could prove most useful in showing the Ministry's true colors, especially with the information gathered by the goblins about their dealings with Hadrian's fortune, Riddle casually remarked, his predatory, Cheshire-like grin belittling his innocent tone and sending shivers through the ones witnessing such a sight. How could he be so charmingly sadistic? They didn't know, but they truly hoped that he never, ever would think about considering them as to be his enemies. Since if that happened they would be crushed in a blink of eye, no doubt about that. As they started planning the best way to break the news about Hadrian's heritage to the wizarding world, Riddle's dark magic purring in contentment all the while, only one thing damping the Dada professor's mood. Really, it was such a pity that he didn't got to witness Dumbledore's face when the wizard heard the news. Dear mother, beloved father and cute little brother. As I suspect you will be all killing yourselves over my sorting, I decided to be kind this time. Don't expect it to happen a second time, Regulus, so behave. And cut your suffering short by letting you know that I was sorted into Slytherin. I am ever so pleased with the chosen house, of course, especially considering that all the other blacks have been sorted here, and yes, mother, I know you told me it doesn't matter, but please, I am not a child and I know what is expected out of me as the Black House heir. I promise to make all of you proud. Going on, I am pleased to announce you that I already made some friends, among them being Hadrian Malfoy, Regulus don't laugh, and Severus Snape. I think that you were in the same year as Severus' mother, Eileen Prince, weren't you, mother? If I recall correctly, you used to be good friends till she decided to marry that good-for-nothing muggle, isn't that right? As it is, I have to say that her son seems to appear intelligent, at least that's what I gathered from his lovely sarcastic replies that reminded me of Regulus, and no, that wasn't a compliment, dear brother, and he appears to be rather advanced in his potions material. Also, father, I decided against befriending James Potter despite the fact that he is my cousin and the son of Aunt Doria. His is a prat, to put it simply, and I got the most awful first impression from him as I could get. I first saw him when he was, after all, insulting Severus, without any other reason beside the fact that he wasn't looking as good as him thanks to his modest robes, and mother, could you do something about that? And Hadrian at the same time, thinking him to be so shallow as to judge people based on appearances. And Regulus, Hadrian was so cool handling the brat. He got all emotionless all of a sudden and then said, in ice-cold voice that felt like being in the middle of Antarctica wearing only underwear, please refrain from insulting my friends, especially if you are trying to become one of them, making the little stuck-up get tomato red in the face. It was hilarious. Likewise father, Aunt Clodora's son, Frank Longbottom, who was sorted into Gryffindor, didn't endear himself to me, being quite loud and obnoxious, but Barty Crouch, Aunt Kara's grandson, who was sorted into Ravenclaw, seemed to be interesting enough, so I'll think I'll try to become his friend. Oh, and Regulus, you might want to learn as much as you can before attending Hogwarts. Confronting a troll seems like child play compared with the dangers you would have to face as to be sorted into a house, so prepare yourself. You'll need it, especially if you want to land in Slytherin, the best of all the four houses. I must say that the food was satisfactory, mother, so don't start fussing. I especially enjoyed the strawberry cheesecake the Hogwarts house elves prepared for dessert, although it doesn't come closer to comparing with Creature's special cookies, which I must say I already dearly miss. Oh, and I also met Lucius Malfoy, Hadrian's brother, who led us into the dorm we shall use while at Hogwarts. It will be shared dorm, but I am happy to say that Hadrian and Severus will be the ones with whom I'll share it, beside other two students, among them being cousin Evan Rosier and Rabaston Lestrange, with whom I exchanged some greetings at a party before, I think. I am afraid that I must end the letter here, as it is rather late, and tomorrow, seeing that we start classes early, Hadrian's brother offered to give us a Hogwarts tour as to not become lost in the castle that might resemble a maze, to us first years poor souls, and that means we have to wake up even earlier than the rest of our classmates. I hope to hear from you soon, as I already miss you all so much. Love, Sirius. Mother, please do send me some Creature's homemade cookies. I'm drooling just thinking of them. Pain. Pure, Excruciating pain ran through his veins as he trashed in his sleep, his body feeling like it was on fire as his mind witnessed events that took place in another world. Draco, 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 his chilling voice spoke in a mocking tone, while he finally lifted the Cruciatus curse from the pitiful form of his ex-school nemesis. Do you not know that I absolutely abhor failures? He then asked, absently playing with his wand. Idly, as he watched his old rival gather his wits and trying to recover from the pain he was just subjected to, Hadrian realized that he was very lucky to have remembered to cast the silencing charm around his bed before falling asleep. He would have woken up the whole dorm otherwise with his screams. My lord, the blonde tried to explain, still panting heavily, with mused, own sticking to his forehead and gray eyes wide in fright. Tell me, Draco, how hard can it be for you to infiltrate in the midst of those blood traitors and mudbloods? You displease me, Draco, and you don't want to displease Lord Voldemort, he continued coolly, unfeeling to the utter desperation. How pathetic. Was this all there was to Lucius, son? They don't trust me, master. Especially L. Longbottom. They are weary. Enough, he ordered in a hiss, eliciting a whimper from his follower. Lord Voldemort doesn't care for your pathetic excuses. Results are all that matter. My lord, please. You have 1 month to gain their trust. It goes without saying that failure is not an option, he ordered, dark bemusement coloring his voice at the other's predicament. As you wish, sire, Draco dutifully replied, shakily lifting himself up from his crunched position on the stone floor to take his leave. He was glad, somehow, he managed to keep his life. And Draco, he called after the departing blonde, making him stop in his tracks and turn around. Yes, my lord, Crucio. Music to his ears. Really, the Malfoy heir had such amusing cries of pain. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Elegant jade-colored robes swished around the women as she suddenly stood up unable, due to the anxiety she felt, to stay still any longer. She started to pace, back and forth, becoming lost in her musings, while her cup of Darjeeling tea remained untouched on the table, spreading a sweet floral aroma in the air. Wonder where he'll be sorted in. Hopefully Slytherin, though Ravenclaw doesn't seem too bad. But what if he is in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff? No, I mustn't think negatively, and even if he was in them it wouldn't really matter. He would be the one to change one's preconception about those houses. Tick, tock, tick, tock. She turned left and continued to pace as she became more frantic with worry. Dark circles could be seen around her brilliant eyes, evidence of her sleepless night, but not even those could make her appear any less beautiful, even more so with the gentle rays of sun that peered between the silky blue curtains, playing on her porcelain face. I hope he has eaten enough. He is only skin and bones as it is, and if he was to suddenly stop eating because the food made by the Hogwarts house elves didn't suit his tastes. I'll sick creature on those poor excuse of house elves that aren't even worth the space they occupy if that happens. Yes, that's what I'll do. Tick, tock, tick, tock. She turned around once more and continued to pace, one finger taping her chin as she tried to organize her chaotic thoughts. Maybe if I was too. Mother, an impatient voice cut trough Wahlberg musings, startling her. You're gonna make a hole in the carpet with all your pacing, a rather irritated boy finally snapped, after becoming dizzy with watching his mother pace continuously, back and forth, in the center of the living room. The tension mixed with growing anxiety was already hanging heavily in the air, taking its toll on them as they waited for news about Sirius, and the pacing didn't do anything to soothe said tension. Especially when the only noises heard were the shuffles made by Orion's newspaper, the sharp clicks of the chess pieces and the incessant tick-tocks of the clock. Though the clock was rather beautiful, finding itself in a walnut case, with a slim trunk, a long door and a small bun feet, with intricate designs decorating it and making it seem like a piece of art. It was also rather useful, showing not only the time but also the status of some of the Black family's members, though it had only 6 states to choose from: home, school, work, traveling, hospital and mortal peril. But still, though, the noise was annoying and the sound of pacing didn't help one bit. Not that he couldn't empathize with his mother when, after all of them were nerve-wrecked from the wait, especially Walburga, who had worked herself up with worry over her oldest son, well-being at Hogwarts. As it was, patient or calm were the last thing you could call them at the moment, so no one could blame neither mother or son for starting a glaring contest with each other. Regulus, don't you take that tone with me. And I can't help it if I'm worried for your brother. The poor boy had been through more than enough already, and who knows what troubles he'll have now at Hogwarts, away from me, from his family, Walburga said, worry palpable in her tone, making Regulus feel sorry for snapping. He has other relatives there to take care of him, mother, if something happens. As it is, though, he is more than capable of taking care of himself, as he already proved, so you should trust him more. Alas, despite that, I have to admit that both me and father are also worried about him, but you don't see us act as impatient as you, he said, with a more calm tone than his previous one, trying to make his mother see reason. Yes, I can certainly see just how worried you and Orion are, his mother retorted dryly with a pointed look towards both Regulus, who was playing wizarding chess by himself against the charmed pieces, and losing quite badly at that, and her husband, who was leisurely reading the morning newspaper, lounged on an armchair in front of the fireplace. Hearing his name called, Orion lifted his eyes from the Daily Prophet to look inquiringly at his wife. Is something wrong, dear? He asked warily, seeing that his wife and son were engaged in a glaring contest with each other, and when, at his harmless question, both son and wife turned their gazes on him, as if blaming him for interfering in their dispute, he couldn't help but gulp nervously at being subjugated to such deadly glares. He shivered. Thank Merlin that looks couldn't kill, well, without counting the one of a basilisk, that is. He couldn't help but sigh in relief as, before they could start to verbally attack him, a loud tapping sound was heard demanding their attention. Instantly, Walburga interrupted her glaring session and, with a sound of glee, went to open the window, letting an owl that had securely tied on her claw a letter. The owl was, simply put, quite beautiful, with tawny feathers that shone with a golden glow in the proper light and gleaming hazel orbs that glinted with a sharp intelligence unlike that of normal owls. Now, though, nobody was interested in its beauty but on the burden it carried. It's my own, Sirius Owl, and it has brought us a message, Walburga announced, and, as one, Orion and Regulus sprung from their respective seats to read the letter together with Walburga, who was already ripping it open. Greedily, they read the letter's content, drinking in every word their dear Sirius wrote to them. Dear mother, beloved father and cute little brother. Just look how polite he is, Walburga said proudly after reading the first line. Regulus, on the other hand, wasn't as happy. I'm not little, he exclaimed. Neither cute, he continued with a blush that made him seem just like that in his parents' eyes, though, wisely, they decided to refrain from commenting on it. As they read that Sirius was sorted into Slytherin, all the blacks smiled proudly, Regulus going as far as whooping in joy seeing that his brother was sorted in what he thought of as the coolest house at Hogwarts. Orion was also proud reading the next paragraph and knowing that Sirius, despite his young age, already knew how the pure-blooded society, where appearances were what counted most, worked. Though he couldn't help being a little sad at his son-lost naivete. They were all happy, though not surprised, to hear that Sirius managed to make some friends, Regulus smirking all the while at his brother's persistence in befriending Hadrian. Severus Snape, son of Eileen Prince, mused aloud Orion, with a thoughtful expression on his face, raising his eyes from the letter to look at his beloved wife. Tell me, Walburga, wasn't Eileen the one who threatened me with a rather gruesome death if I so much as made you look sad when we first started dating at Hogwarts? He inquired, looking both amused and terrified at the memory. Yes, she was, Walburga responded wistfully, with a faraway expression. Eileen was my best friend until we finished Hogwarts and she became enamored with that hateful muggle, she continued with a bitter voice, still sad over the loss of her friend. It was a mystery how the girl that used to share the same beliefs as her came to be married with what they hated the most. Maybe Sirius will manage to make her son, Severus, see the wrongness of her doings and the vileness of muggles, though. At least the boy had a change of redemption. Half-bloods weren't that bad if they relinquished their muggle heritage, and Sirius seemed to find the boy quite intelligent. There was still some hope left. Seeing the far-away look on his wife's face, Orion quickly returned to reading the parchment, only to have Regulus, who had been reading ahead, blow into laughter a moment later. Curious as to what made his son laugh so, he let his eyes slid over the letter only to have a smile of his own appear. That Hadrian sure was something else and seemed like a good friend to have. The Malfoys made a good choice in adopting him, though he couldn't help but frown at the impression Sirius got of his cousins. He sighed. He couldn't blame the boy for that if what he wrote was true. Both James and Frank seemed to have acted unbecoming of their heritage. With another sigh, Orion risked a glance at his wife, who was silently fuming, muttering under her breath about brats with Muggle manners, things she had to buy for her son's new friend, as no black would be seen in the company of someone dressed in rags, though Orion knew that she only wanted to take care of her friend's son, and how she was gonna give an earful to Augustus Prince for letting his grandson go to Hogwarts without offering any help to the poor boy. Orion couldn't help but wince thinking at what the old man will be going through confronted with Walburga's ire. One really didn't want to be in Augustus's shoes at the moment. Confronting a dragon will be preferable to that. After they finished the letter, the Black family was visibly more calm than before, all wearing content expression now that they knew their beloved Sirius was okay. As they continued to discuss letter, after ordering Creature to bake some cookies for Sirius, Walburga all the way berating Frank and James and feeling sorry for Severus, green flames sprung to life and the handsome but obviously distressed figure of Cygnus Black, Walburga's brother, appeared in the fireplace, his usually haughty face now creased with worry. Confronted with his brother-in-law haunted eyes, Orion instantly got into head of the house mode as the good mood suddenly vanished from the room, both Regulus and Walburga sensing a feel of dread overcoming them. Whatever his uncle Flo called them for, Regulus thought as the anxiety suddenly returned, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be good news. "What happened?" Orion asked, expecting the worst, in a voice that seemed strained to Regulus' ears, though his father's voice was crystal clear in the tense silence of the room. "It's about Andromeda," Cygnus responded bluntly, skipping the usual pleasantries, while tiredly dragging a hand trough his pitch-black hair, his voice on the point of cracking. Orion squeezed his wife's hand, trying to reassure her as Walburga put her arm around Regulus' shoulders. Whatever happened, it had to be really bad if the always proud Cygnus was on the point of losing his cool composure. "I just received a letter from Narcissa," he started to explain, and, although he looked at them, they knew that he didn't really saw them, being lost in his own dark thoughts. "At first I was skeptical, I admit, but then I thought about it and more things made sense in that light. All the so-thought harmless novels, which I dismiss as a teenage thing in a foolish attempt to remain ignorant, the random comments in the favor of Muggles, though they weren't that many to begin with but still, and the sudden acceptance of Muggleborns, they all fit now. And I don't know what to do to make everything right again," he continued, obviously trying to maintain a resemblance of calm, not realizing that he was rambling without making any sense. I think my daughter Andromeda is under a compulsion web," he said with the barest of trembles in his voice, making Walburga, Regulus and Orion gasp and practically freeze at the confession. "And I need your help to deal with it," Cygnus continued as his piercing gaze settled on his sister and brother-in-law. As silver clashed with silver, there wasn't any more need for words to be spoken. Orion understood the way Cygnus felt, faced with such a possibility and unable to do a thing to help his daughter, as well as did Walburga and Regulus. They really did, though. They realized that it was far worse for Cygnus than it ever was for them. After all they have found about Sirius Webb after the boy managed to get rid of it, and, although they felt guilty for not being there for him, they also felt relieved for not having to experience the feeling of helplessness. The one which Cygnus seemed to experience now. Determination filled their eyes as they thought of Andromeda. They will find a way to help this time. They will not let another of their own to suffer alone trough this. Not like Sirius did. "Step aside, Cygnus," Orion said in a strong voice, unlike the soft one he usually had, as Walburga brought the flow powder. "We are coming through," he continued, eyes alight as he thought of any way to help his brother-in-law and his daughter, and also of ways to make the one who made them pass trough this suffer. Family will always matter the most for a Black, and once they found who messed with theirs, there will be hell to pay. Far away, someone was overwhelmed by terror without any specific reason. Somehow he just knew he was doomed. He wondered why. He did so many things that could cause that feeling to arise. Oh well, he will deal with it when the time came. He was a busy person, and just because one of his manipulative plans was unrevealed didn't mean he had free time. He had to work towards the greater good, after all. Poor fool. Whispers. Shushed conversations. Eyes locked on him. Everywhere. They stalked him, followed him wherever he went, spied his every move. There was no escape from them. Hadrian thought he was finally losing it. It figured that crazy fans would succeed where not even Voldemort and fate itself did. He could just imagine the headlines: boy who lived, savior of light, chosen one and hope of the wizarding world, driven insane by his fans. He reckoned Rita Skeeter from his old world would have had a field day if that was to happen. There, that is him, the Dark Angel, Hadrian Malfoy. Hya, he is so cute. And smart too. I heard he really made an impression in Professor McGonagall's class. Yeah, I also heard that. It seems that she drilled him with questions, but he knew all the correct answers to them. It's so unfair that he is in Slytherin. Those slimy snakes don't deserve him. Oh, look. He's looking this way. He's so dreamy. Hadrian's left eye twitched at the not-so-silent whispers of the two unknown Hufflepuffs. He glared at them, but they didn't seem threatened by his glare. In fact, they seemed to bask in it. Then they proceeded to sigh contentedly, looking at him with glazed eyes, lost in their fantasies. He couldn't help a shiver. Scary fans, of any type, were one of the scariest things that he ever encountered. Disembodied spirits, huge snakes that could kill with a look, dragons and psychopathic murderers didn't even come close to their level of scariness. He turned a sour gaze to his two companions that flanked him on both sides, in a poor attempt to shield him from the overzealous students that desired to get a piece of him. Both were also glaring at those who were whispering about him, though there was amusement hidden in the black eyes of the one found on his left side, while the one found on his right side was sulking, glaring only half-heartedly trough silver eyes in an attempt to help discouraging the more braver students from approaching Hadrian. To be completely honest though, Hadrian couldn't blame Sirius for sulking, as he half wished to do the same after the fiasco the Transfiguration class with the Gryffindors proved to be. He knew that the class delivered a heavy blow to Sirius' beliefs, especially since he idolized Professor McGonagall. As the woman was his head of house in the other world, Hadrian couldn't help but sympathize with him, since, though he wasn't as close to her as Sirius had been, he also had held a certain affection to the professor he had come to look to as a grandmother figure. He sighed. The day really wasn't as good as he hoped it will be for the first day at Hogwarts. Firstly, they, as in him, Severus and Sirius, had been woken up by his brother, Lucius, real early to get a tour around Hogwarts so that they could get used to the huge castle and find their way in it. Hadrian had been bored to death the whole time, already knowing Hogwarts as the palm of his hand, but Severus and Sirius seemed to make the most of the opportunity offered to them. After they freshened up a little to get rid of any after-sleep remnants and changed from their pajamas, they met with Lucius in the Slytherin common room, which was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls whose ceiling had round, greenish lamps hanging from on chains. A fire was crackling under an elaborately carved mantelpiece, and high-backed chairs could be seen all around them. Hadrian had to admit that it was more stylish decorated than the Gryffindor's common room, though not as comfortable. The more subdued brightness only brought the room more points though. After Lucius showed them around the snake's pit, as silently as possible as to not wake up the other Slytherins that wanted to enjoy more hours of sleep, he led them outside, through a stone door that was concealed in the wall, and started the Hogwarts tour by showing them the dungeons. Sirius scribbled the whole time in a blank piece of parchment, making a rough sketch of a map, making Hadrian suspect that he will try to make another Marauder map. He sincerely hoped Sirius succeeded in making it, as it will help them greatly in getting around Hogwarts, seeing that this time around he didn't have the invisibility cloak to help them sneak out. The only one who seemed to sincerely enjoy the tour for what it was had been Severus, though it was hard to make that out judging by his blank face and only years of stocky, investigating Professor Snape, believing he was guilty of one thing or another at the time, helped Hadrian catch the occasional widening of his eyes or the shadow of a smile that passed on Severus' face. Shortly after they started, Hadrian realized one thing: Hogwarts was huge. Somehow, he seemed to miss this obvious fact till now, when he was consciously trying to visit all of it. He felt tired after more than 3 hours in which he walked up and down the 142 staircases that existed at Hogwarts, moving from one floor to another, visiting all the classrooms first, as Lucius wanted the 3 of them to know where those were as he didn't wanted them to be late for their classes. They continued by visiting the Ollery, the kitchens, where they were greeted by enthusiastic house elves that were eager to please and serve them with their favorite sweets, and a couple of some unused rooms in which they could practice their magic in peace when they wanted to, Lucius going as far as to even show them a couple of hidden corridors, all of which Hadrian and Sirius already knew. They also had the misfortune of meeting Peeves on the way in all of them, with the exception of Severus, who didn't know who Peeves was, stiffened slightly waiting for a prank which, judging by Peeves' mischievous look, wouldn't let itself waited for long. As he didn't wanted to be a victim to Peeves' traumatic nature so early in the morning, Hadrian moved in front of him and gave the poltergeist a sadistic smile that left even the ever-rebellious ghost wary at the strange behavior of his soon-to-be victim. "Leave Peeves," Hadrian started in an overly sweet voice, "or I'll tell the bloody Baron that you have been disrespecting him by messing with students of his house that are, as thus, under his protection," he continued while the poltergeist became even more see-through than he already was before sending them a vicious glare and taking its leave. Smiling in satisfaction, Hadrian turned and was faced with the mildly confused face of Severus, the bemused one of Sirius and the gobsmacked one of Lucius. "What?" he asked defensively. "I heard the older students say that he was afraid of the bloody Baron," he said in a matter-of-fact tone, at which Lucius seemed to try to splutter something before sighing in defeat while shaking his head in an "why am I even surprised" manner and continuing their tour, while Sirius told Severus all about why Peeves was so infamous among the Hogwarts students and staff. As they walked, inwardly, Lucius was berating himself. How stupid could they be that no Slytherin had ever thought of threatening Peeves this way before now? It figured that his first-year brother would be able to do something that previous generations of students, including his own, could only dream of, finding a way to keep Peeves from pranking them. A wave of pity for Hogwarts and its occupants hit him. His brother will leave chaos in his wake, he just knew it. He smiled fondly as he led Hadrian and his friend to yet another corridor. He couldn't wait to see what changes Hadrian will make. Even if the changes wouldn't be good for the school itself, he knew they will still be highly entertaining. Well, for him at least, Lucius thought with a sadistic mental cackle. Entering the Great Hall for breakfast had been the beginning of hell for Hadrian. There it had started. As soon as he passed through those huge doors in the eyes of the Hogwarts students locked on him, making him feel like a yummy piece of meat displayed in front of a hungry pack of wolves. Needless to say that it wasn't pleasant, especially considering that his own housemates were the worst of all his peers. But, after years of being subjugated to the same kind of scrutiny, Hadrian easily ignored the unwanted attention in favor of enjoying his meal. Then the interrogation started. Question after question being fired at Hadrian way too fast for him to be able to respond to all of them, some being also addressed to Sirius and Severus, who were, redundantly, being brought dragged into the spotlight, seeing that, so far, they were the only ones that interacted with the Hadrian Malfoy. Did he enjoyed Hogwarts so far? How were the Malfoys treating him? Did he like chocolate frogs? Was he, in truth, dark, a secret ally of Grindelwald who planned on taking over the world with his powers? What was his favorite color? Not long after, Hadrian felt his headache, mild in the beginning, growing worse. Still, he managed to maintain the facade of an calm, intelligent, charming first year. He wanted, after all, to be well-liked so that he could gain allies, so he was willing to sacrifice some things to do it. This time, sadly, it was the peace of his mind. Well, an unknown voice suddenly drawled, cutting off the onslaught of ongoing questions, and, without really knowing why, Hadrian tensed while turning to face the one that was speaking. "If it isn't the mudblood that somehow managed to worm his way into the greatest house of Hogwarts," continued, with a sneer, the voice that belonged to a rather handsome boy, Hadrian begrudgingly admitted to himself, with piercing green eyes, though not as bright as Hadrian's, and golden locks of hair that framed a pale face with a sharp nose and thin lips. The boy, teen rather as he seemed to be around Lucius' age, was dressed in what appeared to be a Hogwarts standard robe, had a haughty expression on his face, and his lean body was positioned in such a way that it gave the impression of towering above Hadrian's small frame. Inwardly, Hadrian scowled. Damn height. Outwardly though, Hadrian showed no reaction to the stranger's obvious challenge. He made a show of studying the one talking to him, pining him with his emerald orbs and scrutinizing him from head to toe ever so slowly, with a bored expression, before turning around, clearly unimpressed with the individual, and proceeding to continue his previous conversation with some second and first-year Slytherins. A tinge of pink, unnoticeable to the untrained eye, appeared on the B's face as he was silently seething. How dare the damn brat ignore him? You should know better than to ignore your betters, boy, the blonde silkily continued, seemingly unfazed by Hadrian's dismissal of his person. But, then again, what could one expect from someone raised by muggles? He continued, spatting the word, muggle, as if it were a vile thing. Alas, ignorance is no excuse, so you better learn your place soon, mudblood. Slytherin isn't the place for your kind. The teen hissed, then froze as Hadrian turned around to face him again, his eyes hooded by his bangs. My kind, my place, my betters, questioned in an almost whisper Hadrian while the students surrounding the two stopped all their activities, their attention now focused on the confrontation taking place in front of them. How will the famous Hadrian Malfoy respond? And who might be, in your opinion, my betters? The boy in question inquired, his emerald orbs now boring into the B's jade ones. Though slightly unnerved by the intensity present in the other eyes, the B's plunged forward. Purebloods, of course. They are the most powerful and talented kind of wizards, the only ones worthy of the gift of magic. The ones with real talent. The older Slytherin haughtily declared, murmurs of agreement coming from all the surrounding Slytherins. As that's so, said Hadrian, faking the relief in his voice, while his green eyes earned a mischievous glint. Then I guess I'm lucky that I'm not a how did you called it again, mudblood. After all, I am too adept with magic to be one, or so I have been told. The B's opened his mouth to protest, almost stating how there had been lots of muggleborns who had plenty enough talent in magic, but closed his mouth with an audible snap, realizing just how masterfully the boy had manipulated him, with only a few words, making him come to an impasse. Hadrian nearly made him contradict his own ideals, and, even though he managed to stop himself in time, by staying silent, it was as if he agreed with the boy's claim of being a pureblood. And, judging from the sly smile that appeared on the boy's face, he was also aware of said fact too, the B's realized with a grimace. Give it up, Greengrass. The kid got you, a playful voice cut through the tense atmosphere as a dark-haired teen threw his arm around the B's Slytherin identified as Greengrass, making him scowl. Oh, and I think that congratulations are in order. I have never seen Lucius as angry with someone as you managed to make him. Look, he seems ready to murder you, the devilish Slytherin continued, with an amused glint in his brown eyes, looking as if he was having the time of his life at the expense of his friend. Glancing inconspicuously at the other end of the table where the older Slytherins were gathered, Greengrass mentally winced, seeing that, for once, his so-called friend wasn't joking around. Lucius seemed pissed. Keep your dirty paws off me, Lestrange, he snapped, irritated with the outcome of his confrontation, while shaking off the arms of his companion and stalking toward the part of the table at which his year-mates were seated, all the while ignoring his friend cries of, "They are not dirty. Oh, and they also aren't paws, Greengrass." Why was he friend with the loud mouth again? This was so not his day. Man, isn't he prissy today? Lestrange commented with a slight whistle, seeing his friend stalk off with a scowl on his face and nose up in the air. Well, kiddos, Lestrange continued, turning toward the silently observing first years, if anybody tries to bully you again, you can always come to your big brother Rodolphus for help. No one can frighten the ickle firsties that are my brother year mates, he continued in a cheery voice, ruffling the hair of his little brother, who seemed to wish for earth to swallow him whole and spare him the embarrassment. That is, no one but me, he finished with a rather snarkish smile before stalking off after his friend. Say, Lestrange, your older brother. He doesn't seem to be exactly right in the head, trailed off Hadrian, his eyes still following the way too cheery Slytherin. You have no idea, came the deadpanned reply of his blushing dorm mate. All first years shared a look, before shrugging and returning to their meal, while the rest of the Slytherins were now giving Hadrian appraising glances. It seemed that there was more to the boy than it appeared. By the way, Malfoy, Rosier said, looking up at Hadrian with a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, the way you handled Greengrass, brilliant. Hadrian looked up from his plate and, recognizing the silent offer of friendship for what it was, let a rueful grin appear on his face. Thank you, my dear sir. I'm glad you enjoyed the show, he replied, tilting an imaginary hat and, after sharing matching grins, the two first years started to get better acquainted with each other and their other year mates. Enjoying the peaceful banter, and pointedly ignoring both Severus and Sirius who seemed to think that breakfast was an ideal time for an in-depth debate about potions, Hadrian couldn't help but be glad for Greengrass' appearance, annoying as it was seeing that the other was a stuck-up pureblood brat. It slightly improved his situation because, though now his housemates seemed even more intrigued with him, thankfully, they stopped interrogating him and realized that he wasn't easy to mess with. Not to say that he might have even made some new friends. With lifted spirits, and ignoring the gossip that already started to spread about his breakfast confrontation, Hadrian headed to his first class, Transfiguration, accompanied by Sirius, Severus, Evan and Rabastan. They entered the classroom silently, occupying some random seats in the back, while studying, from the corner of their eyes, the already present Gryffindors whose eyes glued on Hadrian the moment he walked in and started whispering between themselves. Hadrian wasn't all that surprised to see that James Potter, who was sitting in the front rows surrounded by other Gryffindors, was glaring at him with all his might, no doubt furious for his injured ego. And it seemed he gained an ally in his anti-Hadrian campaign in the person of Frank Longbottom. Joy. Though, Hadrian couldn't help but wonder just what had Potter told Longbottom about him to make the other hate him. Although, seeing the open mindset of the individual in question, the fact that he was Slytherin might have been enough. Letting his gaze trail off from the glaring Gryffindor duo, Hadrian took the time to assess the place which brought him so many memories of failed tries at Transfiguration, shared laughter, stress for the upcoming exams and ballroom dancing. The classroom was the same as ever, smelling of parchment and ink, making Hadrian wonder if a charm was put over Hogwarts to keep it unchanging. It seemed even bigger than in his memory, but that might be because of his new acquired height, surrounded by high windows, with 4 rows of 3 desks perfectly lined. Several cages and bookshelves could be seen around the room, as well as 2 chalkboards and a desk for Professor McGonagall behind of which could be found several candlesticks. Professor McGonagall, as Hadrian soon discovered, was already present, observing the new students while in her animagus form. Hadrian figured, as he watched the way too stiff for it to be normal cat, that it had to be easier to grasp the true nature of the students while observing them without them being aware of the fact. He felt a small smile blossom on his face as the cat gave a stern glare to some noisy Gryffindors, her whiskers twitching in annoyance at their behavior and looking with disdain at the more subdued Slytherins. How come she always got the troublemakers? Standing on the right side of Hadrian, Sirius was fidgeting impatiently as he couldn't wait to start the class, earning himself quite a death glare from Severus, who was standing on Hadrian's left, despite the fact that Severus himself seemed to be quite nervous. Hadrian could empathize with the boy, remembering how he also felt before his first class at Hogwarts. It hadn't been pleasant considering that he felt like puking each 5 minutes from the stress. As soon as it was the time for class to start, the tabby cat, who previously stood perched atop the desk, leapt gracefully, transforming itself into a woman upon its landing. Satisfied with the students' gasp of awe and amazement, McGonagall promptly proceeded to take the class attendance. As soon as that was done with, she fixed her new students with a stern look. As you all know, she started with a curt and no-nonsense tone. I am Professor McGonagall and I have been assigned with teaching you Transfiguration. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn here at Hogwarts, and it is a difficult art which includes the changing of an object properties and also the conjuring, vanishing or even switching of said object. This year, though, we will concentrate on learning the basic transfiguration, which entails the changing of an object properties. Quote, anyone, she continued, piercing each of her students' eyes, messing around in my class will leave and not come back. This is a dangerous subject, and you should be quite scared of making any mistakes, because one could damage you for life. None of my students have ever been permanently injured though, and I will be extremely displeased if that were to change in this class. You have been warned, she said, not even a hint of smile on her strict face, making a few students gulp. She followed her speech by tapping her wand on her desk, which promptly reshaped itself into a beautiful brown horse who gave an confused knee before becoming a desk again. The students were obviously impressed by the display, staying attentive in their seats, itching to learn doing such amazing feats of magic. McGonagall scrutinized the class, her eyes settling upon one person. "Mr. Malfoy," she said, making the students turn to look at said person who looked like a deer caught in the headlights. "Tell me, have you read the Manual of Transfiguration before coming to school?" Yes, ma'am," Hadrian answered hesitantly, caught off guard by the attention. Why was he singled out? He knew that McGonagall didn't care much for his fame, neither for the good or bad rumors that seemed to circulate because of it, seeing that, in the other world, it didn't even faze her, so why was she now throwing him the same look she gave to someone that just broke more than 50 Hogwarts rules? "And have you understood the material?" she continued with pursed lips, seemingly dissatisfied with something. "I think so, Professor," Hadrian answered carefully, not knowing what he did to ignite her ire and not wanting to worsen it. "You think so?" McGonagall asked stiffly, at which Hadrian gave an hesitant nod. "Tell me, Mr. Malfoy, do you think my class is a joke?" she questioned softly, her eyes narrowed at the boy. "Of course not," Hadrian was quick to defend, indignant at the accusation as he didn't know what brought it up. "Then you should know that, I think so, doesn't cut it," was the sharp reply of McGonagall. "In Transfiguration there is no room for incertitude. Every single error can cost one attempting Transfiguration dearly. One must not think he knows the material, one must know it. Do I make myself clear?" she asked, with an icy undertone in her stern voice. "Yes, ma'am," was the clipped reply of Hadrian. From the corner of his eye he saw the frown that settled upon Sirius' face and winced. He didn't know what caused McGonagall's attitude towards him, and although what she said was right, he felt himself become colder with each word she spoke. He didn't deserve this treatment and he wouldn't accept it. He already got enough of that in the past, with Dumbledore forcing him to stay with the Dursleys. "That's it, Dumbledore." The professor was angry at him for accusing the headmaster of attacking him with legerdemain. Knowing the reason didn't make it better, though, especially when the headmaster truly had tried to read his mind. However, in her eyes, he was a Muggle-raised student who just started studying magic, with this being, in fact, his first official class. And she was a professor. She should encourage him, help him integrate in what should supposedly be a new world for him. Not this. Never had he thought his former head of house, his grandmother figure, could be so obtuse, so prejudiced against someone without even meeting them, so like the old Snape. And the discovery hurt Sirius even more than him. Of that he was certain. A sardonic smile appeared on his lips as McGonagall continued to preach about the Transfiguration's dangers to the class. It was so ironic, in a way, how everything seemed to be reversed in this world. He could see well enough now that light wasn't the synonym for good, nor dark was for evil. What mattered was the choices made by each person when using the power entrusted to them. Not to say that he should choose better parental figures. Dumbledore and McGonagall, just what was he thinking? That is, if he was at all. And seeing that Mr. Malfoy here affirmed to have read and understood the manual, I think he should be able to easily state the most important fact about Transfiguration, McGonagall said, settling her eyes upon Hadrian again. Blinking repeatedly, trying to get rid of the unwanted musing as it wasn't really the time for them considering everything, he took a few moments to compose himself before answering. "The most important thing that one must always remember about Transfiguration, Professor, is that it isn't permanent. The duration of time in which a transfigurated object maintains the form given to it depends on the amount of magic used while transfigurating it, the limit depending on the individual's magic resources," said Hadrian in smooth voice, his face blank of all emotions. "And why is that so, Mr. Malfoy?" "Because, Professor," he drawled, sounding a little bit too much alike with Draco for his liking, "if one didn't know that, one might make the stupidity of ingesting said transfigurated object which, upon his reversal to its original form, might cause some health issues." "Very well, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall said, returning her eyes upon the whole class. As Mr. Malfoy said, transfiguration is not permanent. As such, it is forbidden for one to turn anything into a liquid, gas or anything else that could be accidentally ingested by a person. You will not like the consequences if that were to happen, which are far more extreme than banishment from my class. Now, turn open your books on page 5 and read the first chapter. After you finish reading it, you should find some matchstick on your desk which you'll attempt to transform in a needle. The professor said, to the disappointment of a lot of students that just realized that they weren't going to be changing the furniture into animals for a long time. Begin, she ordered, and only the sound of turning pages was heard before silence descended upon the class, with the occasional murmur and whispering, of course. In his seat, Sirius was outraged. Just what had gotten into McGonagall to act like that towards Hadrian? That was almost vicious comportment for the professor who, though strict, was always fair. But she didn't award him any points for answering correctly, the logical part of his mind pointed out. But maybe it was just a phase, maybe she is upset about something else, he tried to reason with himself. And does that make it fair? What if Hadrian was indeed an 11-year-old muggle raised, what then? Stubbornly, he refused to argue farther, even if it was with his own persona. Sadly though, Sirius couldn't ignore it for long. It became quite obvious when he, Hadrian and, surprisingly, James managed to transfigure their matches on the first try, and McGonagall awarded points to both him and James but not Hadrian, that the professor was alienating the boy. By the time they exited the classroom, it became glaringly obvious when, after being asked tens of questions through the entire class, some which weren't even first-year level but higher, Sirius noted with an internal grimace, and not even a point had been awarded to Hadrian for answering correctly, that McGonagall held a grudge towards the Green Eyes Slytherin. Not against Slytherins but Hadrian himself. The smug smirk James, who seemed to have become McGonagall's favorite, through Hadrian after class didn't help the situation in the least. Sirius figured he had a lot to sort out for himself and his ideals. Especially when he figured the reason for the professor's unprofessional behavior. Dumbledore. He sighed. He really wished for those damn Hufflepuff to shut up. At the moment, he really didn't care about how charming Hadrian was, how mesmerizing his green eyes were, or how enchanting his voice sounded. On the side, Severus was observing in silence the disgruntled face of Hadrian and the sulking one of Sirius. Those two proved to be most amusing so far. Maybe hanging out with them wouldn't be that bad. Maybe, he thought before turning his attention to Professor Flitwick, a tiny little wizard who seemed to had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk and which started to take the attendance. He hoped that charms will prove just as entertaining as the breakfast and transfiguration had been. Although, surrounded by these two dunderheads, he thought, giving another sidelong glance to Hadrian and Sirius, it didn't seem likely for boredom to pay him a visit anytime soon. Not with those two as friends, anyway. Sitting in front of fireplace with a glass of cognac in hand, the old wizard wore a thoughtful expression as he mulled over the recent discoveries, playful flames reflected in his blue eyes as he stared unseeing at the chessboard in front of him. He had an air. It was surprising. Sure, he suspected. He hoped that the similarities the boy had with his daughter weren't just wishful thinking on his part, but knowing it was true. Merlin, euphoric, didn't seem to cut it in expressing the pure joy he felt when he found out it was real. After escaping Ermengarde 3 years ago with the help of his old pupil, who became a powerful Dark Lord in his own right in the time of his imprisonment, he had to admit that then he was only half of the man he once was. He was broken and, at first, he only wanted to disappear from the face of the world, to spend the rest of his life peacefully beside Louise, his daughter who, sadly, had always disapproved of his ways. But he knew she will forgive him, her father, compassionate soul that she was, and that she will take him in once she was certain he had relinquished his quest of cleansing the wizarding world of the Muggle influence. Alas, that wasn't to be. Firstly, he found that his daughter had married. His daughter, which, just before his imprisonment, was only 14 years old, had married. With a good-for-nothing wizard. Nonetheless, not that anybody will ever be good enough for his Louise, but still. Unsurprisingly, he was furious. So, he tried to track her and her new family down and judge for himself if the man who fancied himself as her husband was worthy of her, his precious gem. Dead. That was what the reports informed him of. The whole family, mother, father and their 2-year-old son died in a fire that burned their house to the ground, 7 years ago. A photograph was the only thing that escaped the fury of the flames, and was clutched tightly in his hands as he wept for his beloved daughter and the grandson he didn't had the chance to meet. He mourned. When his most devoted followers came to him, begging for him to continue fighting, to continue his holy war against the Muggle influence for the sake of the future generation, he couldn't refuse their plea. It was for the greater good, after all. The fight soon became the only reason for living, his only purpose worth achieving, not for his sake but for the sake of the ones to come. He was hollow then, an emotionless machine that did whatever it was necessary to achieve victory, recklessly throwing himself in battle hoping to fill the emptiness existing inside of him. He was alone, his only role in the game of life being that of leading his people towards a new, bright future in which witches and wizards could live freely, not in hiding, proud of their heritage no matter whether their allegiance was dark or light. He swore to accomplish that before joining his daughter in death. But with the recent discoveries, everything changed, drastically. Now he was a grandfather and he had to think about what he was leaving behind before proceeding to charge forward like a bull. The passion that disappeared with the news of his daughter's death was once again brightly burning and he could finally leave the slump he got himself into. He wasn't alone anymore. He had family, a grandson. And what a grandson indeed. The boy was simply exceptional, there was no other way to describe him. Cunning and brilliant, smart and charming, powerful, he couldn't hope for a more worthy heir. That without even taking in account his heritage. Who would have thought that his daughter's useless husband wasn't so useless after all? He should have suspected though that his Louise, his beautiful, smart Louise, would have found herself someone who was powerful enough to match her. She was a little spitfire and she wouldn't have allowed a normal wizard to tame her heart. The little prick who managed to win his precious gem's love was an important figure in his own right. Just like the black horse in chess, so unpredictable, Grindelwald thought while toying with said chess piece, looking at it contemplatively. A Cheshire smirk bloomed on his wrinkled visage as if he thought of the power, the knowledge, his grandson will one day possess. Well, he, of course, knew everything there was to be known about the Howells, which wasn't that much to begin with, and, while he understood their reason for remaining neutral in what they must have thought of being petty fights for power, he couldn't help but resent them for letting the wizarding world decade so. Bloody librarians. With the power and knowledge they possessed they could have purified their world centuries ago. But they choose to not use it. Somehow, he knew that wouldn't be the case with the boy. He knew that his grandson couldn't remain indifferent to the suffering of his own kind. When he first heard the news about the Hadrian's heritage and the fact that the child was his grandson, he just wanted to apparate to the Malfoy manor, collect Hadrian, and hide him from the world in some secluded, well-protected place and keep him there until he deemed the boy knowledgeable enough in magic and able to defend himself. But he stifled the impulse. He knew that would be a dangerous move to make as the child had already gathered the attention of the whole world, not to say the one of two of the most powerful wizards alive. Also, Britain was given to Tom as his playground, and the magical binding contract he took in exchange for his freedom wasn't something to be taken lightly. He was pleased, however, that the little serpent ensured that his grandson was being taken care of, though slightly surprised to discover that he tended to the boy before finding out about his heritage. He'd seen for himself at the ball that the Malfoy family truly loved Hadrian and that they were very protective of him. Seeing the boy sidestepping Albus and his Machiavelli's manipulation with such ease made him realize that there were even more hidden secrets inside that pretty head of his heir, but he didn't care. At that moment he glowed with pride and wanted to able to shout out the feeling for the whole world to hear. He is brilliant and he is mine. And just when he thought nothing can surprise him anymore, he learned from Bogrud that Hadrian, as Howell heir, was allied with some of the royal houses, between which could be found the Rurik house, who was led by the always beautiful Ice Queen Olga. Olga, his little Tichka Sinichka. His thoughts traveled back in time, and he was once again a simple Durmstrang student with big dreams, falling head over heels for the stunning, smart little bee-owned angel, only to be cruelly separated when it was discovered that she was the Russian princess. His musings come to a halt when a knock was heard on his study's mahogany door. "Enter," he allowed, and, quietly, a cloaked figure entered the room and bowed quickly in front of the armchair he was seated upon. My lord, I have returned, the figure stated reverently, thick adoration filling its voice. And have you completed the mission? Grindelwald inquired with a lifted brow, still twirling the chess piece in his hand. I'm sorry, my lord, but it seems that someone got there before us. The orphanage was already burnt to the ground before we arrived and all its occupants were dead, seeming to have been tortured prior to the fire. Really, now, he said musingly, taking a sip of his cognac, silently wondering who could have been the one to do it. And sir, the Reaper continued giving the report, the place. It reeked of a magic as dark as yours, my lord. If the Reaper was disturbed by the sudden wide smile that appeared on the Dark Lord's face or the chuckle that followed, he didn't show. Very good, brat, very good indeed. This time you got the upper hand. In a certain headmaster's office, burgundy eyes blazed with barely contained fire while the magic pulsated around contently, happy to have been freed, even if only for a small amount of time. The man closed his eyes, relieving the last hours in which he let his dark side take charge. The adrenaline flowing through his veins as he threw dark curse after dark curse upon the filth that dared to harm another magical child like it did to him, the pathetic begging for mercy, the smell of fear and the wonderful, wonderful screams that filled the air. He exhaled a deep breath, trying to calm his magic, plopping in the cushioned armchair and taking a sip of wine from his glass. Life was good. The moon was high in the starry sky when two disillusioned figures silently sneaked out from the Slytherin dorm. Carefully, as to not encounter any surprises in the form of grudge-carrying poltergeists or creepy caretakers, the two figures quietly crept in the shadows, heading towards the 7th floor of Hogwarts where their target could be found. The school was eerily quiet and the cool night air made them shiver slightly, making them increase the pace. The smell of old permeated the air and the only sounds heard were the soft snores of the portraits and their own breathing. Finally arriving on the 7th floor, one of the figures started to walk back and forth in front of the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. After reaching the count of 3, the figure stopped as a door started to appear on the wall opposite to the tapestry. Without further ado, the figure grabbed his companion hand and dragged him through the newly formed entrance. Silver eyes gleamed dangerously as the disillusionment charm was dropped and the door closed itself with an ominous click. Start talking, Harry, you have much explaining to do, the first demanded in a soft, deadly tone, pining the other with a glare. The other gulped. Dear father, dad and little Arya. How are you? I am fine, although I do miss you all very much already. This the first time I wrote a letter, ever, and I'm really happy that the first time I am writing one it's to my family. I always used to dream of having a family to whom I could send and receive letters from, and, now that my dream came true, I realize that my dreams pale in front of the real thing. I could never thank you enough for allowing me to experience this, for sharing with me the warmth and love of a real family. As I think you already know, as I imagine you told Professor Riddle to flow call you right after the end of the sorting feast, I was sorted into Slytherin after breaking what it seems to be the record of the longest time a student spent under the sorting hat, or so I've been told afterward. I'm still not sure if that is a good or a bad thing, to be frank, but I blame it all on Horatio, that is the sorting's hat name by the way, who went on and on about how he couldn't decide where to sort me. It seems that my traits endear me to every one of the 4 houses, resulting in the fact that, in the end, it was up to me to choose the house in which I wanted to be sorted in. I, of course, chose Slytherin. Not only was that the house of my brother Lucius, but also the one in which Sirius Black, one of the friends I made during the train ride, was sorted in. I am happy to say that even my other friend I made during the ride on the train, Severus Snape, was also sorted into Slytherin. Not that I had any doubt in mind about that, since I did got to know him rather well before he was sorted. One thing I have to say is that Hogwarts is huge. It's one of the most awesome places I ever seen, and it closely resembles a maze with all those tricky things one must know as to not get lost in it. Brother Lucius was very helpful in that aspect, offering me and my friends a tour of the castle, early in the morning, so that we could be able to find our way to class easily. I feel so bad for the rest of the students who don't have Lucius as a brother. Well, not really. I'm glad I get to have him all for myself. The classes are also very simple, or I think they are, but they might grow more difficult in the future. After all, I only had charms, Transfiguration and Herbology, so far. I really like Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, who is a kinda short wizard that teaches charms in a very enthusiastic manner and who showed us many cool spells that we will learn in his class, though it seems it will be a long time before we'll learn those. The Herbology teacher, Professor Sprout, who was the head of Hufflepuff, was also very friendly, though she seems to be a fan of some rather not so likable plants. Another interesting teacher was Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, who, though very strict, seems to really know what she's doing. I really enjoyed her class, though it seems that she doesn't like me that much, as she kept asking me questions and making mean remark towards me, a fact that surprised me as I'm not aware of doing anything that might have upset her. And speaking of Gryffindors, they don't seem to be fond of me in general, many of them glaring at me during the class. Especially James Potter, an arrogant prat who tried to befriend me on the train after insulting my friend Severus, something I didn't took too kindly to and which resulted in him bearing me a grudge. Well, I tried to ignore him so far, something that proved to be rather easy, especially since I have bigger problems. Like the fact that the whole school is full of people that worship my scar. Not that it isn't a cool scar or anything, but being stared at throughout the day without interruption becomes rather tiring after a while. Not to say that is slightly creepy. I really hope that all the stalking stops soon. Or at least before I go crazy. Well, that's all I have to say for now, and I hope that this letter finds you all well. Yours truly, Hadrian. P.S. Send my grandparents and auntie all my thanks for all they have done for me next time you see them, and tell them that I also miss them very much. And this is all of it, said Gabriel as he finished reading aloud the letter Hadrian sent, ruffling the curly blonde locks of Arya, who was seated beside him in the foyer. I don't like it, the bee-owned little girl suddenly announced with a pout. My angel seems annoyed by the school students, and that McGonagall lady seemed really nasty. When father returns home we have to show him the letter and make him punish all those that annoyed my brother, Arya fiercely declared, blue eyes alight with determination. Of course we'll make him, Gabriel easily agreed, barely containing his laughter at his daughter's self-righteous anger, as he folded the letter carefully. But before that, little lady, he said, anticipating the following argument, it's time for you to go to sleep. It's almost 10 p.m. right now, and we don't want your father to find out that you stayed awake till this late, do we? He might forbid you from eating dessert after dinner again, if that were to happen. The little girl was not convinced. But I can stay up late, if I want. I'm 5, a big girl now, she said, shoving her hand into Gabriel's face, 5 fingers wiggling to show their emphasis. Really, now, that is certainly true, but, Gabriel said, pretending to think hard, I wonder what Hadrian will say if he heard that his little sister refused to go to sleep like a good girl. Well, if you are sure that he will still like you even if you comport like a spoiled brat, like that boy James Potter he wrote us about, and even if you have dark circles around your eyes from the lack of sleep, then you can stay up, I don't mind, Gabriel continued, his eyes dancing in amusement as he watched his daughter's blue orbs widen in horror at the possibility of not being liked by Hadrian anymore. Maybe is better if I go to sleep, Arya finally said, softly biting her lip and lifting up her arms to be scooped up by Gabriel. I mean, even big girls like me need their sleep, she reasoned, obtaining an agreeing hum from her beautiful dad, who carried her upstairs as she rested her head sleepily on his shoulder. After taking Arya into her room, Gabriel summoned Dobby, the house elf, to help him bathe the little princess and change her into her nightclothes before putting her into the comfy bed. After tucking her in, Gabriel couldn't help a soft smile from appearing on his face as he watched his little princess snuggle into the warmth of the bed, pulling her favorite stuffed bunny closer to her. It was times like this that made Gabriel cherish his family all the more. He silently exited the room once he was sure his precious bee-owned angel was asleep, carefully closing the door, as he thought about the newest addition of his family. Even though he wasn't in any way a lover of politics, as he held no affection for those twisted games of power, Gabriel still was heir to the Delacour house and, as thus, knew very well how those games were played. Yes, he went to Wussy, Beauxbatons, as some referred to his alma mater. Yes, he loved being fashionable, and yes, he was declared again and again as the most desirable man in the Witch Weekly. But that didn't mean he was by any chance a pushover. Quite the opposite, really. Born into a family in which the girls were all Vila, attractive beings that made men go mad with lust and who could use their powerful allure in manipulating the opposite sex, Gabriel was instructed from his early years in how to use his natural charms to make those around him fulfill his every wish and bend to his every whim. His mother always said that being Vila was a curse, but Gabriel, who despite being a very attractive male wasn't a Vila as only females could be one, never understood that. That is until his sister was almost beaten by an wizard who became obsessed with her beauty and the court decided to let the guy go free, with no retribution for the deed. They said it was his sister's fault, that she used her allure on the poor wizard who then lost his mind because of the spell she cast on him. Bastards. It was then that Gabriel learned the truth. Learned how his mother and sister weren't even considered human, just some dirty magical creatures for others to use as they please, by the society in which he lived, and how they even went as far to say that his mother used her power to trap his father into marriage. Despicable liars. They didn't know how hard it was for a Vila to find someone who could see past their beauty and love them for themselves. Even he, who didn't have the accursed allure of a Vila, had a problem in finding someone who loved him for the person he was and not for his looks. That is until he found Abraxas who admired his cunning and wit, sweeping him off his feet with compliments not for his beauty but for his personality. Finally, a man he found worthy of being his husband despite his father's protest of, "Ce n'est pas possible. Il n'est même pas français," who fell on deaf ears. If anything though, the blind prejudice against his mother and sister, who soon turned to be against the Delacour family in itself, hardened him and made him aware of the ugly face of the world. After his unfortunate accident, which resulted in him being incapacitated from the waist down, Gabriel also became a highly cynical man. Not being able to do anything by himself, not being able to walk, to run, to swim, to make sweet love with the husband he adored, all those things really opened one's eyes. Despite putting a brave and cheerful facade up for his family and friends, he never really stopped thinking about his condition. Why him? What had he ever done to deserve such a punishment from God, to be denied the simplest of things? Why should he suffer the shame of being pitied, and falsely at that, by those who, not long ago, worshipped the very land he walked on and obsessively searched his attention? For him to have the gazes once filled with lust and desire look at him pityingly was more than he could stand. However, he never expressed the frustration he felt and buried all those feelings deep inside him. He didn't want to make his family suffer even more, didn't want the guilt Arya felt to increase, as he knew the girl was just as innocent as him in the matter. The fault rested on those who cast the curse. And more than all, he didn't wanted his beloved Abraxas to continue wasting his life and family fortune searching for a cure that didn't exist. So he resigned himself to his fate and put on a cheerful mask to keep everyone happy. But at the same time he learned to see what was hidden behind the kind facade one presented to the world, learned to not take anything up at face value. Because of that, when he heard that Abraxas wanted to adopt the boy that saved Arya from certain death, he was more than suspicious about the true reasons for his husband's sudden act of kindness. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard it was all due to their lord's order, though he didn't understand why their lord took a sudden interest in a child, be he even the only survivor of the killing curse. After reading the boy's, Hadrian's, interview in the Daily Prophet, however, he realized that he didn't care why he was to be adopted into their family. The boy deserved a stable home and unconditional love after the life he led. And after meeting Hadrian for the first time, the belief only grew stronger. Never had he seen a child, or an adult for the matter, with such jaded eyes that belonged to someone that had seen the truth of the world and survived its ugliness. Eyes so like his own. He immediately took a liking to poor boy who was so easy to tease. His blush was the cutest thing Gabriel had ever seen. Never had he imagined what the poor boy was capable of doing for him. Never had he thought that will come a day in which his paralyzed state will seem to have been nothing but a bad dream. A nightmare. But it did, and it happened almost at the cost of the boy's own life. Abraxas and Lucius will never know just how close of dying Hadrian had been after curing him. Hadrian himself had asked the healers and him to tell them that he only suffered of a bad case of magical exhaustion, after all. They were not to know that he used his own life source for the healing process. Foolish boy, always thinking about the others. Someone was bound to take advantage of his compassion one of these days. But that won't happen under his watch, thought Gabriel as he finally reached the foyer, elegantly taking a seat on the couch to wait for his husband's return, while enjoying the treats prepared for him by Dobby that were putted on the glass, round tables situated in front of said couch and letting the bright flames of the fireplace relax him with their playful dance. Gabriel knew that not only him, but also the whole Delacour and Malfoy family combined will do anything in their power to protect the boy who offered him a new chance at life. Even now Abraxas was away, working alongside their lord to ascertain that the announcement of Hadrian's real heritage went smoothly. Connected with the royal houses. If even a fraction from what he learned while in his last year at Beauxbatons about the royal houses that still existed today was true, then the issue was truly mind-blowing. The royal house of China, the Yu house, if he remembered correctly, was more than 8,000 years old, and even that fact was enough to send a cold shiver through him. If the house of China was that old, then what does that tell us about the Howells? Moreover, it seemed that 6 months ago the last head of the Yu house, Zhan Yonglong, died on the 10th of March 1962, leaving the house without a head until Yu Long, the 15-old family scion, managed to prove himself worthy of being the head of the house by changing the color of the house's emblem. A feat he hadn't managed in the last 6 months. He tried, making the house members, and not only, restless. Idly, he also remembered some of the Chinese protocol learned in Beauxbatons' class of world culture and politics, where they were told that it was forbidden to use the house's name, even a character out of a commoner's mouth, leading to punishment. If one wanted to refer to the royal house, they used the name of the current dynasty to do so. Also, one could only use Bai Sha or Huang Sheng when addressing or referring to the head of the house, and Tai Zi while doing the same for the scion. As he thought about all those rules, Gabriel felt a headache starting to arise. He was sure Hadrian will make a blunder on the first meeting with them, as he knew the child didn't care much for protocol. He will have to fix that before the boy caused an international incident to happen, one that couldn't be solved by only saying sorry. He inwardly grimaced. He had a lot of work ahead of him. Maybe he should hire an advisor specialized in Chinese customs and traditions. He had a feeling that not only Hadrian, but also him and the others will find the advisor beneficial to their cause. No one wanted to offend the House of Yu, and he was certain that there were many others' rules they will have to know to not do so. Too many for one, who was not raised with them, to remember. Sighing, he took a sip of his freshly brewed Persian tea from the Mazandaran province, enjoying the relaxing aroma. Really, what the Englishmen liked about adding milk in their teas and spoiling the original aroma, he could never understand. They truly didn't know what good taste was all about. As he took a bite from his friand, loving the exquisite flavor of butter and almond, Gabriel turned his thoughts toward the royal house of Japan, the Shindo house, about which, he now realized, knew even less than about the royal house of China. He knew that it was a house that was greatly interested in medicine, studying both the wizarding but also the Muggles' way of curing people intensely. The head of the house, Hiroto Shindo, was said to have graduated the Amaterasu Academy of Magic with top results and be a speaker of more than 30 languages, the exact number being unknown. Gabriel frowned at that. They will have to learn more about the Shindo house, and fast. He was certain that they will be the ones to show the most interest in Hadrian, considering the healing ability he possessed. And, as his lord always said, knowledge was power. But still, the most dangerous of the royal houses, despite having more information about said house than about any other, was the Rurik house of Russia. The head of the house, Rurik Olga Alexandrovna, known to many as the Russia's Ice Queen, was said to be a ruthless, manipulative ruler, and Gabriel knew she will have no qualms in using Hadrian's connection for her own good. It was a known fact, after all, that during her leadership Russia became more stronger than ever, her reforms revolutionizing the whole governmental system in an inspiring way. The prejudice was almost non-existing in that country, the Muggleborns being referred to as firstborns, that, though the fact that they were weaker than their pureblood counterparts was well known, were treated with the same respect. The same could be told about the magical creatures living there, who had more rights in Russia than in any other country, though they had to obey to a certain set of laws that were necessary for them to not become a danger to the society. The werewolves had to agree to being put to sleep in a special sector of St. Savati, the Russian wizarding hospital. On the period of the full moon, the vampires had to regularly come to the hospital to get their dose of blood, that was freely given by the donors, as to not be overcome with bloodlust and so on. Furthermore, in Russia the magic wasn't devised as dark or light but was seen only as a useful tool to have, and, to prove this point, they found a way to use the unforgivable curses in medicine: the cruciatus for treating neurological damage, the imperius for treating depression and or addiction to drugs, while the avada kedavra was used for giving painless deaths to those beyond any chance of recuperation. That isn't to say that using the curses with foul intention was without repercussion. Oh, no. The punishment for breaking the law was said to be terrifying, as the queen wrath was not to be taken lightly. And that kind of queen was sure to see all the advantages and political power Hadrian carried. She might even try to pressure them into making a marriage contract between Hadrian and her youngest daughter, Anna. That will be hard to refuse. Their only hope was that the rumors of Grindelwald and Olga being friends from their years at Durmstrang were true, because then Grindelwald, as Hadrian's grandfather, could reach a peaceful agreement with Olga that didn't involve any arranged marriage. Gabriel couldn't fight off a smirk at the thought how his father, Leon, might react when finding out the little tidbit about Hadrian being Grindelwald's grandson. It should be so amusing to watch, he thought as he put down his empty cup of tea and headed towards the entrance of the garden for a little walk. As he walked he realized that, when he first met Hadrian, he would have never realized that such a small boy had that much political power at his arm reach. Even now the full consequences of that were hard to grasp, and he knew that, because of the heritage he possessed, Hadrian's popularity will increase tenfold. And thinking of the child's already large fame, that was no joking matter. At first, when he heard about the plan of revealing Hadrian's heritage to the world, he was against it, if only because of the fame, and the responsibilities that came with said fame, that Hadrian will be forced to live with. Exploiting such a young child, using him for gaining a political advantage even at the cost of having him constantly under the spotlight, it was the first time he doubted his husband and his lord's judgment. He knew his lord was cold and unfeeling, but to think that even his husband could be so uncaring. Didn't he felt foolish after Abraxas explained everything? It seems that not only they had Hadrian's permission to reveal everything, and Gabriel had to admit that, for a child, Hadrian was intelligent enough to grasp the consequences of his decision, but also that, by revealing everything, the boy will become someone untouchable, protected both by those of light and dark. Claimed as a savior by the light, the grandson of the Dark Lord, and the power of the Howells at his disposition to keep both parties interested in wanting him as an ally. One had to be crazy to openly try to harm Hadrian and risk having both the light wizards and the dark ones after his skin. Not to say that, for his family, the Delacour, this will be the best way to make those who kept jarring them eat their words. He will take great pleasure in seeing all those who insulted his mother and sister, who spoke against their house, humiliate themselves in trying to earn the favor of the house they once despised, trying to earn the favor of the house who had a claim on the one who will undoubtedly become the most influential political figure, Hadrian Howell Malfoy. As his father always said, La vengeance est un plat qui se mange froid. Still, Gabriel knew how tiring it could get having everyone around you vying for your attention. And though, compared with his husband and father, he couldn't do much in the big scheme of things, he wanted to provide Hadrian with a sanctuary in which he could escape from all that pressure and also prepare more for facing it. He will make sure that being home, with his family, will be the boys, his sons, escape where he could learn and prepare for confronting the whole world, if need be. And he will have some words with Abraxas if he tried to bring up political matters while it was family time. Oh yes, he would. As he thought about all he would do to his beloved husband if he dared to go against his wishes, that including couch sessions for his lovely Abraxas, Gabriel didn't even notice that he already reached the garden until he found himself surrounded by roses and jasmine flowers. Shrugging, Gabriel proceeded to take a walk among evening primroses and night-blooming cereus, enjoying the night air under the moonlight. After all, he was able, now, of doing something as simple as taking a walk in the garden. Hadrian gulped as those familiar but all too strange at the same time silver eyes stared him down with a mix of anger, confusion, hurt and, was that relief shining inside those silvery depths? Damn it, he inwardly swore. Now he felt guilty. Leave it to Sirius to make feel so with only a look. I mean really now, it wasn't as if he didn't knew that the anger Sirius felt wasn't only for being thrown into a different dimension without so much as a by your leave or because he ended up into a boy's body in said dimension, though those certainly didn't help in soothing his ire, but also because he was worried about him, Hadrian. But it wasn't as he had it easy, you know. Well, sure, unlike him, Sirius didn't had that certain feeling he sometimes got telling him if Sirius was alright or not. But, honestly speaking now, even if he did had it, Sirius was way too logical to listen to such feelings without conclusive proof, so it didn't matter that much in the end. Now if only he could make Sirius reach the same conclusion. But, now that he thought about it, adding the uncertainty of not knowing what was happening and the fact that he had to cope with a whole new lifestyle to said worry, being forced to act all the time and lie to everybody around him, and yes, Hadrian could certainly see why Sirius was pissed. He mentally grimaced. There was no winning for him this time, was it? The only thing left for him to do was hope to get out of this alive, and yes, maybe he was exaggerating a bit, but he was the one who had to endure Sirius' glowering of doom, so he felt entirely entitled to a little exaggeration. He wearily sighed at the battle that waited for him ahead and at the fact that, seeing that his friend wasn't in any hurry to start the conversation, staying stubbornly silent and not lifting a finger to alleviate the tense atmosphere, it was up to him to do that and begin their long-waited talk. He let his eyes trail off in an attempt of gaining more time for organizing his chaotic thoughts, not that it helped any, but still a boy had to try taking in his surroundings as his lips unconsciously curled into a sad, barely noticeable smile as he finally noticed in what, exactly, the room transformed itself in. With blinding red and gold colors dominating the place, squashy, comfortable-looking armchairs spread all over the place and a brightly burning fireplace spreading warmth around, the Gryffindor's common room truly was the one place he felt most comfortable in. Was. Memories of partying and joking, of studying and plotting and of many, many other events, both happy and sad, assaulted him as flashes of better times passed through his mind, ones of a trio united by strong bonds of friendship that thought that could take on the world, together. With a bitter grimace replacing his smile, not that anybody could blame it for it, as the wound of betrayal was still throbbing painfully inside his chest, though he did do his very best to ignore it. Hadrian silently gestured to his companion to take a seat in front of the fireplace, together with him. "What do you want to know first?" he asked, in an almost whisper that seemed much too loud in the tense silence, or so it seemed to his terrified self after they seated themselves comfortable in two of the red, cushy armchairs found in front of the fireplace. How it is possible for us to be here?" Sirius finally breathed, dragging a hand through soft-looking dark brown locks while fixing Hadrian with his intense gaze, making the other turn away. "I mean, I understand the basic theory. I did my research, you know," he was quick to defend as if Hadrian might think badly of him otherwise, "and I already knew about dimension traveling being possible, though extremely rare as there are only 4 known wizards, beside us that managed to switch between dimensions. The last known reported incident of sorts, one that was backed up by indisputable evidence anyway. Though the unspeakables never really reveled in what the evidence consisted of, now that I think about it. Was back in the 13th century when Hermione the Old accidentally ended up in another dimension. Due to a mistake he did in a potion experiment, and it is such a pity that the mistake couldn't be replicated, as it will have been so fascinating to study all the possibilities. He suddenly stopped and took a deep breath as he realized he was babbling, not that Hadrian minded that, as he was having way too much fun at serious expense, if one was to judge by the way he seemed to fight off a smile, of course. "And what I mean to say is that we were dead, Hadrian," Sirius continued with a small glare at the poorly hidden amusement in the other's eyes. "Done for, kaput. We shouldn't have been able to travel into an alternate dimension in normal circumstances. Heck, we shouldn't have been able to do anything, well, besides becoming ghosts maybe, and, though I understand our current situation has something to do with your status as a master of death at the time, I don't understand how exactly you did it, how it worked. So please, do tell me, how." "Yes, do start with the easy questions," Hadrian couldn't help but think with an inward scowl, which he wouldn't show outwardly as he still liked being alive. "Thank you very much. To be completely sincere with you, my own," Hadrian started, addressing his friend with the old nickname that he knew that other wasn't that fond of, while he stared blindly into the fire, playful flames reflecting themselves beautifully in his viridian eyes. even I'm not sure how I did it, though I'll try my best to explain what I do remember. It's just that I was a mess at the time, still in shock. Dumbledore's an RR. He dryly swallowed, ignoring the flinch his friend's body gave at that name seeming to be too much of a painful reminder for them still. Really, if he ever again met that good-for-nothing friend of his that let himself manipulated by an old goat, he will strangle him with his own 2 hands. And his betrayal, Hadrian continued after getting his homicidal urges under control, weighing down on my mind. I remember I just wanted a way out of Dumbledore's schemes and manipulations. I wanted to be free of expectations, free of prophecies and free of Voldemort. I wanted a new chance at life for both you and me, especially you, my own, since it was my fault you died. It was only because of me that you lost your life. And smack! Hadrian flinched at the loud sound that filled the chamber, verdant orbs wide in disbelief as he gingerly lifted his hand to touch the cheek that was now decorated with a lovely red hand print, courtesy of his friend's unexpected slap. Never, Sirius said in harsh pants, his silver eyes throwing sparks, say that ever again in front of me. I wasn't your South Avenue, you didn't force me into anything, do you hear me? Everything I did, all the actions and decisions I ever took were taken because I choose to do so, and if I had to, I'll do it all over again, over and over. You are my friend, so I'll forgive you this time, but if you don't get over yourself and ever try to undermine my own independence again, there will be dire consequences that you don't want to face, believe me. And, looking at the expression Sirius had while he said that, believe Hadrian did. You are not to feel guilty over the consequences of my own decisions, Sirius continued, all fired up. Merlin knows, you did way beyond more than you should have to help everyone, much more than they ever deserved anyway, he finished with a huff, once again plopping on the armchair and gesturing for Hadrian to carry on now, before crossing his arm over his chest. Hadrian blinked once, twice, before a smile bloomed on his face as he watched the blush that started to spread across his friend's cheeks after the passionate speech he made, though the guilt still lingered in the depths of his brilliant green eyes. Thank you, my own, he said fondly, with one of the most beautiful smiles ever seen and a truly angelic expression on his face as he tilted his head slightly, his emerald orbs shining more brightly than ever with unspoken affection towards his precious friend who had his breath taken out of him by the sight of such a smile. So, anyway, as I was saying, Hadrian continued, suddenly catching himself and coughing a little awkwardly as he felt himself go red for displaying his feelings so openly, while he skillfully ignored the giggle Sirius hid behind his hand at his sudden change of expression. But still, he was a boy, for Merlin's sake. And boys didn't had mushy moments. There was all that going inside my head around that time, and I was slightly panicking, thinking that Dumbledore will force me return to life and leave you behind, when I suddenly knew what I had to do. There was no moment of illumination, no voice speaking in my head telling me what to do, it just was there, all of a sudden, as if had always been, and never once did I question, at the time, from where did all that knowledge came, which was pretty stupid of him, if he was to be honest, not that he will say so aloud and give Sirius more ammunition against him. He still wasn't that stupid. To the me of then, knowing what to do is to make my wish of escaping Dumbledore and having a new chance at life together with you, my best friend, come true, was something as natural to me as breathing. It was as if, out of the blue, I solved all of the universe's mysteries and I knew anything there was to know about everything, he continued, looking to Sirius as if he was trying to solve a particularly difficult puzzle, his brows furrowed in concentration as he tried to recall the peculiar feeling. After everything was said and done with, and I woke up in this world, I could remember bits and parts of what I did and what it entailed, but for the life of me I couldn't recall the spell or anything specific about the process of getting here. I knew that I was in another dimension, in an alternate reality of my world. I knew that you accompanied me here, but that neither you nor I will retain our previous identities and that we will have to adopt the ones of our counterparts in this universe. About that, Hadrian, Sirius interrupted hesitantly, biting his bottom lip. What happened to the real Hadrian and Sirius? Did they die? I mean, I tried to look up any information about soul magic in the Black Library, but I didn't find anything useful that could help me in figuring it out. And believe me, I searched long and hard, but since our situation is pretty much unique, there was nothing I could find. It's not like there was another master of death that wrote down his knowledge for us to learn from, Sirius said, frustrated with both himself and the lack of information they had. At that, Hadrian couldn't contain a snicker from escaping him. No matter the gender, his friend will always be the same. When in trouble, check the library rule still applied even in this dimension, it seemed. Don't worry, both Hadrian and Sirius are about as dead as Harry and Hermione are, Hadrian said, delighted to know something that Sirius couldn't find out. It was such a rare experience. He had to enjoy it properly. What do you mean by that? Sirius asked, with a confused look on his face, much to Hadrian's pleasure. Well, how to explain this? He pondered aloud, thinking of the best way to put his thoughts into words, as it was quite complicated to explain. Look, right now I am neither Harry Potter nor Hadrian Malfoy, and you are neither Hermione Granger nor Sirius Black, he started, fishing his mind for the right words. Rather, we are the combined entities of them, a perfect combination of two souls, molded perfectly one into another. What were once two separate souls were merged together perfectly, forming only one. However, since the souls of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were older, and since they were the ones to initiate the merging, they were more potent, causing the me of now, the new soul created by the merging of Harry Potter and Hadrian Malfoy's souls, to think of myself more as Harry than Hadrian, the Harry part of me being more dominant over my personality. The same with you. Do you get what I want to say? Asked Hadrian, uncertain, not knowing if his explanation was clear enough. Yes, I think I really do. What a fascinating concept this is, Sirius said excitedly, mulling over what Hadrian just explained. Also, I don't think our counterparts were chosen at random, Hadrian continued, not knowing whether he should share this particular theory with Sirius or not. What I'm about to tell you isn't certain, he cautioned, deciding that it was better to be thought of as being paranoid rather than hide something from the only person he could be completely honest with, but I have a feeling that our presence in this particular universe isn't at random. How so? Sirius inquired, ready to at least listen to what Hadrian had to say before voicing his opinion. If there was anything that life as Harry Potter's best friend has taught him, was to not dismiss his strange, I have a feeling, theories. They proved to be true most of the time, even when everything else pointed out the opposite. Draco Malfoy, anyone? Well, it's just that, somehow, our counterparts were chosen in such a way that we become somehow the upgraded version of the people we once were, Hadrian started to explain to an attentive Sirius. The original Hadrian Malfoy and Harry Potter were like the different sides of the same coin, my own. Harry Potter could have been like Hadrian Malfoy and vice versa if they only made one different choice about how to cope with things. As it was, by making that one different choice they became completely different persons despite their similarity. Hell, Hadrian Malfoy was Minnie Riddle all over again, a Dark Lord in the making, Hadrian explained, remembering the hate that existed inside him in the first days after the merging, and by merging with him I became more cunning, more centered on my education, more ready to make small sacrifices to reach my goals. It's only thanks to the fact that Harry is dominant that I don't plan on taking over the world. The Harry in me finds it too troublesome, Hadrian said, with small smirk, trying to lighten the situation as he could see Sirius become more apprehensive. The same in your case, my own. Both Sirius Black and Hermione Granger were smart, very smart, but they decided to use their intelligence differently. Sirius became a genius prankster with no respect for the rules that, though was wasting his potential uselessly, was able to think on his feet and improvise, while Hermione, on the other hand, became a genius student who could solve any mystery using her brains, though she was a bit too much of a rule lover and had trouble adapting to situations outside her area of expertise. As such, by combining those two, you were born someone both smart and able to think on his feet, though you also seem to have gained a bit of a temper on the side, Hadrian added playfully, earning himself a bump in the shoulder. That's truly interesting, Sirius said thoughtfully, as his mind pondering restlessly over everything he heard, but what made you think that we have some sort of purpose here? Well, I think you noticed that this world is different from our original one, right? Questioned Hadrian with a grin, making Sirius snort. That's an understatement if I ever heard one, Sirius flatly replied to that. Firstly, we are in the past. Secondly, the dates and the events are all messed up, though it seems that the differences between our world and this one start getting more noticeable around the late 40s, the most obvious being, of course, the escape of Grindelwald from prison. Also, there is also the glaringly obvious lack of Voldemort, Tom Riddle seeming to have decided that being a teacher is much better than being an evil overlord in this universe, a decision that I heartily support, by the way, Sirius said, making Hadrian shake his head in amusement. There is also the fact that Sirius continued in his teacher mode, looking as if he was holding a lesson. Though prejudice against non-purebloods exists, it isn't as extreme as it was in our world, seeing that it seems to be focused mostly on muggles these days, muggleborns and half-bloods still being largely accepted if they renounce their muggle habits and immerse themselves completely into wizarding society. That might be, though, a direct consequence of Grindelwald's escape from prison, seeing that, in his ideals, the prejudices preached are not focused on blood but more against people that completely lack magic, muggles, thinking of them as inferior beings. It seems that for Grindelwald, as long as one has magic, he has no problems with it. Beside that, there are also the minor differences, like the fact that many people were sorted in other houses than the ones we thought they'll get in considering what we knew from our old world's past, the fact that there are some witches or wizards existing here that we never heard of, or that some we did know of don't exist in this world, and so on. Minor things that will cause major changes to the future, a future that I can guarantee you will not be even remotely similar to the one we know of. And every difference between these worlds is caused by one little event that had gone in a different way from how it went into our world, event caused by an important figure to the timeline and which took place in the early 40s, if I calculated correctly, seeing that around then did the differences between the worlds we know seem to appear. One little change that caused a chain reaction shocking the universe's whole structure from its core, quite the butterfly effect, I must say, Sirius said merrily, looking at how the fire shadows played on Hadrian's face in a mesmerizing dance. I have to admit that I like this world better, Hadrian, Sirius confessed shyly. In my other life my parents never understood me, though I loved them and they loved me, and, in the end, I was even forced to obliviate them so that I could fight for what I believe in. Beliefs, that I now know, were based on my ignorant knowledge about a society I didn't even truly understand at the time. Just remembering about the Spew campaign makes me want to hide my head in the sand now that I know that house elves have to bond with a wizard for their own survival. I was practically demanding their deaths, Hadrian, without having the slightest clue about what I was doing, and nobody thought to inform me of such, letting me become a laughing stock. But here, Hadrian, has been so wonderful so far. I come to care for the Black family, my family, though I had to manipulate them slightly as to not make them suspicious of my comportment, which, I'm glad to say, greatly differs from the original Sirius immature one, and though I don't agree with all their ideals, I think can understand from where they are coming from with their beliefs. Not to say that the lack of having an psychopathic evil lord chasing us across the country is an added bonus, chirped Sirius in cheerily, enjoying Hadrian's snickers and the homey atmosphere that replaced the original tense one. Well, Sirius, started Hadrian sheepishly, not wanting to ruin the moment with such serious talk but knowing he had no choice. Though there isn't chasing us across the country, the psychopath evil overlord might still exist in this world also, though better hidden from public's view. Though one had to wonder how he escaped Dumbledore's radar for evil intent, Hadrian couldn't help but wonder. Not only that, but if he does exist, even though you might stay out of trouble by not associating with me, he continued, earning a death glare and a whack across the back of his head causing him to grin broadly. I, on the other hand, will have not only one but two overlords trying to get me into their folds, he announced abruptly, his broad grin belittling his serious tone of voice, causing Sirius to erupt into a choking fit. What? Sirius inquired shrilly after his coughing fit was over, his eyes becoming watery thanks to it. Explain, he continued in a growl. Only if you tell me what you have been up to as well, Hadrian said childishly, having missed all the friendly banter. It's not fair if only I talk. Hadrian, eep Ed, that flat, menacing tone was the scariest thing he ever heard. Gulping, he started to talk. And talk some more. It was really liberating to get everything off his chest, Hadrian was forced to admit, if only to himself, but that didn't change the fact that till he finished recounting every little thing that happened from the moment he arrived into this universe until the present, his throat became sore from all the exertion it was subjected to. "Wow, just wow," Sirius said after Hadrian finished retelling his misadventures. "You certainly kept busy, I see. Grindelwald's grandson, Hywel's heir, connections with both sides of the war taking place. That's a lot to take in all of a sudden. Do you realize now that once this becomes public knowledge your every move will be watched and dissected carefully by the press, right? Your experience as the boy who lived will be child-played compared with what you should expect from now on. How the heck do you always manage to get yourself in such a mess?" he questioned, in a tired voice, shaking his head in an exasperated manner while Hadrian gave an uneasy laugh. "It wasn't as if he tried to get into all those things, it just, kinda happened. Really. However," Sirius continued, "though I understand your reasons for being weary of Riddle, until we are certain that he is still Voldemort in this universe, don't do anything foolish like confronting him or something equally stupid. We have to get our act straight and properly investigate the history of this world before we take any action. Even if Hagrid still is a groundskeeper at Hogwarts, it wouldn't do to jump blindly to conclusion, as the reason for that might be different from the one in our world. We don't even know if the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was indeed unleashed here, after all." "I understand, Sirius. I'm not an idiot, you know," Hadrian said, scowling at the "really. You could have fooled me" look that appeared on his friend's face. "I just said that Riddle is a definitely suspicious person. Anyway," he continued, ignoring Sirius' childish actions because he could be the more mature one for once, "what I really wanted to talk about isn't that. The thing is, the connection between me and Voldemort, our world's Voldemort, still exists and I still get visions through the scar," he said simply, not wanting to go into details about what the visions contained as he didn't want to burden his friend with feelings of guilt that were only his carry. After all, he was the one who decided to abandon that world to Voldemort. It was his choice and he will learn to live with it. There was nothing that he could do now, so regret was meaningless and he refused to waste this new chance at life. If Hadrian thought that Sirius would be surprised by that, though, he was dead wrong, as his friend remained unperturbed by that little piece of information. "I expected that," Sirius simply replied. "The fact that you survived the killing curse, again, is not exactly a secret, you know," he continued dryly, and seeing that the curse didn't fulfill its purpose, all that magical energy contained by it had to be used somehow. "My theory is that, despite the fact we are in a different universe from Voldemort's, as long you contain a piece of him inside you, thanks to the fact he used your blood in his revival ritual, your soul is still bound to what we could call the mortal plane." Wait, Hadrian interrupted suddenly. "What Voldemort used in his weird ritual isn't the blood of this body, but the one of the body I used to have, so how come is still affecting me? Are you for real? The blood, used in a potion or ritual, isn't just a sample of DNA, for Merlin's sake. Blood is one of the most obscure, but powerful ingredients one could use, highly dangerous as his properties are still not discovered in their entirety. Why do you think blood magic is forbidden? Because it is highly unpredictable and volatile, that's why. Anyway, because of that, as the Avada Kedavra's curse, magical energy wasn't used to kill you, it was used to reopen the connection you had with Voldemort, at least on this side, which was blocked for a while by our arrival in a new universe. Don't worry though, Voldemort is still mortal, he can still be killed by them. They're seeing that, although you are still his Horcrux for now, you are not in that world to help in keeping him grounded to his body. And I don't think you have to worry about being possessed by him ever, seeing that, if what you told me about the souls of Hadrian and Harry merging is true, I don't think that the perfect mold of two souls has any reason to be afraid of a tiny fragment," Sirius finished explaining. "So you mean to say that I'm kinda immortal now?" asked Hadrian hesitantly, making Sirius roll his eyes in an universal, "why me?" gesture. "No, Hadrian, it doesn't mean you are immortal. You can still die quite easily of old age or if someone were to slash your throat. What it means is that as long as Voldemort is alive, even if you die, your soul will remain on this plane, most likely as a ghost or specter, and that the killing curse doesn't have enough power to blast your soul out of your body. You can say that you are somewhat immune to the Avada Kedavra, but I wouldn't test that theory anytime soon if I were you," Sirius said as he tried to fight off a smile at his friend's amusing questions. He really had missed him. "Going on though," Sirius said, changing the subject, When did you say you could try passing the probes as to obtain access to the Highwell archive? He asked with what seemed like stars in his eyes, finally letting out his inner bookworm out. He had wanted to ask that since he first heard Hadrian talk about it, but he contained himself as there were other issues they had to clear. I mean, just think about it, the world's hugest library containing knowledge gathered since ancient times in it, under her friend's control. Of course he had to take advantage of that. Honestly, as it was, if it weren't for him all that wonderful information might have gone to waste, as he knew that his damn lucky friend didn't appreciate the true value of his heritage. I didn't say, was the bemused reply of Hadrian gave at that, earning himself a glare, but I have to be at least 14. But why should it matter to you when? Just kidding, just kidding. He hastily amended, trying to soothe the ire of Sirius, who was now positively glowering at him murderously. He should have known better by now, really. Nobody came between his friend and a book. Never happened and never will, he thought, amused to himself as his friend huffed in his armchair. That long, huh? Sirius inquired with a pout. Well then, I just have to keep us occupied in the meantime for the time to pass faster, isn't that right, Hadrian? He suddenly said, with a mischievous smile on his face. And what, exactly, do you suggest doing? Inquired Hadrian warily, not liking the maniac gleam in the other's eyes not even one bit. Why, my friend, that should be obvious, Sirius replied, his grin getting broader. Just 2 words, world domination. Hadrian stared, and blinked, and stared some more. Huh, Regulus was bored, like utterly and completely so. Also, he was stiff. Sitting still for such a long time in an uncomfortable chair could make one become so after a while, he reckoned. He let out a weary sigh. Just how long did that damn healer planned on making him and his family wait? Didn't he knew who they were? They were the Blacks, a noble and ancient pureblood family. They shouldn't be forced to wait, but rather the opposite. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. It wouldn't do any good to throw a tantrum at the moment, as it wouldn't solve anything with the sole exception of making him look like a spoiled brat in front of his aunt and uncle. And that simply wouldn't do. From the corner of his eyes, he took a glance at his family, and he was pleased to notice that they also didn't seem too pleased with being made to wait for so long, if one were to judge by their small frowns and pursed lips. But, sadly, there wasn't anything that they could do, since they were informed that the healer they came to see was busy doing a healing session to an wizard who had been brought in a critical state, on the brink of death, after being poisoned with a concoction made using various deadly poisons. So unlucky. Looking at his Aunt Ruella, a beautiful yet sickly pale woman, with straight, light owned hair and pale blue eyes, that was clutching in her hands the corners of her simple, but expensive, dark red robe, nervously, made Regulus want to find and strangle the bastard that caused his family this suffering. First his brother Sirius and now his cousin Andromeda. That bastard was going down. And going hard, if he was to go, judging by his stone-faced father and uncle that were practically radiating killing intent at the moment. Both men were dressed in black-fitting robes and standing with their backs straight as an arrow, their silver eyes observing everything with an eerie, sharp accuracy. Regulus couldn't recall any other situation in which he saw those two looking more dangerous than at the moment. And that was saying nothing of his mother. Emanating a cold fury with her lips pressed into a tight line, she stood more regal than ever in her midnight blue robes, while she suddenly clutched in a supportive manner the hand of his aunt, who gave a soft smile at the gesture. Usually, such emotional acts were to not be done in public, as it depicted weakness, and if his mother, of all people, decided that it was necessary for her to do so, then his Aunt Ruella was feeling worse than he had imagined her to. As he let his eyes trail over the tastefully decorated office in which they were brought in to wait for the healer. A spacious room with large windows left open to let the afternoon sun pour in, while the light blue draperies swished gently in the breeze, with a small desk, neatly organized, sitting right in front of them, and with some shelves full of books aligned at the wall. A room that he would have enjoyed to be in if it wasn't for these damn uncomfortable chairs they were forced to sit in. Regulus mused upon the events of yesterday when, after reading Sirius' letter, they went to Cygnus' house. Once they arrived there, and as soon as they finished dusting themselves of any dust particles that got stuck on their robes while they used the flow, they shortly got to work, each having a certain task to accomplish. Orion was tasked with finding a healer specialized in cases regarding compulsion webs and making an appointment with said healer for that very evening. While Cygnus was to flow Hogwarts and explain the situation to the school's headmaster, one Tom Riddle fellow that it seems his family greatly respected, before returning to the mansion with Andromeda in tow, without letting any other soul know about taking the girl home for a checkup, with the exception of Narcissa, that is, specially not serious since they wanted him to enjoy his life at Hogwarts without any reminders of his difficult ordeal. Walburga took charge of the mansion, ordering house elves around to cook meals or clean up the place, while Regulus was made to spend the time with his Aunt Ruella to try and take her mind off the situation at hand. An impossible task, if he ever saw one, but at least his aunt made an valiant effort and tried to play a game of wizarding chess with him while they waited for the return of Orion and Cygnus. The first to return had been Cygnus, who was accompanied by an ashen-faced Andromeda that was immediately engulfed in a hug by her mother, who started to cry on the girl's shoulders, whispering things like, "Don't worry," and "Everything will be all right, sweetie," between sobs. The time spent waiting for Orion's return with the healer had been tense and awkward, nobody knowing what to say without making the situation worse, and, when the fireplace's flames became green, out of them stepping his father and an unknown man that seemed to be in his 40s, with short, white hair, tanned skin and hazel eyes, Regulus barely stopped himself from jumping up and down in joy at a diversion from the awkward atmosphere. The unknown man proved out to be healer Marconi, and private healer who owned his own clinic and who was specialized in dealing with rare affections, as the ones caused by a compulsion web. Dressed in pure white robes, without any speck of dirt on them, Marconi had a rather no-nonsense air about him, and he didn't waste any time in presenting the harsh truth to his new clients. "Compulsion webs are hard to get rid of," was the first thing the man said in a deadpan voice as he made eye contact with everyone in the room, "though not impossible. Young serious situation is enough proof of that, though his survival is owed in a very large part purely to luck, as the ritual he chosen to use could have very well ended up killing him instead," he continued, making Walburga flinch at being reminded of how close to death her son had been. "I have to admit that I'm very disturbed with this situation," the healer continued stiffly, "as it is no joking matter, and I'm afraid that I have to require your permission to make the incident public. And before you protest," he continued, raising his palm up front to put a stop to the oncoming protests, "I wanted to let you know that maybe your family wasn't the only one who had her members put under a compulsion web. And that not many are lucky enough to discover the presence of such a web without the help of a specialized magical scan made specially for finding any traces of such web influencing the comportment of an witch or wizard. As it is, though, without an concrete incident I can use as an example, it is impossible for me to make the wizarding population take such a threat seriously and make them start requesting for the magical scan necessary to find out the truth," he said, staring unflinchingly in Walburga's eyes, who he quickly realized will be the one to make the decision of listening or not to his request, and at her slow nod of acceptance he felt his tense muscles relax just a bit. "Thank you. Now," he said, turning towards Andromeda, who seemed very afraid of everything that was happening around her, clutching her mother's hand tightly in her own as her amber orbs seemed to be ready to burst into tears at any moment, as this the young lady thought to be under the influence of a compulsion web. Asked Marconi, sending a gentle smile towards the beautiful girl still dressed in her Hogwarts robes, with the Slytherin mark proudly displayed in the front and with her chestnut-colored hair put up in a ponytail. At her hesitant nod, Marconi beamed a brilliant smile and bowed formally. "Then, young lady, do I have your permission to perform a magical scan on your lovely person?" he then asked, and Andromeda squeezed her mother's hand for one last time before going in front of Marconi and looking him straight in the eyes, full of determination. "Do it," she ordered quietly but with a steely undercurrent in her voice. "I don't want to live unsure whether my actions and decision are really my own or rather made under an external influence," she replied, and the healer couldn't help but admire her courage. Not waiting any second in plus, he wiped out his wand and started to cast a pretty long Latin incantation as he pointed it towards the girl, whose body started to become engulfed in an reddish glow after the healer finished the casting. "I'm sorry," was all Marconi said after he was done, and promptly Druella started to cry, burying her head into her husband's shoulder, who also froze at the news. To suspect was one thing, but to confirm it. "What can be done to get rid of it?" Andromeda asked, refusing to allow herself to cry over the result. No matter that everything she ever done or said was a lie and that even her thoughts weren't solely hers, she could and would stay strong. If her younger cousin managed to deal with this on his own, then so could she when she had all her family support. Not much for now, I'm afraid. The ritual your cousin used isn't in any way safe, and I can't condone to it with a clean conscience, the healer said with a small frown. You will have to accompany me and accept being hospitalized into my clinic right now though, he continued, addressing not only Andromeda but the whole room, so that I could run more in-depth scans and testes which can't be done here due to the lack of proper equipment, necessary so that I could figure out the best way to break the web, seeing that the older one gets, the harder it is to get rid of it. I will also have to contact a mind healer and curse breaker to consult them over the matter. As it is, the answer to that particular question can't be answered until tomorrow, at the earliest, Marconi said, and, after going over some technicalities with Cygnus and Orion, Orion and Andromeda went to the clinic, leaving the other occupants of the house cope with the news. Once they were gone, Druella stood up and locked herself into her bedroom, crying herself to sleep while Cygnus proceeded to drown his sorrow in alcohol, leaving Walburga and Regulus helpless to do anything to, well, help. And here they were now, nerve-wrecked and miserable, waiting for the healer to come and tell them if there was any safe way to get rid of Andromeda's compulsion web, healer who seemed to take great pleasure in torturing them with the weight. Just as Regulus thought that enough was enough and decided to throw out the window any sense of decorum to start behaving like the child he was, the door of the office were suddenly opened, saving him from such a shame as Marconi entered through it, tired-looking but seemingly bearer of good news if one was to judge by the mouth-splitting grin he was wearing. Ladies, gentlemen, I bring you good news. There is still hope for your daughter. The day would beep. Hadrian knew that as soon as he was, so cruelly, ripped from his sweet dreams by the freezing cold water splashed on him. Sputtering, he jumped out of his bed and, turning to see who dared do such a thing to him, was faced with a bored-looking Severus Snape. Figures. You refused to wake up, was the explanation delivered in a decidedly not apologizing drawl, as if the risk of him catching pneumonia was worth it as long as he woke up in time. Muttering a few chosen words under his breath, after he snapped shut the curtains surrounding his bed into Severus' face, that is, he changed into his school robes before joining his housemates that were already waiting for him. Achoo, bless you, smirked Severus, and, somehow, that didn't made Hadrian feel any better. That could be though, because the one blessing him was the same one that caused him to sneeze in the first place. Imagine that. It's all your fault, he accused, scrunching up his itching nose, ignoring the snickering Lestrange and Rosier had at his expense, and giving his ex-potions professor a glare, which promptly caused a new wave of snickers to erupt as the glare made him look more adorable than threatening, at the moment. With the worst case of bed hair ever seen at Hogwarts, hurriedly put on robes and gray circles surrounding his verdant eyes, Hadrian looked just like an enraged panda. A cute enraged panda, at that. Surprisingly, Severus didn't cower in fear in front of his wrath. No, it isn't my fault, the one who was to make his life difficult no matter the universe stated plainly. It's yours. If you had woken up in time, none of this would have happened, he continued in a drawling voice, an unimpressed tone though there was amusement sparkling in those black eyes of his. Hadrian simply grumbled at that. It wasn't as if it was his fault that he couldn't wake up in time. He had been, after all, forced by Sirius to spend most of the night discussing the way they should handle their situation best. World domination wasn't that easy to plan, you know. There are many factors one had to take into consideration, really, so many in fact that Hadrian wondered why anyone would even bother with it. It totally wasn't worth the headache he had at the moment. Sirius was a perfectionist after all. Speaking of which, today is gonna beep, he proclaimed in an, it's a fact, deal with it, voice as he turned toward said Sirius who, despite going to sleep at the same time as him, looked as well rested as ever, looking as if he came out of a fashion magazine even, dressed in immaculate robes, not a hair out of place, as he watched him banter with Severus. And I'm gonna blame you, Sirius, for how it's gonna turn out, he continued, making the boy look at him bemusedly. What, why, how it's gonna be my fault if your day turns out to be a bad one? Sirius demanded to know, crossing his arms with an amused smile on his face. Hadrian looked at him as if he was missing a neuron. I didn't say that it would be your fault, he slowly explained, as if he was talking to a child. I only said that I was going to blame you. That, combined with serious, childish response of sticking his tongue out at Hadrian, proved to be too much for the poor Lestrange and Rosier. They blew up in all-out laughter. Severus looked for a moment at the two purebloods with a sneer on his lips and felt the need to shake his head. Idiots. Stop it, already, please. You are killing me, Rosier wheezed out once he managed to calm down, with a big grin on his face and his violet eyes sparkling with mirth. And what a waste that would be, Severus couldn't help but comment, and, not a moment later, he found his personal space invaded by Rosier, who messed his hair up, making him scowl. Loosen up, mate, live your life a little. What's wrong in enjoying ourselves? The fact that we are wasting precious time here, instead of going to the Great Hall, for one, Severus deadpanned as he fixed his hair. We are gonna miss breakfast if we continue like this, you know. Then let's go already. I'm starving, Hadrian said, in a bad mood still, as he turned to head towards the exit only to be stopped by Lestrange putting a hand on his shoulder. Wait, 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 the brown-eyed boy exclaimed. Are you seriously saying that you'll go out in the Great Hall looking like this? When your brother is who he is? Hadrian looked in a mirror behind Rosier to check out his appearance. Yeah, so, he asked, not finding anything wrong with his image. And what is that about Lucius? He then inquired with a puzzled face. You really don't know, don't you? Curiously asked Rosier at that, violet eyes widened in disbelief. I said so, didn't I? Snapped Hadrian, irritated with all the mystery. Were people trying to get on his nerves this morning? Well then, young Malfoy, Lestrange started in a formal tone, it is my great pleasure to announce you that your brother, Lucius Malfoy, has been chosen every year consecutively since he came at Hogwarts as what? Questioned Sirius as the dramatic pause stretched too much. As the best well-dressed student in all Hogwarts. Lestrange declared with a flourish, making Severus snort, Sirius roll his eyes and Rosier grin anew. Hadrian stared expectantly at him though, knowing that the pureblood wasn't done talking. With the same robe model for all of us, it's truly a challenge to make one stand out in a positive way, Lestrange indeed continued, shaking his head sadly as he gestured to the robes they wore. But, and here his voice stated to raise passionately, your brother proved to be an inspiration to all the students suffering from the curse of this dull wardrobe we are forced to have. With only his own style and a few simple accessories he managed to clearly distinguish himself from the rest of the existing mass of Hogwarts students. As such, you can't possibly go out in such a state. Messy hair, rumpled robes, bad posture. No, it simply won't do. You don't want to disgrace your brother, do you? Lestrange dramatically inquired, as Hadrian idly wondered if the boy had been such a drama queen, king, whatever, yesterday too, and, if so, how the heck he didn't notice that little fact. It had to be a brother's thing, he concluded as he remembered that even the other, older Lestrange had an eccentric personality. But what do you want me to do now? It's too late to change. Hadrian pointed out, but Lestrange was not to be relented. Skip breakfast, he said, making Hadrian's green orbs widen in horror at the prospect, and I'll stay with you to help you get properly ready for the day. Oh, for Merlin's sake, muttered Sirius before pointing his wand at Hadrian. Comatus, Vestimentaire, Recuro. The boy impatiently cast 3 spells, in a quick succession, that fixed Hadrian's hair, smoothed out his robes and got rid of the dark circles surrounding his eyes, leaving Hadrian feeling refreshed. He received a questioning quirk of the brow from Hadrian as a reward for his efforts. Mother taught me these spells, clarified the black heir with a roll of the eyes. Anyway, now the problem it's fixed. Let's go, he continued, grabbing Hadrian's hand and leading him towards the exit, leaving the others to follow. As he went after his boisterous dorm mates, Severus sighed. It was going to be a long and tiring year of school. A very, very long one. The Great Hall was, as always, buzzing with noise when the first-year Slytherins arrived. The long tables were filled to the brim with delicious dishes that students, from all years and houses, were stuffing their faces in, some more elegantly than others, knowing that they will need the energy provided to keep up with the work required by their classes. Not to say that the food was really good. As discreetly as possible, crossing the great hall swiftly, with quick steps, Hadrian and his friends took their seats at the Slytherin table and started to fill their plates with their favorite dishes. Eat up, both of you," Lestrange said to Hadrian and Sirius as he munched on a strawberry gem-covered slice of bread. "You need your strength if you want to keep winning points for Slytherins as yesterday." "It's not like only they got points, Lestrange. Don't make their ego become more inflated than it already is. They're nothing special," scowled another first-year Slytherin, one Brutus Goyle, a rather dumb-looking boy with small dull eyes, long gorilla arms, and short, neatly brushed black hair. Though Hadrian had to admit that he seemed more intelligent than his son from the other dimension. At least this Goyle knew how to speak using full sentences. "Goyle, eat or talk? Don't do both, it's disgusting," Severus sneered at his year-mate who only shrugged carelessly. "Better yet though, don't talk at all. It's not like you have anything smart to say and it only makes you look stupid." "Well, stupider," he amended, after giving Goyle a once-over. "Nobody asked you, Snape," said Patricia Parkinson nastily, the only other Slytherin that was a girl beside Deidre Zabini in his year, and who Hadrian remembered as being the aunt of another rather annoying Slytherin girl named Pansy. Unlike Zabini though, who was a beautiful girl with milky white skin, large blue eyes, rosy lips and long, black hair, Parkinson had sickly pale skin, small, narrowed green eyes, shoulder-length dirty owned hair and pursed lips as if she was always beeping a sour. Her personality was also just lovely. "It's not like your opinion matters here," Parkinson continued with a sneer, making Severus clench his fists though his face remained perfectly blank. "Sorry, I didn't know that stupidity was promoted," he snorted derisively at the girl, careful to keep his tone unaffected. "Why, you little half-blood. You dare." "Oh, choke on it, Parkinson," interrupted Sirius, rolling his eyes at the girl. "We don't appreciate your venom here. You think you are so smart now, Black, don't you? But we all know you are a disgrace to your family," she said with a snarl, annoyed at his defense of the half-blood. "It's not like I think of me as particularly smart," the Black Heir drawled, making Hadrian choke on the sip of pumpkin juice he was taking. "Yeah, right, sure he didn't, but when I hear what comes out from your mouth I do feel like I'm gaining more confidence in myself," he said, making Severus' lips curl in an amused smirk. "That's a good one, Sirius," Hadrian intervened with a snicker, fixing Parkinson with chilling green eyes that made her bristle as his grin transformed itself into a cold smile. "And I think he spoke for all of us when he said that. If all you're going to do is make mean comments, then better stay silent and don't talk unless you can improve the silence, Parkinson." "Not to say that Lestrange had a point," Rosier added. "Malfoy and Black did earn 21 house points for Slytherin on their own yesterday. And we would have got even more if that hag McGonagall would have fairly awarded Malfoy the points he deserved for his answers. No matter though, if we keep this up the House Cup is within our reach. That is, if our Quidditch team doesn't lose too badly," Rosier added as an afterthought, though Parkinson wasn't listening anymore. After indignantly saying, "Why I never," and being ignored, she sniffed arrogantly and turned to converse with Zabini and Crabbe, both who simply watched the argument for their own entertainment. "Why lose? Are we that bad?" asked curiously Hadrian, pleased that the girl left them alone, as his love of Quidditch reared up its head, making Sirius roll his eyes. "Really, boys, wait, that didn't come out right. He was a boy too now. Bummer. No, of course not. Although, I did heard from Lestrange's older brother that the Seeker's skills need a little more polishing. The brooms are the big problem, though. They are so old that they barely work anymore and Hogwarts doesn't have the necessary funds to replace them. Luckily though, or unluckily depending on your point of view, all the other houses have the same problem, so we should still have at least a chance for the cup." "Is that so?" Hadrian said thoughtfully, chewing a sausage just as there was a rushing sound overhead and 100 or so owls streamed in, circling the hall and filling it with screeches and hoots as they dropped letters and packages to the ones that were supposed to receive them. The 5 Slytherins were quite startled though when one huge, mean-looking and dark brown owl with frightfully sharp, golden eyes, suddenly soared down towards their table. She was carrying a big package with her, which she dropped on the lap of one surprised Slytherin. Finishing her mission, she served itself with a piece of sausage from the table before, once again, going up in the air and fluttering out the way, leaving 4 shocked wizards in its wake. What was that all about? 4 pair of eyes turned towards Severus Snape, who looked at the big, conspicuous, package found in his lap as if it might grow a mouth and bite him. Who, in Merlin's name, will send him a package? How suspicious. He critically looked at the package in search of some sort of clue to the identity of its sender when he saw a note attached to it. He was about to take it and read it when Sirius, who was sitting on his left side, suddenly grabbed the message before he had the chance to. He blinked. Who did Sirius think he was to? Follow me back to the dorm. And do take the package with you, okay? Breathed the boy in question quietly in his ears, sending tremors through his body, and, for some inexplicable reason, Severus felt compelled to listen without any complaint. He'll get all his answers once they reached the dorm, after all. Hadrian threw Sirius a questioning look as he saw him and Severus stand up from the table, but the boy only mouthed an "explain later" back to him before exiting the hall together with the grouchy Severus. Weird. Turning towards his 2 remaining companions, they shared clueless looks before shrugging simultaneously. They'll find out sooner or later if it was important. They were about to restart eating when they noticed that 2 tawny owls were seated in front of Hadrian, holding out their legs to be relieved from their burden. When have those 2 gotten there? Was the only thought that crossed the boys' minds as they looked at the owls. Slightly creeped out, Hadrian took their letters, feeding the owls with some bacon before they flew off. He was highly surprised as he saw who sent him the letters, and it seemed that his surprise showed on his face as his brother Lucius seemed to have noticed it, seeing that he got up from his seat, found further ahead the Slytherin table, and started to head toward him. So overprotective, Hadrian thought fondly if a little exasperatedly, shaking his head in bemusement. Hadrian, it's everything all right? Asked Lucius in his silky drawl, worriedly, once he reached him. Not quite, was the honest answer Hadrian gave, showing him the letters he received, and one of Lucius' brows quirked up in surprise at the sight of them. Isn't that the ministry seal? Asked Rosier while Lestrange was busy admiring Lucius with a love-sick expression on his face that made Hadrian cringe. Someone had a little crush, it seemed. Too bad for Lestrange though, as he didn't had any chance whatsoever to win Lucius over. Hadrian knew that, unlike his father, Lucius didn't swing that way. He was as straight as one could be. Just like him. Indeed, it is, answered Lucius, interrupting his musings, as he opened the first letter. Though why the ministry will send a letter to Hadrian, who is a minor, and not to his adoptive parents, is beyond me. More so, when it is illegal to do so. What does it say? Asked Hadrian, seeing that his brother's lips curled into a cold smile as he read the letter, his eyes transforming into veritable chips of ice. Yikes. Here, read it for yourself. The ministry, and here Hadrian got goosebumps at the venom in his brother's voice, addressed it to you after all, Lucius said, a tinge of restrained anger coloring his voice, as he handed the letter to Hadrian. Dear Mr. Fowl, it has came to the attention of the British Ministry of Magic, that Mr. Abraxas Malfoy and Mr. Gabriel Malfoy Delacour, by using your lack of knowledge about the wizarding world, have illegally adopted you into their family. More so, our intelligence gathered that Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Malfoy Delacour not only forced you to sign the illegally drawn adopting papers, but they also kidnapped you from St. Mungo, against the Hellier's recommendations. We are very sorry for this highly illegal action you suffered and all the inconveniences that it caused you. We would like to assure you, Mr. Fowl, that we are doing our best to straighten things up in the shortest time possible. Be certain that the British Ministry of Magic will make sure that justice is made and that this terrible offense is going to be punished according to law. Hoping you are well, Hamilton Harding, Child Services Department, Mom. Hadrian stared at the letter in disbelief. They were joking, right? They couldn't actually believe the utter rubbish they had written inside it, right? Right, of course they did. It was the freaking Ministry of Magic, after all. Hadrian sighed and lifted his eyes pleadingly at Lucius, whose eyes softened as they gazed into his green orbs, though they were still brimming with cold rage. Don't worry, Hadrian, they won't take you from us, he said reassuringly, giving Hadrian a small smile. And after we are done with them, they'll wish they never tried, he continued with a chilling tone that didn't suit it at all with the calm, smiling face he wore. "There is still one more letter," Hadrian said, trying to break the tense atmosphere, though his plan backfired, as he felt Lucius stiffen even more. "Let's read it then and get over with the ministries. Greetings, for the day, shall we?" inquired Lucius, though he was already tearing open the letter, a morbid curiosity pushing him to find what was written inside it. After opening the letter, Lucius arranged it in such a way that both him and Hadrian could read it at the same time. "Dear Mr. Fowle, we have received intelligence that at 1443 on the 25th August 1962 magic was used by you for the act of healing Mr. Gabriel Malfoy Delacour. As you know, underage wizards are not permitted to perform spells outside school, a crime that may lead to expulsion from said school. Decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, 1875, paragraph C. However, since the testimony of the healers called after your illegal use of magic said that you used the natural healing power, that they declared you posses, in order to heal Mr. Delacour Malfoy, further investigations are needed before deciding what the consequences for your offense should be. As the gift of natural healing is very rare, the usage of it isn't prohibited by the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and, as such, although your possession of it's highly doubtful, if said natural healing gift was indeed used in the act of curing Mr. Malfoy Delacour, then your breach of law will go unpunished. To confirm or refute the truth of those testimonies you are to accept to being tested for possession of natural healing powers by an special team of healers assembled by the ministry. The date of your testing will be announced in the next few days. In the meantime, however, you are not to use your natural healing powers without the ministry's special approval. Leave Britain until the present matters are solved. Leave Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry without noticing the ministry first. Fail to do so and charges will be pressed for nonconformity with above ministry's regulations. In that case you will risk expulsion. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizard Ryan, the snapping of your wand. Have a nice day. Sincerely yours, Persephone Smith. Department of Health Regulation, Mom. Hadrian wanted to laugh. Really? With these two letters the current minister practically begged to be dealt with. And judging by the way Lucius' knuckles became white from how hard he crumbled the sides of the letter, it wouldn't be a pretty demise. Not at all. Hadrian, Lucius started with the same fake smile behind which was hidden the immense wrath he felt at the moment. Why don't you and your friends go to class? It should start soon, he continued, gesturing to Lestrange and Rosier, who attentively observed what happened from the sidelines. Like the rest of the Slytherin table, or better yet, the whole Hogwarts, students who, Hadrian had noticed, watched every little thing they did or done since Lucius approached his seat. Great. Who knew what rumors will start to spread till lunch now? The Hogwarts students were pretty imaginative after all. He sighed. At least they didn't know the letter's content. Thank Morgana, for small mercies. Okay, he easily responded and started to drag after him his two dorm mates, eager to get out from under the gazes that shamelessly bore into him and get to class. At least there the students were forced to pay attention to the teacher and not focus on him. A blissful, if short-termed, escape. As he watched his brother head out of the great hall, followed by the curious stares of all Hogwarts, Lucius let his smile drop, what remaining being a face hardened by the livid rage he was feeling. How dare they? Nobody tried to F.K. with a Malfoy and got away with it. Not even if the threats were quite worthless in truth. Silk robes bellowing dramatically, he turned around and stalked towards the other, less used, exit out of the great hall. He had a certain headmaster to see and his father to flow call. They would want to be informed about this. Hadrian shifted in his seat as he waited for the Dada professor to come and start his last class of the day. The professor in question being the potentially still evil Dark Lord even in this universe and current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the one and only Tom Marvolo Riddle. He sighed. He had a feeling that the class will not be an ordinary one. In fact, he would bet on the opposite. It was well known, after all, how Tom Riddle detested with a passion having the adjective ordinary attached to his person. Unlike him, and just when he had a nice, normal day too. He sighed anew. Surprisingly, with the exception of the letters he received from the ministry, the day has turned out to be pleasant enough. though rumors have started to spread. Rebaston Lestrange, who, due to his older brother popularity among all houses, always knew everything about the hot topics circulating around Hogwarts, even informed him about the more popular of them. Like the one that said the ministry demanded the Order of Merlin he received back, as he wasn't sorted into Gryffindor like a true hero should be. Or the one in which the letters were sent to warn him that Grindelwald was planning to personally come and kill him for ruining his plans. Or better yet, and this was his personal favorite as it made him look kind of cool, the letters were from the Unspeakable Department, demanding him to join them and leave Hogwarts to come to train as special agent. A secret agent of the Wizarding Britain. Like a magical James Bond. Yep, crazy and crazier. But Hogwarts was full of crazy people, after all. People that represented the future of the magical Britain as true, but crazy all the same. He pitied the future they'll create. Though it should be an interesting one. Idly, he let his eyes trail trough the classroom which was shared between the first-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws at the moment. It was decorated quite simply, compared with how it was when it was taught by Lockhart, Moody, or even Lupin, all whom have added their personal touch to it while they taught Dada. Large windows looking out onto the grounds were found on the left side, right beside him, offering him a beautiful view of the cloudless blue sky. Neatly ordered desks and tables were found through the classroom, a large empty area existing between them and the teacher's desk, located up front, area which Hadrian knew was used for dueling sessions or spell demonstrations. Several mysterious closets, conspicuous trunks and collections of parchments were aligned to the walls, in what looked as an organized chaos. The air smelt of parchment, ink and cinnamon, of all things, making him relax unconsciously, as the silence was filled by the noise made by the chattering students. Lestrange and Rosier, who were seated 2 seats behind him, were putting on quite a show for a bemused Zabini trying to convince her about the finer points of Quidditch, after having heard her making a careless comment about the sport being a waste of time and energy. Bemusedly, he turned his eyes towards Sirius and Severus, who were discussing the history class they just left. He still didn't know why the two of them left the Great Hall together after Severus received the mysterious package, but he was dying of curiosity to find out what happened as Severus' cheeks were tinted red when they returned from the dorm. Severus Bloody Snape, guide extraordinaire in his old world, blushing. He had to know why. I still think it would have been interesting to be taught history by a ghost, Severus insisted after hearing some rumors about a ghost teaching history before Professor Riddle joined Hogwarts, after which the ghost suddenly decided to go on in the afterlife. A fact that Hadrian found really suspicious. He just knew that Riddle had a hand in getting rid of said ghost. Not that he was complaining or anything, but still. No, it wouldn't have been, Sirius said. It really wouldn't have. And how would you know that? Demanded Severus, to know at which Sirius made a gah sound, throwing his arms into the air in defeat. Severus smugly smirked at that, which irritated Sirius, and, as such, yet another argument started between the two of them. Hadrian shook his head, amused by their antics, though he had to admit that Sirius was the one right this time. Binns couldn't held a candle to the history teacher they had now. Professor Bathilda Bagshot was quite a fascinating lady, after all, not to mention very old. She told the history facts objectively, not taking any side, and even inserted little anecdotes in the lesson that made the class all the more interesting. She had many stories to tell from the travels she took to investigate the past and about the not-so-well-known tidbits of the discoveries she made and published, that it seemed more like she was telling a story than holding a lesson. Hadrian actually found himself looking forward to the next class he had with her. The fact that she also seemed to have taken a liking to him didn't hurt. At least he now knew he had at least one blood relative alive that didn't hate him and liked him without any hidden interest, seeing that Professor Bathilda was Grindelwald's great-aunt, though not many knew it. He also only knew that because of the knowledge he possessed from the other universe. Hadrian couldn't help but wonder about how she will react when she found out they were related. He was startled from his thoughts when the door was thrown open, through it bustling 2 out-of-breath Ravenclaws. We made it," the girl, a redhead with brilliant green eyes, said between gasps as she threw her sandy-haired companion with hazel eyes a bright grin. "I told you we'll make it in time for class." "Yes, Lily, so you did," her companion said bemusedly as he also took 2 deep breaths. Let's take a seat before the professor arrives, though. Relax Remus, we are here. No need to panic, Lily said with a laugh at Remus' nervous and stiff manner before noticing that everyone was looking at them. Hi, she said awkwardly, her face becoming beet red at the attention and causing a few snickers to erupt. Muttering under her breath, she started to drag Remus towards some empty seats on the Ravenclaw side, before stopping dead in her tracks as a bright smile bloomed on her face, having sighted something in the mass of students. Severus, she exclaimed. How are you? She asked, once again excited, heading now to the Slytherin side, still dragging her bewildered housemate after her. Severus didn't blush, but his ears did get a red tint to them, Hadrian observed, as the redhead shouted his name for all to hear. Hello Lily, Severus greeted. I'm fine, how about you? Oh, I feel absolutely fantastic Sev. Everything is even more fascinating than I could have ever imagined, the girl gushed. Oh, and this is Remus Lupin, she continued gesturing towards the boy staying awkwardly beside her. He's a first-year Ravenclaw, like me. Remus, this is Severus Snape, one of my friends. Or rather, my best friend. It's nice to make your acquaintance, Lupin said bemusedly as he shook Severus' hand. Same here, replied blandly Severus. Also, these are Hadrian Malfoy and Sirius Black, Severus introduced after receiving a particularly sharp jab to the side, courtesy of an annoyed Sirius. Hadrian, Sirius, these are Lily Evans and her friend Remus Lupin. Nice to meet you all, Lily shyly said, her face becoming tinted with red once more as she realized she ignored Severus' friends till then. Oh, you are the boy from the train, aren't you? She asked after taking a good look at Hadrian's face. Yes, I am, Hadrian replied amused. It's nice seeing you again Miss Evans. Also, Mr. Lupin, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Same here, Mr. Malfoy. And I'm glad to see you again, Mr. Black. Though, I was surprised you didn't get sorted into Ravenclaw. I live to surprise, replied Sirius with a smile. It's nice getting to know you too, especially after the flashy entrance you made. I have to say, you got a flair for dramatic Ms. Evans, he teased, making Lily blush. Well, I was just trying to get in time to class, she defended. Anyway, would it bother you all much if we renounce the Mr. thingy you got here? It makes us sound so pompous, Lily said with a grimace making the others laugh or smile, besides Severus who only smirked. We don't mind, replied Hadrian with a grin. He liked his mother. Let's just use our first names to address each other, he continued, getting agreement nods from everybody. I'm sorry to cut this short, started Remus apologetically, but we have to go to find our seats. The professor could come anytime for class now. He's right, said Lily with a pout, but, she continued in a hopeful tone, how about we meet in the library later, after class? The 3 Slytherins exchanged questioning looks. Sure, smirked Sirius. I'm sure Severus wants to spend more time with you, he said, and Hadrian had to stifle a laugh at how Severus' ears got even redder at that. See you later, then, the Reedhead said before heading towards the Ravenclaw side of the class together with Remus, all the while receiving weird looks from the students. They had just finished talking casually with the Hadrian Malfoy and his friends, after all. Hadrian watched as the 2 Ravenclaws in bemusement found some seats to sit in, making themselves comfortable, when he felt it. Dark, insidious, stunning. A seductive aura that ensnared him with its power, tempting, arousing and tantalizing his senses. So alluring. Hadrian wasn't at all surprised when he walked into the room with confident steps and a charming smile on his sinfully handsome face, which was framed by midnight blue-black strands of silky hair. Tall, imposing, coldly elegant in his black robes of the finest quality, the man made the students fall silent with only his presence, the intoxicating beauty of their professor making them crave his approval. They didn't know what was hid behind that attractive face, didn't know about the deadly predator just waiting for a chance to pounce, so irresistible in his cruel nature. Hadrian beat in a breath as he felt the tendrils of the black, ominous, enticing magic coil around him tightly, possessively almost, caressing his skin tenderly and inviting his own magic to come out and play. Merlin, how could others not be aware of it? How were his peers capable of just ignoring this overwhelming power, so dark, so forbidden and still so right? Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and, somehow, managed to calm down his magic that was trying to escape his control. He opened his eyes. Ruby red met emerald green and, for a moment, the world ceased its existence. Then, the man's lips slowly curled into an amused smirk. Hadrian scowled. Damn that smug bastard. The man knew very well how his magic affected him and enjoyed every little second of his squirming. Insufferable git. Breaking eye contact, though his smirk remained, the man turned to face the rest of the class feeling oddly pleased for whatever reason. He really missed the brat. Only he could lift his mood up with only a look and scowl. Shaking his head imperceptibly, he decided to focus on the class, and promptly proceeded to take the roll call, barely stopping himself from addressing Hadrian as Hadrian Malfoy Howell instead of just Hadrian Malfoy. With that out of the way, he let his crimson eyes roam over the mass of Slytherin's and Ravenclaw's first years, making a few hold their breath in suspense. Good afternoon, he started in his smooth, velvety voice, enjoying how the students leaned into their seats to hear him better. My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle and from today onwards I'll be your Defense Against Dark Arts professor. As you all know, I'm also the temporary headmaster of Hogwarts, and here his lips twitched slightly, until the matters concerning Albus Dumbledore, with which I'm sure you are all familiar with, are cleared up, but please, don't let that stop you from showing your full potential in my class. Now, some of you may have gotten the impression that, although this class is called Defense Against the Dark Arts, it is actually about how to defend against minor pests like the pixies or to learn useless hexes and curses like Verdimillious, that shots a green jet of light out of your wand, or the curse of the bogies which gives the recipient a strong cold. You couldn't be more wrong, he declared strongly, enrapturing the students with the sound of his cultured voice. Make no mistake, he continued, what you will learn in the Defense Against Dark Arts class from me is to fight against dark arts, no matter what your textbooks misguided you to think. That is why you are here, after all, to learn how to defend yourselves against the dark arts. Which means, let us be very clear on this, defending yourselves against dark wizards. No creature, no matter how dangerous it is, doesn't represent a real threat to a full-fledged wizard, unless said wizard is a dim-witted moron. Magic is useful that way, you see, he couldn't help but add mockingly. No, the only real danger you will ever face is other fellow wizards like yourselves trying to hurt or even kill you. People with wands who will likely succeed in doing so unless you get them first. There is no defense without offense, and there is no defense without fighting. Remember that well. This reality is deemed too harsh for 11-year-olds by the general public, but I never been one to conform myself to the norm. There is a war going on at the moment, even if the reality of it still hadn't struck home inside your mind, as you were protected from it by your parents, who thought they were doing you good by preserving your innocence. However, I will not coddle you. A day will come when what you learn here might make the difference between victory and defeat, between life or death, the professor declared, and every single student was now attentively listening, not wanting to miss a single thing from what he said, some even taking notes. Even Hadrian had to admit that he was grudgingly impressed by the speech. It seemed that Riddle really took his job seriously. Not to say that the professor was a great public speaker, motioning with his hands as he spoke and having eye contact with seemingly everyone at the same time. Speaking of which, dark crimson eyes were drilling into him, and Hadrian looked away, feigning disinterest. The professor wasn't fooled though, and his eyes were full of mirth as he continued talking. Moving on, today is our first class together, and as such I want to test both your magical prowess but also your ability to learn and understand what I'm teaching, Riddle said, twirling his wand around. You will soon learn that I'm a strict but fair teacher, and that houses and such hold no meaning for me inside this classroom. What matters though is a student performance. As such, I have to announce you that, in order to help each one of you learn defense as best as they can, I have my own system of organizing the students in classes. After the third class of Dada of this term, each one of you will be sorted into an advanced class, a normal class and a special class, for those who have trouble with the material taught, mixing together students from all houses based on their abilities to learn and adapt. As such, your schedules will suffer some modifications to accommodate your timetables in such a way that the Dada doesn't interfere with your others' classes. At the end of every month there will be an written and practical exam which will decide if you continue in the Dada class you were sorted in or you are to be moved into another. Failure is not acceptable. As long as you are my students and under my guidance, you will do your very best inside my classroom. I will know if you are slacking off and, with the risk of sounding cliched, I have to warn you that you will not like the consequences if that were to happen, he said, making a few students shiver at the not-so-subtle threat delivered in a deceptively smooth tone. They knew this wasn't a professor they ever wanted to cross. Now, he said, adopting a more casual air, has anybody here ever heard about the Patronus charm before? Asked Riddle, looking pointedly at Hadrian, to whom he borrowed a book that contained some information about the spell. Hadrian did, indeed, raised his hand in the air, but Riddle was surprised to see that he wasn't the only one. Remus Lupin, Sirius Black and Barty Crouch Jr. also raising their own hands. Mr. Black, please do enlighten the class with what you know, the professor said silkily. A Patronus charm is an insubstantial animal form protector created by the advanced Patronus charm spell and one way to defend against dementors and certain other dark creatures, started to explain Sirius, pleased to have been chosen to answer the question. The spell requires the use of a wand and the incantation, Expecto Patronum. And it is said that it is an advanced magic, difficult to master. A Patronus that is completely and fully formed, or corporeal, takes the shape of fairly solid-looking animals, while a non-corporeal Patronus appears only as wisps of silvery mist. Also, it is said that the Patronus charm reflects the personality or feelings of the caster. The class stared. What? It's from Confronting the Faceless, page 172, paragraph 3, Sirius said primly, as if that was enough explanation for his detailed answer. Now they gaped. Who on earth will remember not only such detailed information about an unassigned subject, but also the page and the paragraph of the book in which they encountered such information? The shock didn't stop them from writing down the name of the book and the page for future references, though. Riddle chuckled. Very good, Mr. Black, he said with a charming smile. I'm impressed. 10 points to Slytherin for reading books way ahead of your year, the professor awarded, making all Slytherins sprout pleased smirks. The house cup was as good as theirs. As Mr. Black has said, Riddle continued the lecture, the Patronus charm is considered an advanced piece of magic, very difficult to master. And this is what I'm gonna have you try today, the professor announced, casually ignoring the gaping and disbelieving eyes of the students. But we are first years. We can't do that, one of the Ravenclaws said, making Riddle's eyes narrow. I'm quite aware of the fact that you are first years, Mr. Crouch. As for the fact that you can't do it, you don't know that until at least you tried, Riddle replied to the straw-haired wizard, who flushed. Alas, it's not that I expect of you to create a corporeal Patronus. But I do expect results. I'm certain that with enough effort you can at least form the wisps of silvery mist, the professor said. Don't be intimidated by the fact that it is said that the spell is hard to master, Riddle advised. What you don't know is that for this spell what is important isn't the magic you have but the strength of the emotion found behind it. In order for it to work, you need to think of a memory. Not just any memory but a very happy memory, the happiest you have, those positive feelings allowing you to create the Patronus and repel the dark. The reason for which many qualified wizards and witches have trouble with it isn't because they aren't gifted enough but because they can't find that one memory that fills them with happiness. And that is why I'm sure you, first years, can do it. It is well known that children have more things than adults or angst-filled teenagers to feel happy about. Now you only have to find what that one memory needed to succeed in casting the spell is for all of you, he explained, and his voice, full of trust in his students' talent, gave said students more confidence in themselves. Hadrian couldn't believe how easily he won them over. It was so easy, in fact, that it was kinda pathetic. Now, Riddle said, since we cleared that out, in the next 2 or rather 1.5 hours remaining of class I'm gonna call each and every one of you to try the Patronus charm. The homework for today will also be practice. I expect better result than the ones we get today next time. Mr. Hadrian, please come in front, Riddle then said, still refusing to address Hadrian with other surname than Howell it seemed, and, not having any choice but comply, Hadrian got up from his seat, with his chin up in a defiant manner as he looked straight into those amused ruby orbs. He knew that the professor wouldn't let him live it down if he failed, even though he wasn't supposed to succeed in the first place. Well, he'll show that arrogant ass. As he walked in front of the class, looking to all as if he was going to battle and not only try casting a new spell, Hadrian also thought about one of the decisions he and Sirius took last night, after their talk. They knew that they couldn't hide their advanced knowledge for long, they were bound to slip up sooner or later considering their luck and, since trying to hide it will make people more suspicious of them, they decided to do the opposite. They decided to pose as prodigy children. As such, when he went up to Riddle, he knew what he had to do. Throwing the smirking man a confident smirk of his own, he lifted his wand. Expecto Patronum, he shouted, feeling the magic rush through him. A burst of energy, wisps of mist coming out from his wand, and not a second later a corporeal Patronus proudly stood in front of the odd students. Looking at his Patronus though, Hadrian also gaped together with the rest of the class. He hadn't expected this to happen. Impressive, murmured Riddle, his eyes drinking in the unusual sight the Patronus made, who was certainly different from all other corporeal Patronus he ever saw. The child never ceased to amaze. Augustus Prince wasn't a happy man. He had always been a morose and hard to deal with sort of person, becoming even more so after being disgraced by his only offspring, his once beloved daughter Eileen, who chose to marry a Muggle of all things. He grimaced at even thinking about such filth touching his own flesh and blood. Though he had disinherited her after the deed she done, that didn't mean he didn't cared for her. That was why her betrayal of his teachings hurt him so deeply, after all. But he couldn't let his feelings interfere with the pride of his house. Eileen knew what would happen when she made her decision. Deciding to isolate himself from society, not wanting to show his face after bearing such shame, he chased out all his friends and only talked with the people in need of his potions these days. The shimmering fumes of a softly simmering cauldron and the greenhouse in which he grew the plants that were to become ingredients for the potions he had to brew were the only things that brought him a semblance of happiness. But he wasn't complaining. As one of the few competent potion masters in England, Augustus prided himself in his work. That was why he was at the moment in his huge greenhouse, from the ceiling of which umbrella-sized flowers were hanging, surrounded by venomous tentacula, monkshood, daisies and other thousand of plants, tending to the Hellebris niger that he was going to need later in the brewing of the draught of peace that street. Mungo ordered. As the clock chimed the 2 o'clock hour of the afternoon, he took off his dragon hide gloves and left the greenhouse to head towards the manor. It was time for lunch, it seemed. Once he reached his manor, which was built of Bath stone and was highly picturesque, bristling with turrets and possessing an elaborate roof, he went to the kitchens where he ordered his house elf, Tinker, who was just as grumpy as he was in nature, always muttering about something or another, to prepare his meal while he brewed the tea. He never, ever, let anybody else brew the tea for him. They could never get it right, as they didn't understand how much of an art making the tea really was. Fixing the water temperature differently each time to suit best to the plant used for the tea, letting it simmer a different amount of time depending on the plant used, making sure the aroma wasn't too heavy or too soft. There were so many factors one had to take into consideration in order to do it properly. Today he'd chosen to enjoy the floral aroma and taste of the tea made of Tai Guanyin leaves, served in his favorite Wedgwood blue-white tea set. He was just enjoying himself, sipping from his cup of tea after finishing the delicious meal prepared by Tinker while reading the paper when he heard it. The annoying sound of a flow call. So, someone wanted to talk with him. Though luck, he thought, deciding to ignore the call. He was a busy man and nobody made an appointment at this hour to force him to respond. He continued his lecture. The sound of the flow call, also, continued to ring. After several minutes of listening to the incensing annoying sound, he sighed in defeat. What? He snapped as soon as he opened the flow network connection, only the slight widening of his eyes betraying the surprise he felt at seeing who the one calling was. Why, hello to you too, Augustus, an amused voice greeted as, without waiting to be invited to, the owner of said voice came trough the fireplace into the Prince Manor. With twinkling silver eyes, grizzled hair and a wrinkled but handsome visage, the wizard could only be described as aristocratic, dressed as he was in dark burgundy robes of the finest quality and with his elegant mannerism. Pollux, Augustus grumbled in a tone akin with exasperation. He should have known. This was the only one of his friends that he hadn't managed to chase out of his life no matter how hard he tried. "You look awful," bluntly stated his friend, taking in the dark circles surrounding his black eyes, the disarrayed gray hair and the rumpled black robes he wore. If it wasn't beneath him to do so, Augustus would have rolled his eyes. "The time after Eileen left hadn't been gentle with you, it seems," Pollux continued. "That was a bad thing to say." "Never," said Augustus, eyes flashing dangerously, "use that name in front of me again." Pollux sighed. "Alas, Augustus, I am forced to. Walburga will never forgive me if I don't, and you know how my daughter can get when she's angry." "She's scary," Pollux continued with a shiver. "Not to say that I have interesting information to share that might explain Eileen's sudden love for that muggle," he said with barely contained disgust, and, though Augustus didn't say anything, it was clear that he was intrigued. He always wondered what made his precious daughter, who shared his views on the muggles, change. "Tell me, Augustus, what do you know about compulsion webs?" was the question casually asked by Pollux, who took a seat and served himself with a cup of tea. Augustus didn't know then that the answer will change his whole world. Delicately sipping from the porcelain cup, enjoying the delightful, aromatic rose pouchong tea that tantalized her with its floral miasma, she surveyed through her blonde, long lashes the three ladies seated beside her with calculating amethyst eyes. The sun was bright and a light breeze could be felt, spreading around the enchanting smell of camellias, magnolias, dahlias and many other equally enticing flowers that bloomed in the splendid garden they were having their little tea party in, using the quaint and sophisticated tea set of the highest quality and the sugar tongs in sterling silver plate that were featuring a delicate ornamentation. The rustling leaves of the apple, cherry and apricot trees were creating a soothing, mellow melody, coaxing the body to relax, even in the tense atmosphere that was hidden by the refined air this meeting between four of the wizarding high society ladies held. Everything was perfectly prepared, forming a picture of class and elegance, but such aesthetics were only to be expected when the host of the party was Sophie Delacour, wife of Leon Delacour and also leader of the Villas from Europe. The light refreshments that were served, savory finger sandwiches and scones, not to say a delicious variety of quiche hors d'oeuvres, cherry tarts, cream puffs and chocolate truffles, lay forgotten on the elegant, round maple wood table in the center of which stood a beautiful assortment of low-cut fresh flowers. Sophie lightly frowned at that, her flawless face belittling her age, as she thought that Tita, the house elf, will be disappointed that her snacks weren't appreciated. So impolite. Though, she had to admit that the shock caused by her declaration might just be enough to excuse such comportment this time. "You can't be serious," finally said Bridget, a petite young girl, in her mid-twenties, with sky-blue eyes, red-painted lips and shoulder-length golden curls, in a deadpan after a few moments of tense silence in which only the cheery chirping of the birds was heard. "Au contraire, ma chérie," easily countered Sophie, "I'm very serious," she said, a touch of amusement in her otherwise steely voice at the disbelief that colored the tone of the youngest member of the Villa Council found under her command. But my lady, Giselle, a cold beauty with long, silver hair and icy blue eyes that looked to be around her late 30s, same as Sophie, started in a polite but firm tone, "don't you think it's a little too rash to make such a decision so early? Even if what you revealed about young Hadrian is true, we don't know what the future will bring or what path he will choose to take. He might not even be interested in politics, as far as we know. Though I understand that he was the one to cure your son, milady, to pledge your loyalty, and as such all the Villa's loyalty, to this child is absurd," Giselle said, ignoring the way Sophie's eyes were narrowing at her words. She had to say this for the sake of her brethren. The Villas have always struggled to obtain equal rights with the wizards, and now, after centuries of sacrifices made for this purpose, reaching the goal didn't seem like such an impossible task. They couldn't afford to be foolish. If we, the Villas, are to abandon our long-standing neutrality towards wizarding's matters and offer our support and protection to someone, Giselle bravely continued, it should be to a person of power, like Grindelwald or Dumbledore, who are key players in the war that takes place and could help us raise our own status, not to a mere child. Sophie gave a thoughtful hum at Giselle's words, nonchalantly taking another sip from her rose pouchong tea before fixing her with an cat-like violet gaze. "So, You think I'm letting my feelings interfere with official matters, don't you? Sophie started demurely putting down the rose-patterned porcelain cup of tea, sounding more as if she was stating her thoughts aloud than speaking to someone, as she leaned in the back of her comfortable chair, watching her three friends and subordinates through half-lidded eyes. A subtle menacing air started to form, lingering around as the sweet fragrance of an expensive perfume and making the three remember that, while she had the persona of a gentle and delicate lady, Sophie could also become vicious when angered. I guess that's to be expected though, Sophie continued softly, with a sigh, ignoring the way the Velas stiffened at her words, considering that I haven't said everything there was to be said. Now, what if I told you that Jean had a vision concerning the boy? She inquired, fixing them with piercing amethyst orbs. A vision which revealed that, no matter what path Hadrian chooses, he will become the key player in a confrontation much more grave than the war taking place now. One that will shake the very foundation of the world as we know it. The three ladies' thoughts went on overdrive at Sophie's words. Every Vela clan had a seer, a holy girl that was chosen each generation to carry the burden of visions from future that will help in protecting the Velas. And this generation's seer was the queen's daughter, Jean, whose visions had yet to guide them astray. Though it came as a shock the fact that Jean was this generation holy girl, the girl not being exactly the soft-spoken, shy and serene type holy girls were usually supposed to be. Quite the contrary, in fact, they came to accept and rely on her precious, though rare, glimpses of what could come to be when taking decisions concerning the Velas clan. How so, my lady? Inquired Bridget, leaning in curiously. The vision wasn't very clear, Sophie admitted softly, but from what Jean told me, Hadrian is destined to fulfill a mission which, if failed to accomplish, will result in tears of blood and complete annihilation of our kind, Sophie said solemnly, and the sound of a pin falling could be heard in the silence that followed her words. Tears of blood and complete annihilation of our kind. That's quite extreme, Giselle said, trying to hide how much the words shook her. What exactly is this mission you spoke of, my lady? I don't know, Giselle, but I think it's clear that the boy should not be allowed to fail. Why he should be given all the help he could have, including our protection, as, if what my daughter predicted it's true, the future is not the most desired one and Hadrian is the only one that can change it. Not to say that, concerning the politics matter, I don't think Hadrian has much choice in concerning himself with it or not. He will be forced to, whether he wants it or not, considering all the influential power he wields. He will not be allowed to disappear from the political arena by those who have an interest in him being there, and I believe there are quite many of those. As such, he will be able to help us get higher rights for our brethren in time, that is if he so desire, Sophie explained, before raising her teacup and taking another sip. And what about you, Madame Yvonne? She then asked, putting down the delicate china and turning towards the oldest of the present Velas that listened to the conversation taking place in silence till then. What do you think we should do, considering everything? With her silver, almost white hair drawn into an tight pun and beautiful, though slightly wrinkled visage, the wizened Vela met her lady's gaze head-on as she gave her opinion on the matter. I think we should not be impatient, my lady, Madame Yvonne started, choosing her words carefully. She didn't wanted to upset the queen who, though could have ruled with an iron fist, was kind enough to take in consideration their opinions before taking a decision that will affect all their people. Not many queens have been so wise in their ruling, considering the desire to manipulate and dominate over others that run through their blood. The fact that her lady did so and refused to let her primal instincts rule her, spoke highly of her power. Not to say that the title of queen was not hereditary, as many are led to believe, and her lady earned it with sweat and blood. It's took Her Highness approximately 40 years of service to the Vela people well-being to gain her rightful title. Velas were, despite their attractive outside, ruthless manipulators inside, after all, and the one chosen to be their leader had to be the most cunning and manipulative of them all. That is if she didn't wanted to become the victim of a coup d'état. And Sophie was all they could desire in a queen and more. She worked hard, a grey cardinal of sorts, that used the influential power of her husband to make the life of Velas more tolerable. Her efforts ensured that Velas girls had separate classes in Beaubaton, where they could relax among their own without worry of being attacked by hormone-driven beasts, and that many Velas that were faced with eradication in their birth countries could start a better life in France, under her watchful eye. As such, it came with no surprise that she was chosen as the next queen when the last one retired, 7 years ago, at the Litha celebration. Sophie Delacour was truly a queen she respected, and as such she will make sure to serve her to the best of her abilities. What I think, Yvonne started, her voice filled with respect for the kind queen, is that my lady should give an order to all Veelas found under her command to protect young Hadrian. To protect and help him if the chance arises or if he requires help, but only then, without making the order public to the people outside our clan. That way no one will know we have sworn our loyalty to a youngster, and also, when the time comes, we would have an upstart in gaining the boy's favor. The wizened Veela finished in a clear voice, inclining her head a little to show that the decision belonged, in the end, to the queen. I agree with that, Giselle said softly after hearing what Yvonne said. That way, no one will laugh at us for putting our faith into a child, milady, while at the same time we will be gaining the boy's loyalty. I propose to also not let Hadrian know about our allegiance to him, yet. He is still young and, considering everything that happened to him and how he is now revered by the world, not to say that when he will be declared as the lost Howell heir his popularity will grow yet again. I'm afraid that he will become too arrogant, especially if he gains power and support with little to no effort from his part, Bridget added, as she knew very well what arrogance did to one's growth. You all bring good points, agreed Sophie, and yes, it's true that Hadrian can't afford to become big-headed, au contraire even, he should work much harder than others to achieve his goals so that he could grow strong enough to face whatever he is destined to. He will need to be trained. Also, not even our families are to know of the decision we took today. Even my husband, Leon, would be kept in the dark, as he still believes that Grindelwald is the one that would help us reach our ideals. Until they can also see the true power the boy will wield, they are not to know about this. It isn't our job to help the blind realize their error, and, as to not attract attention, we should only keep watch from the shadows for now, Sophie ordered, at which the 3 Veelas acquiescent with a graceful nod of their head. As she saw her plan coming up together, Sophie couldn't help but smile as her friends approached less delicate subjects for discussion while finally enjoying the delicacies Tita prepared for them. Soon the Veelas will regain their rightful position in society. With the help of her beloved grandson, of course. Hadrian was trying his best to be encouraging and ignore the frustration he felt. Really, he was. So what if his voice was slightly strained? He felt fine, extraordinary even, not stressed at all. Oh, for Morgana's sake, he was too tired to argue with himself at the moment. He had known this day would beat since he woke up, no need to lie to himself now. So what if his Patronus was an oddity? So what if he was considered freakish even by wizarding standards, though they insisted on using special, as if by using a different word it will change its meaning? So what if he had to teach dozen of first years, with an almost non-existent attention span, one of the most freaking hard-to-learn charms he encountered? So what? He was Hadrian Malfoy, soon to be Howell, after all. Such minor annoyances should be easy to handle. Right. Thank Merlin his poor disposition went unnoticed by his companion. Come on Lily, I'm sure you can do it, he said with fake enthusiasm coloring his voice, shoving down the gloomy thoughts, as he tried to raise the girl's confidence. Though he was a little, maybe more than a little, peeved for repeating the same words, over and over, for what seemed like hours already to various students, he still truly wanted to be of help to those who wanted to learn casting the charm. Just to think of a powerful memory, he continued soothingly, the happiest you can remember. Allow it to fill you up, that's it. Lose yourself in it, and now, speak the incantation. Expecto Patronum, Lily said in a clear voice, wand slashing through the air, and not a moment later silvery vapors erupted from the tip of said wand, swirling gracefully in the air and seemingly trying to take the form of a 4-legged animal, before vanishing not even 5 seconds later, leaving Lily gasping for breath. Better, the redhead declared cheerily, in a tired voice. I think I'll get it soon enough if I continue trying. Thanks Hadrian, you're really good at explaining this, she continued, giving Hadrian a grateful smile. Think nothing of it, Hadrian said, returning her smile with one of his own, feeling a pang of guilt for his selfish thoughts. Now, continue practicing as I go help more students around, he said, somewhat unnecessarily, seeing that Lily was already preparing for another attempt, her face screwing up in concentration. He shook his head bemusedly as he turned from the stubborn girl towards the other students that were trying to cast the charm, filling the air with magic and silvery mist. Gryffindors, Slytherins, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, students from all houses were now gathered in this unused classroom that was dusty, badly lit and had its chairs and desks shrunken by the older students so that an empty area, big enough for all to practice, could be created. He inwardly scowled. Who would have thought that the study meeting he, Severus and Sirius had planned to have together Lily and Remus would evolve into something like this? It seemed that, somehow, and he suspected the fact that Lily shouted it for the world to hear had something to do with it, but really, that was just a wild guess from his part. Word got out of their meeting and, after their performance in Riddle's class, at the appointed time there were more than 20 students, from all houses and some even from the higher years, in the library wanting to join their little study group. Faced with the group of pleading students, Hadrian couldn't help but cave in and took them with him into an unused classroom, showed to him previously by Lucius. The room of requirement was to remain his and Sirius' secret for now, so that they could practice freely the Patronus charm while he, and the others that managed to cast it already, gave some useful pointers to those that hadn't. And just when Sirius said he will bring down some of the cookies made and sent to him by Creature, in package during lunch time, that he so bragged about making Hadrian's and the other Slytherins' mouths water. Bloody Riddle with the bloody high expectation he had from bloody first years. It was only his fault that he had now to help all this children with learning the Patronus charm, instead of enjoying the delicious homemade cookies. So, not fair. Not to say that he had problems with teaching this particular spell even to the DA members, from the other universe, who were both older and more experienced, at the time, than this kid's. He sighed despondently as he headed towards a Hufflepuff first year who seemed to have forgotten even the wand gestures required by the charm, if the frantic waving of his arms was anything to go by. As he approached the first year he also tried to ignore the murderous look Severus sent in his direction as he passed him by. The ex-potion master didn't appreciate being made to practice together with Petunia of all people, who already started to blame her failed attempts at casting the spell on him, in a rather shrill voice that was certain to cause damage to one's eardrums. Hadrian smirked. That should show the bastard what happened to those that woke him up using such uncouth methods. No other torture he could think of would ever compare with Petunia's legendary rants. Believe it, he knew that very well. His smirk faded though as he remembered his own situation and idly thought that maybe he shouldn't have showed off in Riddle's class. A feeling he knew Sirius and Remus, who also managed to successfully cast the spell by the end of said class and were now forced to act as teachers, shared with him at the moment. Hadrian had to admit that, when he recalled being asked to come in front of the class to try casting the Patronus charm by Riddle, he remembered feeling confident in his ability to succeed. He was certain that he could cast the spell. And he was right. However, that didn't stop him from gaping along with the other students once his Patronus appeared, though for different reasons than the ones of his peers. I mean, sure, he knew that the Patronus could be subjected to change if the caster goes through an emotional upheaval of some sort, and he certainly went through a lot of those lately, a prime example that came to mind being the Patronus of Tonks from the other universe that changed its form to reflect the love she felt towards Remus, but he didn't know they could change that much. He had never seen a Patronus quite like the one that emerged from his wand. It was surprising, unsettling and downright weird. And majestic. It made quite an impressive sight. A big, skeletal winged horse, with a lustrous body covered in a translucent and glossy coat, suddenly appearing in the middle of the classroom, called forth by Hadrian's spell. It had smooth skin, so slippery and thin that its bones were clearly defined through the entire extension of its sleek body, and a long mane finished by a large tail with flowing silky hair. Its wings were leathery, reminding Hadrian of those of a bat, and the glittering eyes found on its dragonish face were fixed on Hadrian, shining with a sharp intelligence that made the boy shiver. It gave him an eerie feeling. The Thestral, for that's what it was, a symbol of death, and the Patronus he summoned, was also studying him, its eyes roaming over Hadrian's form, seizing him up. It was the scariest thing he had ever seen and the most stunning at the same time. The Patronus just had this intimidating aura around it that made one wary, an aura that screamed you didn't want to threaten what was under its protection, so unlike the tame, gentle aura of the Thestrals Hadrian had encountered before. It felt safe, as strange as that sounded. To know this imposing creature will watch over him, its cold elegance scaring the dark that dared to threaten him. It felt nice. Somehow, the boy got the feeling that he should have expected something like this to happen. A Thestral as his Patronus. It was strangely fitting for the one who had escaped death so many times, even though only by luck, he reckoned. What truly surprised him, though, wasn't the form his Patronus took, but rather its coloring. It was black. The Patronus, that should have been silver in color, was black. Or, he should rather say, looked less like a Patronus and more like a real Thestral with a silvery glow. Impressive, murmured Riddle upon laying his eyes on Hadrian's Patronus, his crimson orbs drinking in the sight and making Hadrian want to smack him, though he refrained as he didn't thought he'll get away with assaulting a teacher, even if he was the supposedly acclaimed savior. But really, Hadrian thought with a huff, impressive. That was all he was gonna say. Bloody Riddle. Hadrian looked around the class then, to see how the others reacted to his Patronus. And quickly realized that some weren't able to see it, the question marks almost visible around them, while the others, who could see it, were frowning in thought at his unusual spirit protector. He grimaced. Joy, another reason to stand out. He didn't know if he wanted to laugh or cry, as he knew that, in the long run, this would benefit his plans. But still, all the stalkerish comportment this will cause, the rumors, the crazy fans. The horror. He felt more and more inclined to the start crying option the more he thought about it. Good job, Mr. Hadrian, purred Professor Riddle, making Hadrian return to planet Earth and look up into cunning ruby eyes that glowed with something akin with satisfaction and pride. Strange. He stubbornly ignored the warm feeling that the words caused him. For those who are not aware, Riddle said, turning his attention toward the whole class, Mr. Hadrian has succeeded in casting the charm. Quite a feat, I should add, considering he did it on his first try too, the professor continued, eyes blending with mirth at the slight blush that appeared on the boy's face at his words. As for the reason why some of you are not able to see his Patronus, that is because it is a Thestral. Does anyone know what a Thestral is? He smoothly asked, at which some hesitant hands were raised into the air. Mr. Lupin, Riddle said, picking one of the few that raised their hands, to respond. A slight smirk tugged at his lips, seeing the pout that Sirius Black had at not being chosen. Ah, if only his cousin, Bellatrix, would show this kind of enthusiasm for lessons instead of making eyes at him. Riddle suppressed a shudder at the thought of his most loyal follower and stalker. A Thestral is a magical creature, sir. Remus' voice cut into the professor's thoughts, in a polite, calm tone, as Remus tried to recall what he read in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It is a rare breed of winged horses considered dangerous by the Ministry of Magic, the hazel-eyed boy continued, and Riddle was surprised to note that his voice became rather clipped at that, though they can be domesticated and mounted, being used as an alternative method of transportation. Also, it is said that they can only be seen by those who have witnessed a death. Very good, Mr. Lupin. 5 points to Ravenclaw, the professor said, making the Ravenclaws smile. Ha, take that, Slytherins. Not only you can score points. As Mr. Lupin explained, Riddle continued, ignoring the smug smiles of the Ravenclaws and scowling faces of the Slytherins, a Thestral can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. Thus the reason why some of you can't see Mr. Hadrian's Patronus, which is a Thestral. And while I'm glad so many of you are able to see it, I'm also very saddened by the fact. It seems that the war has left its toll on all of us, he said solemnly, making Hadrian frown slightly, in confusion. Was the man sincere or just lying to raise his popularity? He couldn't tell. Although, Hadrian had to grudgingly admit, Riddle did seem to be fond of children, at least of the magical ones, who he considered worthy. At least that's what he thought after observing his interaction with the students so far, and after taking in consideration how the man acted towards him, though he knew that he was treated in a special manner, no point in denying that. Yet another difference between the professor and Voldemort, who, Hadrian knew, didn't give a damn about children, be them even magical. But that didn't mean Hadrian thought Riddle to be less dangerous than Voldemort. Oh, no, he knew that, despite his slight fondness for children, Riddle wouldn't hesitate to maim, torture and even kill a child if that helped him in furthering his plans. He didn't know why he had that impression of the man, seeing that he didn't do anything to betray such homicidal urges, and maybe, just maybe, Hadrian let his knowledge of Voldemort influence his judgment, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that, behind the charming facade of Riddle, lurked a darkness even more dangerous than Voldemort's. After all, Riddle didn't had his intelligence shadowed by insanity. Even the thought of that made Hadrian shiver. Who knew what a sane version of Voldemort could accomplish? One that was the personification of the word, Slytherin. He didn't even want to imagine. Why isn't Malfoy's Patronus silver, as it should be, sir? Why it is so weird? Inquired the curious voice of Crouch Jr., making the ones that couldn't see the Patronus look up in confusion and snapping Hadrian from his musings. That was something Hadrian, too, wanted to know, and hoped that Riddle held the answer to the inquiry. Riddle's lips formed a mysterious smile and his eyes became half-hooded before he deigned to give an reply. That's a good question, Mr. Crouch, one easily answered though. Riddle started, his ruby eyes piercing Hadrian though he addressed the whole class. As Mr. Black explained earlier, a Patronus is an insubstantial animal protector, a spirit conjured by a wizard to repel the dark. Patronus means protector, or guardian, in Latin, specifically reflecting the entire role that the Patronus charm plays, while the Latin word expecto means, I watch for, or I await. Thus the charm's incantation roughly translates into, I await a protector. Basically, by casting the charm, you summon a protector, a spirit that represents safety in your subconscious, something that can defend or help you escape danger and with which you identify yourself. However, unknowingly, Riddle smoothly explained to the students that were writing down everything that come out of his mouth. The spirit you summoned is chosen by your magic. As such, do not be surprised if you find yourself with an animal or creature you don't recognize as your Patronus, the professor continued, being careful to talk in a slow manner so that the students were able to take notes. It was chosen accordingly, never doubt that, and that is why, if you ever go through something that drastically changes something within your own selves, you will soon discover that your Patronus also changed after that, taking the form of another animal or creature as, because of your new mindset, you won't identify the Patronus form it had with safety any longer, and the connection with it will be broken. As it is, it's also because of the connection that exists between the caster and the Patronus summoned that Mr. Hadrian's Patronus is so special, Riddle declared in his velvet voice, practically purring the last word, making Hadrian, and also the class, shiver imperceptibly. As it was explained, the professor continued saying, the success of casting the charm depends solely on the strength of the memory used, how happy said memory is, and the concentration you have when casting. That is because a Patronus is practically the personification of what happy and safe means for you, its purpose being to repel anything that threatens that happiness and safety. However, that is not all. In the future you'll find that it will become easier and easier to cast the charm with every casting, so much that, in the end, you won't even have to concentrate hard on a memory to cast the spell. That is because the bond between you and your Patronus will grow stronger. As such, there are some cases, though they are very rare, in which the bond between a caster and the Patronus summoned is so strong that the Patronus becomes not only a spirit, a reflection of the real thing, but actually the real animal creature it takes the form of, becoming more than a Patronus, a familiar of sorts, Riddle said, pausing for a few seconds in his speech to let his words register into the brain of his students. It was a slow process, to his chagrin. I believe that what happened now too, in the case of Mr. Hadrian's Patronus, is also because of this bond that exists between a caster and the Patronus he summoned, Riddle continued, taking delight in the attention he was given, with all the students hanging on his every word with wide, odd looks. Considering the brush with death Mr. Hadrian had in the nature of his familiar, it is only logical to think that they have a bond stronger than usual and, as thus, that the manifestation of the Patronus will be more real-looking than normal. It's only natural, in these circumstances, Riddle said dismissively, as though the whole matter with Hadrian's Patronus looking so unlike a Patronus wasn't a big deal at all. What impressed me though, is that Mr. Hadrian was able to cast the spell on his first try, the professor said, flashing a smile so fake and sugary, that Hadrian though he might catch diabetes because of it. Damn it all to hell, Riddle was a closet Lockhart wannabe, Hadrian realized with a sudden epiphany that horrified him. One more cunning, seductive, brilliant and all around better, of course, but that wasn't the point. After all, the velvety voice continued thankfully unaware of his student frankly disturbing thoughts, it doesn't matter what manifestation the Patronus has if one is not able to summon it. For that, 30 points to Slytherin, Mr. Hadrian, and you can now return to your seat. Everyone else, pair up with your desk mate and start practicing. I will move around and help you learn the wand moves and the incantation, Riddle said, and shuffles were heard as the students hurried to comply with the request. Hadrian, on the other hand, was busy mulling on over Riddle's speech concerning the strange form of his Patronus and what a load of crap it all was. He was the first to admit that in the past he wasn't the most hardworking student. In fact, he was more of a go-with-the-flow one, if he was to be honest. But he studied the Patronus charm. I mean, he seriously studied it, researching everything there was known about it. At the time he was kinda obsessed with learning it, with Dementors lurking around and making him remember the worst memories he had, so any little information he could find was welcomed as it helped him master it a little faster. Sacrificing a little time to get rid of the fainting session he became prone to then was a low price to pay. So he knew that what Riddle said was just a load of crap. Sure, it was a masterfully created load of crap, intertwining lies with truths and unproven theories, that even when questioned it will be hard to pinpoint the falseness of it all, but that didn't change its nature. And as he met serious eyes, he knew his friend also shared his opinion. But the real question now was, why did Riddle lie about such an unimportant matter? What did he gain by lying? Or was it that he lost something if the truth was known? Those questions or similar ones tortured Hadrian for the rest of the class, even when he was asked to assist his peers with learning the charm, which he did mechanically. By the end of the class he was ready to go up to the man and demand what was his deal, a foolish and irrational thing to do, he knew, but that was how frustrated he was by not knowing. Though he was also proud to have helped some of the students to at least make the silvery mist appear, despite his growing frustration. Not to say that, with his help by the end of the class, Remus even managed to summon a somewhat corporeal Patronus, slightly unstable, true, but still, which was a magnificent wolf that jumped around a few times before vanishing. Remus, though happy at being able to cast the charm, also seemed slightly pained at seeing the form his Patronus took, and, upon seeing that, Hadrian knew with certainty that the boy still had his furry problem in this universe too. Well, at least one of his questions were answered, although not one of the ones that were truly bugging him. Remus had been the third to cast the spell successfully, with Sirius being the second. No surprise there, though his friend took his time while casting, as he didn't thought it was wise to manage it on his first try too, as it would garner too much attention. He did it on his third one. Because it was so much better, Hadrian thought while inwardly rolling his eyes. Not to say that Sirius Patronus gathered a lot of attention, regardless. How could it not when it was a huge dog with 3 heads that, after being summoned, it didn't waste any time before jumping on Sirius and starting to lick the poor boy's face as if it wasn't an terrifying Cerberus, one of the most terrifying magical creatures there was, but an oversized puppy. The surprised widening of Sirius' eyes and the groaned, "Fluffy, get off me," also earned incredulous looks both from the students and Riddle. Who the hell will name a beast like that, Fluffy? And why? It was then and there that, in an unanimous decision made by the Ravenclaw and Slytherin students, Sirius Black was declared the proud owner of the worst naming sense to ever pass the halls of Hogwarts. Hadrian snickered at that and found, to his surprise, that he didn't even care why Fluffy was Sirius Patronus. He idly wondered if Patronuses had slobber though, and then decided that he didn't really wanted to know that, in fact. However, a good thing did came out of all the mess. Their Dada class had been the first years seemed to have gained more confidence in themselves after seeing that not only Hadrian but also Sirius and Remus managed to cast the difficult spell, a thing further proved by the increasing number of wands that managed to produce wisps of silvery mist. After all, if those two could, surely they also could. That didn't mean that the end of the class caused disappointed for anyone. Everyone was too drained out of energy to actually want to spend more time practicing, no matter how charismatic the professor was. That is why it came to no surprise to Hadrian when Lestrange and Evans practically hauled him off to get out of the classroom faster, despite Hadrian's wish to speak with Riddle. Riddle, on the other hand, watched in bemusement as the two Slytherins struggled to drag Hadrian out the classroom. "We need your brain still. We won't let you ruin it by overworking it so fast," and smirked upon sensing questioning green eyes looking at him. "You're welcome," he mouthed to the brat just before he was taken outside. Not that the brat will know what he was talking about or anything, he thought as he also prepared for the next class. Oh, well, such was life. Hadrian, however, didn't have the nonchalant attitude of Riddle. In fact, he became even more frustrated than before because of those cryptic words. "You're welcome." Just what did he meant by that? And the way those crimson orbs gleamed with the "I know something you don't" glint. Ah, so irritating. Even now, more than several hours after the end of the class, and he was just as annoyed by his own ignorance. "Damn it all the hell. I did it. I did it," suddenly exclaimed a third-year Hufflepuff girl, making Hadrian snap out his haze, as she jumped up and down in joy, causing her newly summoned Patronus, a fluffy sheep, to look at her strangely. As he returned to the present time, Hadrian shook his head to clear it from unwarranted thoughts, before going to congratulate the girl for her success. However, smug ruby eyes stubbornly refused to leave the forefront of his mind. It couldn't be that, no. But maybe, just maybe he noticed my aversion to fame and tried to spare me from the, unwarranted attention the Patronus I summoned would have brought to my person by, misleading the students. Could it? No. No, of course not. What a silly notion, right? The moon was high in the sky when the girl reached the gate of the manor. Tall, dark, surrounded by an extremely impressive landscape with gardens built on terraces, all at the edge of a dense forest, the manor truly was quite an imposing sight, protected as it was by an array of spells and charms so large that even the air hummed with the soothing lull of magic, forming an image of invincibility. A fortress. Tentatively, the girl tried to poke the simmering air in front of her, only to be zapped by a sharp electric tingle. Wards. Powerful ones. A warning. Damn. Huffing she, unceremoniously, dropped down on the grass to wait, letting her eyes wander on the endless stars-filled sky. She was sure someone will be sent to find out who disturbed the wards, and when that happened she would have her chance to demand an audience with the lord of the manor. Then the things will finally start to sort themselves out. She sighed. The night air was chilly, not that it affected her in any way, but, now that she finally reached her destination, she couldn't help but feel tired, as if the exhaustion she stubbornly ignored in the last few days finally caught up with her. Painful memories she wished to forget threatened to arise from the deepest corners of her mind, where they were buried, and she closed her eyes in a futile attempt to stop their flow. Memories of death, blood and screams, they clawed at her all too eagerly, waiting for the chance to pounce and torture her with their nightmarish but all too true images. Memories of a cruel massacre. Her clans, her family's massacre, to be more exact. A deep breath was let out by her, forming puffs of vapor in the cold air, as she calmed down, refusing to let her boiling emotions get the best of her. She was a princess, the last of her clan, and she couldn't afford to lose her composure so easily. She couldn't afford to shame her clan's memory by acting so unbecoming of her status. As the last member of the Davidra clan, its honor rested on her shoulders now, and she didn't want it to taint it. The time for childish games was long gone for her. A faint screeching-like sound and the feel of an aura warned her that the lackey was finally here, so she got up from the grass, in a fluid, graceful move, and dusted herself off as she prepared to face him. The man was bulky, dressed in a simple back robe, troll-like in his appearance, and had his wand raised defensively as he approached her with a faint sneer on his face, sneer that became more pronounced once he got a clear sight of her. Not that she could blame him. Dressed as she was, in faded jeans, a shirt and boots, she must have looked like a teenage muggle girl to him. Not to say that she hadn't had a bath in days, so she wasn't exactly a pretty sight. Well, forgive her for not having time for such commodities when she was running for her life and for having to mingle with muggles to escape her hunters. Next time she will be more careful. Not wanting to waste time as she was too tired and grumpy for niceties after all that she's been through, she got up in the man's face in a flash, evading the reflexive curse the man poorly fired due to her sudden move, and stole his wand, after which twisted his arm painfully, hard enough to break it if she so desired. "Take me to Grindelwald," she said, cutting right to the chase, voice ice cold as she squeezed his arm even harder. Princess Lena of the Davidra clan is here for an audience with him, she continued, as her fangs started to grow out despite herself. She was hungry as she hadn't eaten in a while, too busy trying to hide and escape, and even this man's disgusting blood sang to her. How distasteful. Annoyed, she pushed the wizard away from her, making him fall to the ground. He hastily got up though, giving her a look of utmost hatred all the while, not realizing that he had just narrowly escaped the fate of being used as a vampire's diner. My lord already knows of your arrival, the lackey sneered once he got up, trying to maintain a semblance of dignity. He sent me to guide you to his quarters. Oh, really? Lena said in a sing-song voice, favoring the wizard with a shark-like grin that gave an ample view of her sharp fangs which made him lose some of his already shaky composure. Then lead the way, big shot. Grumbling, the man did so. The walk was pretty long and spent in a tense silence as they went past the parkland and terraced gardens, the lackey giving Lena an occasional glare which the girl completely ignored. Why should she get herself worked up for the sake of a servant, anyway? Once they entered the manor, Lena couldn't help but be surprised by the beauty of the lavishing interior. She expected it to be all cold and spooky considering that it was a Dark Lord's property after all, but she was greeted by rich decorations, magnificent pieces of furniture and sophisticated artwork. It reminded her of home. As she was led through long corridors, adorned with moving portraits, Persian carpets and crystal chandeliers, the vampire princess felt herself become more and more anxious, not knowing how she will be received by the most dangerous Dark Lord the world has ever seen. It was said that he was ruthless, manipulative, temperamental and self-absorbed. But brilliant. As such, if it wasn't for the debt he owed her clan for helping him out in his time of need, after escaping Ermengarde, she would have never dared to come into his fortress alone, to ask for his help. It would have been like asking for death to do that as, even now when she was recognized as a guest, the magic filling the air, the wards were still wary, still in wait for her to make the tiniest action against the manor and the people in it so that they could act. She could feel them, shifting and following her every step, waiting for the chance to rip her to pieces. Way too soon for her liking, as it ever happens in this sort of situations, she found herself in front of a mahogany door on which the wizard that accompanied her knocked on exactly 3 times with his knuckles. Come in. A rich, baritone voice allowed and the lackey opened the door to grant her entrance. The first thing that she noticed when she entered the large room were the books, hundreds and hundreds of volumes aligned at the walls on shelves so tall that they reached the ceiling. Once she took her eyes off the rare volumes, she noticed that on the left side of the study was a desk, full of papers, parchments and files mixed into a chaotic mess, while on the right side there was a bar of sorts in which a variety of drinks held in crystal bottles could be seen. In the center of the chamber stood proudly a brightly burning fireplace, whose warm flames gave the room a golden glow, in the front of which was seated a coffee table, with matching burgundy armchairs and sofa. And there, basked in the firelight, stood he. Dressed in form-fitting black robes with a golden trim, regal as he regarded her with cool blue eyes while his dark magic filled the whole room asserting its dominance in power. Grindelwald was the picture of power and nobility, a true Dark Lord, image further promoted by his indulging smile and relaxed stance. He was practically oozing confidence. Princess Lena, welcome. If I may ask, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Grindelwald inquired in a cultured voice, with the barest hint of an accent, not even acknowledging the reaper that led her there and which now stood in a respectful bowed stance. The Davidra clan has been wiped out, the vampire princess bluntly informed, in an emotionless voice, as a mean of introduction. There was no need to beat around the bush, now. As far as I know, I am the only survivor and, in the name of the clan, I came to demand you to repay the debt you owe us by offering me your protection, she continued, hardly believing her own nerve to make such bold statements, though it seemed that the dark wizard wasn't offended by her words. In fact, it seemed that he wasn't even paying attention to her, idly twirling his glass of cognac, as he adopted a pensive expression. How humiliating. To be disregarded so easily. Thank Akasha she wasn't human, or else she would have been beet red from embarrassment and anger. As it was, she only seethed silently, her too pale face not betraying nothing of her inner feelings. And who were the ones to destroy your coven members? Asked then Grindelwald, sharp eyes piercing her own hazel orbs, his tone carrying a hint of steel despite the nonchalant attitude. "I don't know," she was forced to admit, head slightly bowed in shame and nails squeezing hard enough to draw blood from her hands. "It was so sudden. We had no time to defend ourselves or escape. I, myself, barely managed to that with the help of my brothers and sister that sacrificed themselves for my sake. We don't know who or why the attack was made, we didn't had any enemies to speak of, but one thing is certain. They had magic of the kind we never encountered before," she said, and only the slight narrowing of his eyes was proof that the man was affected by what she told at all. "Magic you never encountered before?" silkily inquired the Dark Lord, taking a sip of his drink while eyeing her like a hawk, searching for any hint of lion deceit. "Yes, my lord," she said, barely stopping herself from dragging a hand through her brown hair, in frustration. "As your lordship knows, on us, vampires, magic doesn't have as strong effect as it has on wizards, muggles or any other living creatures. That is due to the fact that, once we reach majority, we die, in eyes of the world and are reborn as nightwalkers. As thus, since the magic uses the power of life and we are, for all means and purposes, technically dead, its power on our beings drops significantly. The magic of the hunters that killed my family though, affected us just like it would anybody else," she explained tonelessly. "Is that so?" Hamed Grindelwald, taking another sip from his glass. "I will require your memories of the night later on. Now though Miss Lena, Bulrod," he said, gesturing to the bowed reaper, "will lead you to what it will be your room during your stay here. Please take your time to relax and ask Bulrod if you need anything else. We will continue this discussion when you don't look as if you're about to pass out," Grindelwald bemusedly said, taking in the tired appearance of the girl. "Also," he said, waving his wand and casting a red beam at Lena, "there was a tracking spell on you. I took care of it, but please do be more careful in the future. I wouldn't want anyone discovering one of my manners so easily," said the Dark Lord, finding amusement in the girl's embarrassment. Ah, the joy of teasing the youngsters. He wondered if torturing Hadrian like this will be just as fun. He couldn't wait to find that out. His cheeky grandson should better be prepared. "Understood, sir," replied Lena stiffly as Bulrod got up from his bowed position. "Have a good night, princess. And I'm sorry for your loss." Lena gave a curt nod, slightly taken by surprise by the sincerity heard in Grindelwald's words, before following Bulrod out the study, down the hall, towards her new room. Grindelwald watched her go and the door close behind her, before letting out a sigh. The girl hadn't told him everything, that much was clear, but, after the ordeal she went through, he hadn't expected her to. Still, the girl seemed spirited enough, though a touch spoiled, but what could one expect from a princess? He just hoped that the desire for revenge he saw burning in her eyes will not destroy her. Hopefully, she was strong enough to move forward and not let past attachments bind her. He drowned in the last of his cognac, which pleasantly burned his throat, as fire flames danced across his face, casting shadows on it and making his icy blue eyes glint dangerously in the light. He was furious that Valder, Lena's father and his dear friend, was killed alongside his whole family except Lena. But, if the war taught him one thing, that was to not dwell on loss and regrets. There was a time for mourning and a time for action. And this was surely a time for action. This wasn't the first time an unknown faction of supposed powerful wizards made a bold move of attack in the last months. He didn't know who they were or what their purpose was, but he was almost sure that the ones who attacked Lena's coven were the same that set up the attack in Diagon Alley in which his grandson almost lost his life. And he will make them pay. Oh, yes he will, Grindelwald thought with a Cheshire smile on his rugged face as he imagined all the lovely torture he will put them through when he discovered who they were. No one could mess with his family and friends and live to tell the tale. You could ask their ghosts about that. Icy blue orbs blazed with fire as resolution was made. It was time for action. "Albus, what should we do?" asked Charles Potter after reading the report regarding the hidden investigation of the Diagon Alley battle. The information contained in it was alarming to say the least. Blue eyes strangely missing any kind of twinkle closed briefly with a sigh before their owner responded. "Nothing. We do nothing for now. Dumbledore softly whispered, piercing Charles with one of his rare serious and solemn looks. But Albus, you can't be serious. Think about the... Charles, the old wizard simply said, effectively cutting down the Potter's family head outburst. I said for now, we will continue to investigate the matter, but the information isn't to be made public. Just imagine the reaction this will cause. Everyone will flock to Grindelwald's side if this was to be known. There will be an all-out war much more dreadful than the one we are currently engaged in, Dumbledore said, satisfied by the grudging acquiescence to his point made by Charles at the end of his words. He sighed, just when he sorted the legilimency incident, and things were starting to look up for him, seeing that in a few days he will be able to return as Hogwarts headmaster. This had to happen. Such stupid fools this men were. Disaster will occur if Grindelwald or anyone else for the matter found out about this. Even he, as calm as he tried to appear, was disgusted and repulsed by what this men want to achieve. So much prejudice. Blood will be spilled, tears will be cried, and for what? Didn't anybody realize that war wasn't the way to solve conflicts? Something had to be done, and soon. Too bad he didn't know what. For the first time in his life he had no idea how he could sort this situation out, without causing the most terrible war between people and races to erupt. He grimaced. The future looked more grim the more he thought about it. And that didn't bode well at all. Seated on her perch, Fox let a soothing thrill, that spread a wave of calmness in the room, as she spread out her wings. For once she agreed with the old, often misguided, wizard. This didn't bode well at all. Dear mother, beloved father and adorable little brother. How are all of you doing? Hopefully, everything is all right at home despite the nagging feeling I have telling me that you are all hiding something from me. Knowing how displeased I would be if that were to be the truth, I trust you will not do that. After all, you all should know well enough that sooner or later I will find out if you did. I have to admit that I'm surprised to have received only a short note as a reply to my previous letter, though the cookies you did send me were enough to soothe my ire for now. I have to say that all my friends enjoyed them immensely, though that made me fear for the safety of Creature, as I believe some of them, like Rabaston Lestrange for example, actually consider kidnapping poor Creature to force him cook more of his heavenly cookies. Also, mother, I am very happy you listened to my request and sent Severus a package with all the basic necessities one needs in the Slytherin dorms. I dread to even imagine what could have happened if other students noticed that, besides being a half-blood, Severus also wasn't as well off as the rest of them. Slytherin isn't an easy house to survive in after all. I would never forget Severus' face as he read your note and opened the package you sent, after I cast the engorgement charm on it, of course. Shock, alarm, disbelief, embarrassment and hope, all warred across the usually emotionless face of my friend. But oh, mother, I have never met a more prideful person than Severus who, despite the quite obvious desire to accept the gift, he forced himself to refuse it. Though, in retrospective, I think I should have expected that considering how he is. In the end, I was actually forced to pull the "who do you think you are to refuse a gift from the noble house of Black and insult us by doing so" card to make him accept it. Honestly now, he should be more honest. Anyone could see that despite the redundant facade in accepting the gift he tried to put on, he was quite pleased to have robes, books, daily clothes and other such things of the same quality as the rest of his peers in Slytherin. He actually glowed when he noticed the advanced potion kit. It felt quite nice to finally see how his happy face looks like. Going on, I am pleased to announce you that during the Defense Against Dark Arts class one managed to cast a corporeal Patronus. The class is taught by Professor Riddle, who is truly brilliant, father, like you always said, and I admit that from all the professors I met till now at Hogwarts he is definitively the most impressive one. Also I am very much intrigued by the system he uses in organizing his classes. It seems that he believes in separating the students not by houses but by the level of ability they show. I really do hope to land in the advanced class together with Hadrian and Severus, and I'm glad to say that the chances seem to be in our favor. After all, Hadrian had been the first to manage casting a corporeal Patronus, though an unusual one, as it wasn't only ancestral but also more real-looking than any other Patronus I ever seen or heard of, as it was black instead of silver in color. Not to mention that some can't even see it, as a thestral can be seen only by those that witnessed death. That isn't to say my Patronus is in any way less impressive, Regulus. Quite the contrary, as it is an enormous three-headed dog, a Cerberus to be exact, that seems quite gentle and playful despite his frightening appearance. Unsurprisingly, everybody was awed by him. Severus hasn't yet managed to cast the Patronus, but I'm sure he will be able to soon as the wisps of silvery mist become more concentrated and solid with each casting he does. I believe his problem lies in finding a strong enough memory to use, which I admit makes me suspicious of what his home life is like. What child doesn't have any memory strong enough to fill him with happiness? That being said, I'm afraid I have to end this letter here. I'm very tired since, after the performance we did in Professor's Riddle class, many students came to me and Hadrian for advice, and we ended up holding tutoring session for those who wanted to learn the Patronus charm. And teaching is hard. Love, Sirius. P.S. Regulus, you better not use our cousins to get revenge on me. I noticed that both Narcissa and Bellatrix avoid me like the plague, while Andromeda seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. If this happens because you asked them to prank me and now they are biding their time, waiting for the perfect chance to catch me unaware, do not believe even for a second that I will not have my revenge. You better run and hide while you still can if my suspicions are true, because if they prank me you will be the one to suffer the worst when I return. Sighing, Walburga lovingly folded the letter after reading it and started to prepare for bed as her thoughts run a mile a minute. Regulus was already tucked in and fast asleep, according to Creature, while her husband was once again away, making sure that everything went smoothly when the compulsion web matter was revealed to the public. As she removed her robe and dressed in her nightwear with a wave of her wand, Walburga couldn't help but be content that, finally, everything started to look up for them. Thankfully, Andromeda will be all right, as her treatment, which consisted of ingestion of special potions, regular physical tests and systematically organized sessions with curse breakers followed by sessions with the mind healers, will be successful according to healers Marconi predictions, though it will take time, and the girl was to be kept at the clinic until she was entirely free of the compulsion web's influence. That meant, for Walburga, that she could stop worrying and that she could now fantasize of what, once they found who was the one that dared target their family, was she could do to him to make him pay for her beloved son and niece suffering. Though she knew that finding the culprit will be no easy task, she was certain that they could do it. Even if it took days, weeks, months or years. Punishment will be delivered. As she brushed her hair, without the help of magic, as she found that doing it manually helped her relax, she thought of Sirius' letter and couldn't help but be proud at her son's perceptiveness, though the conclusion he drew wasn't as unexpected as it should be, truth to be told, considering the fact that Regulus had asked his cousins for help against Sirius before. She couldn't help a smile at the thought. How good it would have been if that was really the case. Alas, she wasn't the type of person to waste the time with wistful thinking. They knew the truth, and soon everybody will know it as well. Tomorrow was, after all, the day when the newspaper will reveal everything to the wizarding world about the compulsion webs that were more real than many will be inclined to believe. What happened next? Well, it wasn't her business actually. The Black House did the honorable thing and shared their secrets with the rest of the wizarding community for their sake, but the rest wasn't up to them. It was up to the wizarding world whether it listened to their warning or not. However, that didn't mean she didn't know what the consequences of the revealed truth will be. Panic, chaos, paranoia, and discrimination. No matter what, Walburga Black had never been naive and blind to ways the world worked, and knew that, although those under the compulsion web will be seen as victims, they will also be discriminated against. How many will lose their jobs because their employer suspected them of working, however unwillingly, for another because of the compulsion web cast on them? The ministry, for one, will never take the risk, considering how many things it wouldn't want the large public to find out about actually were. It wasn't fair, she knew that, but the world wasn't known to be kind in any way but harsh and cold. That was the absolute truth she was taught since early childhood. No to mention that the opposite of that was also possible. How many will try to fake being under a compulsion web in order to excuse some of their past mistakes and escape repercussions? She reckoned there will be too many to keep count. No matter though, Walburga knew that she didn't had to worry about her son and niece. Both were strong enough to not let such matters affect them, and, truthfully speaking, how many were stupid enough to talk against a member of the Black family? She pitied the fool who dared do so. They, the Blacks, weren't the ones you could trifle with and escape unscathed. Ever since the early beginnings of this now ancient and noble house, the Black members have always demonstrated an unrivaled viciousness when threatened, making their enemies tremble in fear. They were the epitome of Slytherin and proud of it, always able to use everything around them in their favor and deal with anything that threatened them swiftly and efficiently. Why even now, in this situation, despite the personal feelings involved, her husband found a way to increase their fortune by buying 51% of the shares of the Marconi Institute, which, after the compulsion web paranoia began, as one of the few clinics capable of providing a treatment against the compulsion webs, it will surely become quite profitable. Her full lips slightly curved in the beginning of an amused smirk. And they said Orion was the most tame of the Blacks. Clearly, the ones who said so didn't know him well enough to realize that he was a wolf in sheep clothing, always able to keep a clear head and take advantage of any situation, capable of masking his predatory nature with small smiles and gentleness. She expected nothing less from the husband she hand-picked for herself, though. A light frown marred her flawless face as she thought about her father and his friend Augustus. Tomorrow was also the day when they will go after Eileen to find out whether she was under a compulsion web or not, and Walburga knew that they will drag her kicking and screaming to the clinic, if needed, in order to find out her diagnosis if she were to refuse to come with them willingly. Pollux had already been forced to stun Augustus in order to stop the man from marching to his daughter's house right then, when he found out said daughter was under a compulsion web, as in his mind there was no could be about it, dressed as he was in potion-stained robes and with his cup of tea in hand. Or so she was told afterward when she met with her father. Luckily Pollux, thank Merlin, was able to make the man see reason and realize that it was better to wait until the compulsion web problem became public knowledge before heading there. That way they could excuse their actions to the Aurors if any problems were to arise. Not that there were many things that could count as a problem in face of the united powers of a Black and a Prince. Walburga smiled as she remembered how, in the past, she and Eileen used said power in order to ascertain their superiority among their Slytherin's peers. Ah, such good times those were. Idly, she wondered if the fact that she wanted her friend to be under a compulsion web, despite the consequences of what such a thing will further entail, made her be a bad friend. Then she remembered the letter from Sirius and the boy's suspicion towards the home life of Severus, Eileen's son. There was no doubt in her mind that the good-for-nothing muggle that Eileen took for a husband wasn't capable of taking care of a family properly. He might even, and here her features darkened at even the thought of such a thing happening, abuse them. Death will be a too gentle punishment if that were the case, she viciously thought, feeling rage filling her at the thought of a dirty muggle harming a witch, her friend, in any way, and the things around her started to tremble as her magic built up. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Now it wasn't the time to let anger overcome her. Putting her brush down, she crawled beneath the sateen sheets, prepared to let sleep overcome her and make her forget, if even for a moment, of all the worry and complications caused by those blasted compulsion webs. Her last thought before drifting off and entering the realm of Morpheus was that she had to go to Hogwarts tomorrow morning to gently explain the situation to Sirius before the boy, Morgana forbid, read about it first in the newspaper. If that happened, the boy wouldn't be pleased with them. No, he wouldn't be pleased at all. The morning air was cold when Bellatrix Black started to head towards the Quidditch field, broom in hand, and puffs of air formed each time she exhaled. It was quite early, the sun having not risen yet, but she couldn't wait any longer. She had to vent her frustration somehow, and since she wasn't allowed to crucio the first poor soul that happened to pass her way, and such a pity that was, she was forced to use the only other means she had of getting rid of her anxiety, flying. There was nothing that could beat the feel of the wind rushing sharply against her face, the high caused by the rising adrenaline and the unrestrained freedom the sky had to offer. Flying was the best thing ever invented for Bellatrix, right there next to the dark arts. She never felt more like herself than when she let herself go on a broom, and it was only then that she could completely relax, that she could let go of all her worry and anger. When she flew, there were only two things in the whole world that mattered, she and the unlimited sky. While flying, it was the only time she could simply be unbounded by social status, political games or other trivial matters, as such things were insignificant when faced with the infinity offered to her. As such she did it at any chance she got, especially when she needed to clear her head for one reason or another. Like now, because Bellatrix Black wasn't by any means stupid. Sure, she didn't possess the sly cunning, stunning grace and natural diplomacy talent of her sister Narcissa, nor the book's smart, analytical mind and political talent of Andromeda, but that didn't mean she didn't understand the danger her sister and cousin had been in. She was Bellatrix Black, the proud and noble daughter of the Black family. What she lacked in book smart she made up for with pure talent, and what she lacked in finesse she made up for with power. Plus, she had good terrific instincts. She was one for action, not for planning, talking or strategy. She knew that, out of her sisters, she was the one with the more powerful magic and the strongest in the dueling area. She was aware that her temper, so alike with that of her Aunt Walburga, and passion made her a deadly enemy to her opponents. She was also aware that the power she possessed, all her natural talent in dueling and dark arts, were of no use in helping her sister get better. There was nothing she could do but sit and wait, and there was nothing she hated more than that, as she wasn't one used to being patient. Never had she felt more powerless, more useless than in this situation caused by those thrice-damned compulsion webs. Oh, if only she got her hand on the perpetrator. His screams of pain will seem like the loveliest melody to her ears, of that she was sure. Alas, the perpetrators hadn't been found out, and she could only do nothing to help. It was because of that she became more and more frustrated, which resulted in her coming to the Quidditch field so early for a round of flying, without anyone bothering her. Bemusedly, she reckoned that she was the only one awake at this hour, since there was no one else crazy enough to lose sleep in a school in which every drop of energy affected the performance in class. Or if they were awake, for whatever reason, they certainly wouldn't come to the Quidditch field to fly of all things. Shacking her head, bouncy, long black curls bobbing slightly, she snapped out of her musing and turned her large black eyes towards the endless sky. And promptly froze in her tracks. A slow, predatory smile appeared a second later on her delicate face as an wicked, amused glint entered her eyes, which were fixed on what seemed like a moving black dot in the sky. Well, it seemed she was wrong. There were people crazy enough to come at the Quidditch field to fly at this ungodly hour. And what interesting people to do so indeed. As he sneaked out from the Slytherin's dorm, which was much harder to do without the invisibility cloak to hide him and the Marauder's map to show him where everyone was, Hadrian's only thought was that, if he were to be caught and lose points for his house, Sirius will kill him. After Rabaston and Evan skinned him alive, that is. Severus probably will only say something sarcastic and stare at him with that, "You really are an idiot," look he excelled in. And then there was also the fact that he will get detention. But, although he didn't want all that to happen, he still had to do this. It's just that, finally, the undeniable truth that what was happening to him was real, and not some sort of blown out of proportions fantasy dream or hallucination of his, hit home. And now he had to deal with the aftermath of that. And boy, what an aftermath it was. Now that the shock was wearing off, he realized how big, and he meant big, everything happening around him really was, and also his own importance and effect on this new world. Despite the fact that he already should have known all this, and he did knew it on some level, till now everything just seemed so surreal, and, although he acted as if he was in control, for him it was as if he was stuck in a dream. Like he was playing a part of a play. A game. But it wasn't. It was all so real, but still surreal, and it wasn't a dream, and dear Merlin, that meant that he wasn't going to wake up to his old life. Ever. This was his life now. His only life. And it was a mess. Even more complicated than his old one, what with all of whom he was now. It also didn't seem like it will become less complicated in the future, but quite the contrary. And he so wasn't prepared to deal with it. He was only 11 going on 17, he wasn't even supposed to have to deal with all the crap life just loved to throw at him. Why couldn't he be normal, just another face in crowd? Why did he have to be the one influencing the fate of the world? Why, oh why, did he had to be the one life liked to screw over and over again? And yes, he was aware that he was whining and that he should just be glad that he wasn't dead and had another shot at living, but, as he thought about Grindelwald, his Dark Lord grandfather, His heritage, which, by Merlin, influenced way too many things going, or which will go, haywire in his life, the supposed prophecy about him. And he didn't even want to think about opening that can of worms yet, and the could-be Dark Lord riddle on top of them all. He believed that he bloody earned the right to do so after all the things that simply continued to happen to him. Not to mention it was so strange to suddenly realize that everything was real, just like that, in the blink of an eye, as he lay in bed listening to the small snores of his dorm mates. It was like waking up from a trance, and he reckoned it would have happened sooner if it wasn't for the fact that everything happened so fast since the bitter betrayal that started everything, and as such he was forced to continuously try keep up and adapt, no matter that he didn't fully understand what he was keeping up with. With the return to Hogwarts and his discussion with Hermione turned serious, another shocking thing he has to get used to that took place in the room of requirement, added to the fact that he finally settled in some sort of routine in a familiar environment, helped him clear his head and actually think and mull over his happenings since coming into this new world. And now he was confused. Though he knew what he should do and even had some sort of vague idea of how to go about it, he still was so confused about why should he be the one to do it. Why couldn't fate use another to accomplish its goals? Not to say that he wasn't exactly reliable, the fact that he practically abandoned his old world to Voldemort, purely for selfish reasons just so that he could be happy, with no consideration for his friends that counted on him to win the war for them, being enough proof of that. That was also the reason he felt like he was the filthiest man on earth, the scum of the scum, sacrificing the happiness of others to achieve his own. And the sad thing, he really was happy, if more than a little stressed out, happy here in this strange new world with new friends, new enemies, a more than he could handle alone situation, and his new family, which made it all the worse for his conscience. Hadrian grimaced. He really had to stop being such an angsty teenager. He so hated his whiny self, always complaining and complaining some more about the unfairness of life, making him become all the more annoyed with himself. Perhaps it was merely the stress of the situation getting to him that made his trail of thought become similar to a soap opera character. But then again, it could be that his mind had finally snapped under pressure and he had gone crazy, though, according to a certain reporter, that happened long ago, in his 4th year. The inability of his mind to reconcile with the true depth of reality and process it into apt feeling might have more than a little to do with it too. No matter though, the thing was he just couldn't allow it to go on. As such he decided to stop with all his sulking and brooding. Merlin knew he didn't need to become an emo teen, considering how much he needed to be optimistic in order to handle his messed up life, sometime hope being his only reason for going on against all changes, even when he wanted to just stop and give up in his struggle for a normal life. And there was only one thing that could help him snap from the self-pitying slum he entered. Flying. Nothing could help him clear his head better than soaring through the air at high speeds, pulling a round of life-threatening moves with the wind whistling in his ears and with the blood pounding in his eardrums as he plummeted to the ground only to dive in the last moment, all that with the help of a simple broom slightly more comfortable than a stick. Yeah, flying was the best. And that's what he decided to do. But, since now he was a first year, a bit of sneaking around was needed in order for him to enjoy the thrill of flying without worry. Because of that, here he was at the dawn of day, sneaking out of his dorm to go to the Hogwarts Quidditch field, taking care so that nobody will see him. It will be pretty bad if he were to be caught, but, as he inhaled the fresh smell of grass deeply, he thought it was totally worth the risk. Once he was up in air, heart beating wildly in excitement in his chest, that feeling multiplied by several times. He was finally free. So caught up he was in the enjoyment of the moment that he never noticed the other Slytherin student that wanted to fly so early in the morning raising up in the air and flying towards him until it was literally in front of him. My, what do we have here? A ickle little firsty breaking the rules, cowed Bellatrix, with a big, predatory smile on her face as she watched the surprised Slytherin closely, curious about the boy rumors said to be her cousin's serious close friend, the famous Hadrian Malfoy. Ha! She will see if the boy was worth his salt right now. The fame meant nothing to her, and she wasn't about to let her cousin befriend stupid fools that thought that they deserved everything because they made a newspaper front page once or twice. The Black weren't that shallow to give their friendship to those fools, as only the most deserving were worthy of the honor of calling them friends. Hadrian, also, watched the teenage girl in front of him with wide eyes. Damn, he never thought he'll meet her so soon. He knew he will, eventually, since they were part of the same house and she was Sirius' cousin, but just not so soon. Beautiful as always, with large, black eyes surrounded by thick eyelashes which were noticeably lacking the glint of madness he was so used to seeing, full lips of the color of cherries curved into an wide smirk, and a porcelain face framed by long, curly, black hair, Bellatrix Lest Black stood there in all her glory, watching him like a predator watched its prey. Gulping, he swallowed his nerves and the instinct to attack her. She isn't the same one that killed Sirius, remember, before responding. I wasn't aware I was breaking any rules, he replied evenly, trying to not let his voice quiver as verdant orbs bored into black ones. I thought that it was prohibited for the first years to bring brooms to school. Nobody ever said anything about flying also being prohibited. Bellatrix pulled herself up on the broom, giving the impression of looming over Hadrian, who, once again, cursed his height. And then on what are you flying, boy? On air. This isn't my broom, Miss Black. It was borrowed to me by Yaxley as I helped him yesterday master the Patronus charm, Hadrian smoothly responded, all the while patting himself on the head for his cover. Of course it was his broom, his first present ever from his new parents in fact. But he wouldn't let her know that. And Yaxley would vouch for him. He owed him for helping, after all. Bellatrix stared Hadrian down for a little while, and Hadrian barely stopped himself from fidgeting under her stare. Did she realize that he had just lied? Were his lies so easy to see through? He thought himself a decent liar till now, years living at orphanage or with the Dursleys making him master the art lying, deception and half-truths from early childhood, but maybe he wasn't as good as he thought he was. After all, he had lived 6 years among Gryffindors where honesty was usually the norm, any kind or form of deceit being highly frowned upon. When Bellatrix slowly started to flash her white teeth in a smile, or was that a smirk, he almost sighed in relief until he caught himself. He still got it. I like you, boy, Bellatrix declared, as queen granting her subject a great honor. I approve of you being Sirius' friend, she continued as Hadrian felt his eyebrow rise up in surprise. Idly, he wondered how the heck did Bellatrix manage to look so regal while standing on a broomstick, several meters up in the air, with her hair in disarray because of the wind. Alas, he reckoned that this was the sort of mystery he will never find the answer to. Okay, Miss Black, he said after a few seconds, noticing that she was waiting some kind of answer from him. Don't give me any of that, Miss Black, thing you got going. Serious friends I approve of are also my friends. Call me Bella, I'll call you Dre, Bellatrix said with much aplomb. Dre, Hadrian eventually asked in a faint voice. He did not squeak, thank you very much, not quite knowing how to react to this kind of unknown, and dare he say it, friendly Bellatrix. Somehow, he had a very, very bad feeling about this. How in Merlin's name did he manage to attract the attention of people that were his bitter enemies in his old life, anyway? There should be some kind of law against that, you know, to stop the unnecessary confusion it caused. Hadrian is too long, the witch said as if that explained everything. And maybe it did, he wearily thought, simply deciding to give up for the moment and go with the flow. Why the heck was he even trying to be serious about life and make sense out of it anyway? In the end, after all, no matter what happens, it's not like anybody gets out of it alive anyway. Some tried, it's true, like Voldemort, and everybody saw how that ended up like, but nobody succeeded. So why should he spend it worrying? So, how about an one-on-one, Dre? Think you can handle me? Bellatrix then asked challengingly, a teasing smirk on her face and eyes full of mischief. You're on, was the simple answer Hadrian gave. Why the hell not? After all, he thought. He had nothing to lose. He was too tired to even care anymore that she was the counterpart of Bellatrix Lestrange of his old world. As he soared through the air trying to gain more speed, there was only one thing on his mind. To have fun. Oh, and by the way, little Dre, Bella called from up front, Yaxley never owned a broom in his life. He is afraid of heights. Patricia Parkinson was fuming as she returned to the dorms from the breakfast table in a huff. Stupid mudblood, stupid Black, and stupid professors. Didn't they had anything better to talk about? So what if a couple of first years managed to cast a corporeal Patronus? So what if she couldn't even cast the silvery mist? So what if she had to seek out the help of the mudblood and black in order to improve? So what? That didn't mean she had to suffer through all breakfast hearing of their accomplishments as everyone praised their talent all the while wondering where they were that they didn't came down to breakfast. Even that disgrace of a half-blood, Snape, managed to gain their attention with the talent he displayed in Slughorn's potion class. A fluke, for certain, she thought. But they will soon see the truth. Not to mention that, to top it all, those stupid, oh so stupid Lestrange and Rosier paid more attention to that Zabini girl than her. Even after she went to all the trouble to destroy the girl potion and make her look like a fool. Ah, she was so mad. Why wasn't anything going as she wanted it to? How could everyone disregard her so easily? How could she succeed in her mission at Hogwarts if nobody took notice of her? She was a member of the Parkinson house, which wasn't ancient or noble. They were nouveau riche, as some snobbish purebloods called them, as the only reason they were even taken in consideration was because her grandfather, Patroclus Parkinson, made good money at the end of the First War with Grindelwald in the building construction business, after Grindelwald was sent to Ermengarde, managing to raise the value of their house name. As it was, she was the only daughter of the Parkinson family. She had two brothers though. Her oldest brother, Parson, was going to become the head of the Parkinson house while her second brother, Patrick, was accepted to a private magical school on the continent, where he hoped to find a worthy match. Not such a hard task to accomplish, she reckoned, since he was quite handsome and also possessed a calm nature that attracted people to him. She was more worried about Parson in that area, truth to be told, as he wasn't exactly the sharpest knife in the drawer nor particularly handsome. And then it was her. Patricia knew well enough she wasn't the prettiest girl there was. But she wasn't ugly, and she was quite smart, thank you very much. As such, she first thought her mission of finding a worthy husband would be an easy one. As the only daughter of the Parkinson house, it was her duty to strengthen the house ties with the noble houses by marrying into one of them. Easier said than done, That's why she never considered going to Beauxbatons, since her average looks could never hope to compete with the ones posed by those vile creatures, the Velas, which attended that particular school as if they were as good as any other normal witches. There was one thing those disgusting creatures were good for, and that definitively wasn't wand work. Durmstrang was a good choice, but sadly she completely failed the entrance examination. Of course her papa wasn't pleased by that, but there was nothing she could do. After all, despite her smarts, her magic wasn't all that powerful, and Durmstrang accepted only the ones most gifted in magical prowess into their folds. So the only choice she had was to come to Hogwarts in order to find someone to fit her standards. Her father already told her to not pay any attention to Hadrian Malfoy, as he, no doubt, was only a lucky mudblood who survived the Avada Kedavra curse in a freak accident. As her dearest papa said, his Order of Merlin will not fill the vaults in Gringotts. Even though he was adopted by the Malfoys, the Malfoy house already had a heir Lucius and also another girl, Arya, to leave their fortune to. The mudblood should feel lucky he was even associated with the pureblood circles. Who knows, maybe some desperate widower will take him as husband in the future, since, after all, he wasn't all that bad to look at. The same her father said about Sirius Black. Everyone and their mother knew that Sirius was an idiot, a disgrace to his pureblood heritage, and that sooner or later he will be disowned by his family. No, the one she had to keep her eyes on when he came to Hogwarts was his younger brother Regulus, who, her papa told her, will be the one to inherit the Black Fortune. But, the ones to whom she should really pay all her attention now, were Evan Rosier, the scion of the most noble house of Rosier, and, of course, Rabaston Lestrange, the second son of the ancient and noble house of Lestrange. If his stupid oldest brother Rodolphus, and what an ugly name that was, hadn't looked after Rabaston as a hawk, she would have already slipped the Armotentia potion, provided to her by her dear father, in his drink. And that stupid Rosier, who was supposed to be the easy prey since he didn't have anybody to look after him at Hogwarts, was the most irritating of them all, always so cautious with what he ate or drank. Oh, how she wished it were as simple as her papa thought it will be. Alas, it wasn't, and her spotlight was stolen by those stupid fools. Stupid Lestrange and Rosier for not paying her attention. Stupid Zabini for being prettier than her. Stupid Patronuses for being so hard to cast. Stupid Sirius. Stupid adopted mudbloods with Order of Merlin. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But she will show them all. No one messes with Patricia Parkinson. Of course it didn't help her mood when she found herself in front of the Slytherin entrance only to realize she had forgotten the damn password and couldn't enter the dorm. Who, in Morgana's name, chooses those stupid Latin phrases as a password anyway? As it was no wonder that, when Patricia Parkinson finally remembered the password, after a couple of tries, and entered the common room of the Slytherin dorm, she was on the edge of explosion. Finding the room occupied by Sirius Black and Severus Snape, two of the people who made it at the top of her black list, also didn't improve her mood at all. Hearing the entrance opening, both Sirius and Severus turned hopeful looks towards the entrance only to sigh in disappointment a second later. Sadly, it seemed that it wasn't Hadrian. Only Merlin knew where the boy went off to before they woke up, but, when he returned, Sirius was gonna give him an earful for making them worry like this. "Oh, it's just you," Severus' voice coolly rang, dismissively, after he saw who it was at the entrance. "And who did you expect, Snape? Santa Claus? I almost forgot you were a little half-blood who believes in the crazy things Muggle come up with," Parkinson said nastily, leveling Severus with a look of contempt. Severus was not impressed and simply ignored her. "Shut your trap, Parkinson. We aren't in the mood for your petty insults," Sirius said in exasperation. "And we were expecting Hadrian. He isn't by any chance at breakfast, is he? Oh, did the mudblood abandon you already? What a surprise. It seems that, after all, the mudblood isn't as stupid as I believed him to be if he realized you two aren't worth it." "And who is worthy, Parkinson?" Sirius finally snapped, irritated with the bitchy girl. "You," he asked in a tone that conveyed perfectly what he thought about that idea, making the Slytherin witch flush in anger. "Why you? Why me what, Parkinson? You are just a jealous brat who thinks the world revolves herself, and when Hadrian didn't become your little lapdog you began to slander us continuously, and I'm getting tired of it. Grow up or leave us alone already," Sirius exclaimed in frustration. Every day, every hour, every minute she had free, Parkinson used it to gossip about them and slander their reputation, and he was sick of it already. "Gah," was Parkinson's retort. "How could you even think I'm jealous of you over that mudblood's friendship? What, do you think he is all that because of his Order of Merlin and adoption in the Malfoy house? Please, he is just a mudblood, a little more than a plaything to the Malfoys, and once they get bored of him they will kick him out in the streets, where he belongs. He will be left to crawl back to those filthy muggles as he deserves to," the witch finally exploded, pouring all her venom into her words. "You are crossing the line, Parkinson," Sirius said, his eyes narrowed dangerously, fingers twitching for the wand in his pocket. "What, did the truth hurt?" the girl taunted, enjoying his torment that she was the cause of. Before Sirius retorted though, Severus intervened. "Sirius," the other said calmly, not even bothering to lift his eyes from the book he returned to when he saw who it was that entered the common room, "it's not worth it." And just like that, Sirius calmed down considerably, before deciding he will also ignore the girl. Severus was right, she simply wasn't worth the bother if she let her prejudice blind her so much. "What is it, Snape? Aren't I allowed to express my opinion? Everybody else seemed to be," she sneered, annoyed at the holier-than-thou attitude of the half-blood. "Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. It's just that yours is stupid and thus not worth to be taken in consideration," the boy said without looking up from his book, before continuing to ignore the Slytherin witch. Seeing that both boys were death set on ignoring her, Parkinson huffed before plopping down on one of the couches present in the room. Fine, let them ignore her, see if she cared, she thought as she brought out the morning newspaper from her pocket in order to read it and pass the time more easily until it was time for the first class of the day. The newspaper was still unfolded, as she hadn't had the opportunity to read it at breakfast before she stormed out, annoyed at the general population, and, once she opened it, she couldn't stop her lips from curving into a smirk. "Ignore me now," she viciously thought as she started to read aloud, to the surprise of the two Slytherins who didn't know what she was up to now. They soon figured it out though. Shocking news. The ancient and noble house of Black targeted by compulsion webs. Who will be next? By Leona Skeeter. Considering the times we live in, many of us consider death to be a possible outcome to befall either us or our families. Until now there was nothing that could scare us more than it. However, dear readers, I wonder how many of you will welcome life when you are forced to live said life merely as puppets for another, without even realizing. Impossible, you say. Well, Orion Black, head of the ancient and noble house of Black, might have something to say about that, considering 2 members of his family have fallen victims to a magic that can, in fact, make one behave in a certain way for his whole life, just like a puppet without strings. And that magic, dear readers, is called compulsion web. Compulsion webs are a highly advanced type of mental curse that can only be cast by a very powerful and talented wizard or witch, which purpose is to influence the behavior of an individual to the point where even his way of thinking is molded in accordance with the compulsion web purpose. As it is, compulsion webs are very hard to get rid of and even harder to notice their influence on an individual. Just after his birth, my son Sirius Orion Black, scion and heir to the ancient and noble house of Black, was placed under a compulsion web that greatly influenced his action and personality, making him act differently than he would have normally had as he grew up. Luckily, the inconstancy and the continued fluctuation of my son's magic that happened because of the sudden growth spurt his magical core had, made a fissure in the web, giving his true personality a chance to fight it off. With the help of the Inficialus Ritus, an ancient ritual that Sirius found through his research in the Black Library, he managed to destroy the compulsion web placed on his mind, Orion Black said, giving this reporter the impression he was both proud at his son's courage and talent to succeed alone in casting such a highly dangerous ritual and terrified at what the other outcome of the ritual could have been, death. Also, the fact that the compulsion web remained undetected for such a long time, and that, if it weren't for the young boy's perceptiveness in seeing the inconstancy of his own behavior, it would have remained so. It's quite alarming, I believe, dear readers. And, as if having his son so close to death wasn't already enough, Lord Black soon discovered that even his niece Andromeda Black, the second daughter of Cygnus and Druella Black, was under the influence of a compulsion web. As it is, she is now receiving treatment in the Marconi Institute, created by the renowned Italian healer Marcello Marconi, trying to fight off the compulsion web put on herself. We didn't want to risk her life with the Inficialus Ritus, as we also wouldn't have allowed Sirius to do if we knew what he was up to. Because of that, we sought the help of a specialist, and healer Marconi came highly recommended. It was he who told us to make the matter public for the sake of the wizarding world at large. The children are our future, they have to live free from outside influences. We ask all parents to go forward and check their children, and not only for compulsion webs if they have even the tiniest suspicion that something may be wrong, Lord Black said in a determined tone of voice. Healer Marcello Marconi, the author of more than 50 publications in the magazine, The Healing of the Mind, and the owner of the Marconi Institute, joined us to provide more information about compulsion webs. Firstly, all of us must be aware that compulsion webs are illegal and punished with a life sentence in Azkaban and confiscation of all possessions, being considered even worse than the Imperious Curse, which is one of the 3 unforgivables. The main reason for that it's because they are nearly impossible of being detected by one who doesn't specialize in them, and it's even more hard to find the one who is responsible of placing the web in the first place. If the compulsion web is discovered after only a few days, even a couple of weeks of being placed on an individual, sure, then there will be enough residual magic to give off a strong magical signature that will lead us straight to the criminal who did such a vile thing. But after a few months, forget about years, passed since compulsion web was placed, there will no magical traces whatsoever for anyone to see. The web will penetrate the magical core, and become part of its victim magical signature, healer Marconi bluntly informed. To find out whether someone is under a compulsion web or not, it's not difficult for a healer trained in curses that affect the mind. However, the problem is, who will bring a child or an adult for a checkup if, in their eyes, there is nothing wrong with the person in question? You see, when the compulsion web is placed, the symptoms will be the most noticeable in the first few days, disappearing completely after some time. In the case of a child who had an web placed on him at an early age, they might never find out the truth, considering the behavior and personality induced by the compulsion web to be his true ones, the changes taking place in concordance with the child's growth. Some even live their entire life under the influence of such a web and die without no one being the wiser about the truth. After the curse web is placed on the victim, in the first hours the victim will suffer from fever, cold symptoms, stomach aches, nightmares, mood swings, and there was even a report made by a healer which said rash could also be a symptom, Marconi said, providing me with a pamphlet which is posted on page 2 that contained a more detailed description of the symptoms in cause. For this purpose the criminal usually targets children when they are teething, so that the parents and the healers don't notice the symptoms colliding with the ones caused by teething. In the past, compulsion webs were one of the biggest threat for our ancestors' children, and because of that said children were taken outside only when they reached the age of 4 or 5 years old, not like in our times when some people go shopping with their newborn baby. However, since with time magic become weaker and now not many are powerful enough to cast such a spell, such times were forgotten as the compulsion webs became nothing more than a bad memory. It seemed though they are still a reality to our world, healer Marconi solemnly said. Also, the healer warned that another time when someone might try to place a compulsion web is when the would-be victim suffers from some sort of physical illness. No to mention that, in the cases of children under compulsion webs, one should expect to see some behavior disturbances, like excessive pranking, tantrums with no reason, sleep disturbances, enuresis in some cases, tics and so on, as the child's mind tries to cope with the web placed on it. For close family members, because they have seen the child behave like that for so long, compulsion web is the last thing they will think of to explain such behavior. I, a father myself, love all my children unconditionally, and I am always trying to see the best in them, even if they were to not grow up as I first expected them to. This is why, even if they think their children aren't under a compulsion web, I still recommend the parents to bring their children to my clinic for a checkup, just in case. Better safe than sorry, is my motto, said healer Marconi, and this reporter couldn't agree more. Also, the healer continued, do not confuse those behavior disturbances with the natural temperament of a person. The natural temperament is something a child is born with, is what distinguishes from one other. Usually in a family where there is more than a child, parents will see that one child is soft, loves to read books, appreciate arts and so on, while another may be a sport and dueling lover. That is the difference between two siblings with two different temperaments, nothing to worry about. When the compulsion web is placed later in life, though, the differences in behavior will be more noticeable. A girl may elope and go on her merry way out of the blue. A husband may decide to stop his perfect career and do something completely strange. A mother may abandon her children and so on. Of course, there are cases in which a compulsion web will do more good than bad, but I ask, how can one condone to something that practically stole someone's freedom of thought and action? Also, how can one trust victims of compulsion webs with jobs in politics, teaching or forces, knowing they could have a hidden purpose in mind? How can you know that they will do what is asked of them and that they will not go behind your back to do whatever the compulsion dictates them to? Marconi finished, showing his deep disapproval towards the consequences of a compulsion web. The compulsion webs destroys the life not only of their victims, but also of all those around them. And seeing that the victims may not realize that their life is influenced by lies and as such not seek treatment voluntarily, it is our duty, dear readers, to be vigilante and report our suspicions to the authorities. Remember, you may save your relative, friend or lover from living a life of lies, so do not stall. Take action. Report your suspicions to the authorities. Ministry orders its employees to take the checkup for compulsion webs, see page 3. Tension between Gringotts and Ministry, why? See page 5. Dumbledore, forgiven, see page 6. As Parkinson finished reading, in serious mind crickets could be heard. Oh boy, he really done it now, he thought as he felt himself pale and become dizzy. Never had he thought that the excuse he came up with will cause, well, this. When he came upon the term of compulsion web in the Black Library, he thought he hit the jackpot, as it provided him with the perfect explanation for his behavior. He chose to fake the use of the inficialis ritus as the mean with which he escaped the influence of such an web, because the only aftereffect of using said ritual was depletion of the magical core, if it didn't end in death, that is. As such, he only had to cast enough difficult spells to use up all his magic and then prepare the stage of the show, his room in which the ritual supposedly took place, using some very simple spells. Sirius, the old ones that is, mind proved to be a source of endless inspiration when it had all that information and knowledge contained by the mind of Hermione as a resource. It was so simple, so easy to fool everyone into believing him. And now it became the biggest disaster he ever caused. How could he cause something of this proportion to happen? He didn't know how to deal with this. Usually it was Hadrian who was the instigator of things like this, not him. How could he ever fix this mess? He could actually see how people will panic and how paranoia will take over the wizarding world, all without any real reason. Wait just a minute. Didn't the article say something about Andromeda? Parkinson, give that here, he said, then proceeded to all but rip off the newspaper from the girl's hands, ignoring her indignant squeak. Aha, there it was clearly written, black on white, no room for doubt. Andromeda had been diagnosed with being under a compulsion web. So that's why everyone was behaving so strangely around him lately, and to think he thought Regulus put them up to it, Sirius thought, feeling gobsmacked by everything. And what did it mean that Andromeda was under the influence of a compulsion web? Did it mean that the Andromeda of their old world was also under the influence of such a web, only she never found out? Somehow, that idea didn't sound as far-fetched as he wished it would. And, now that he thought about it, maybe even the Sirius of their old world had been under the influence of such a web, if he were to be honest. He always had thought it strange that Sirius from the other universe hated his family so much only because his beliefs differed from theirs. After all, he knew for certain that, despite the fact that they didn't disapprove of Voldemort's goals, neither Walburga nor Orion had accepted to serve under him, and Regulus had only joined Voldemort due to the pressure put on him by everyone, proceeding to betray the bastard when the opportunity arose. The bond between Sirius and his family shouldn't have suffered so much only because of that much. His behavior was strange no matter how he thought about it, especially if one thought how united the pureblood families usually were. Then, there was also the fact that, until he ran away from home from his own initiative, Sirius hadn't been blasted out of the family tree despite the many times he went against its traditions and defied every belief of it. More than enough proof that his parent loved him if they tried to overlook what was, no doubt, in their opinion, a most disgraceful behavior, despite how the other pureblood must have gossiped about them because of it. With dread he realized that maybe even he, or rather the old Sirius, has been under the influence of a compulsion web but managed to escape its influence when Sirius and Hermione's souls combined in one. He felt sick to even think of something controlling, influencing his thoughts and actions. And his cousin was really going through such a thing, not like him who only faked everything as a convenient excuse. He was such a fool. What is it? Did the poor black heir didn't know about this? Taunted Parkinson, taking great pleasure in the ever-changing expression of Sirius at the moment. Don't be sad, we all knew both you and Andromeda had something in the head, so this didn't come as a big surprise, really. But now, at least your parents can excuse the disgraces you were without losing much face, and when your brother becomes head of family in your place you will not be thrown out in the streets, not like you wouldn't deserve to, the girl continued with a sneer. Both Sirius and Severus looked at her in wonder at what came out of her mouth. Was she really serious? Merlin, girl, that it's the only thing the article made you think of? Severus asked in disbelief that someone so shallow could even exist. Well, look at this. The filthy half-blood defends his friend, Parkinson said, ignoring Snape's words. What is it, Sirius? Are you too much of a pansy that you can't defend yourself? That you need a knight in armor to protect your honor? The girl maliciously asked, at which Sirius only gave a bland look. I'm not even going to bother with you. I have more important thing to do than deal with your seemingly limitless stupidity, Sirius said, turning on his heels, ready to go to his dorm to write a letter to his mother and father. Then he had to have a talk with either Bellatrix or Narcissa. Oh yes, he would. So caught up was he in his planning he never noticed the darkening features of Parkinson. Stupid. She was stupid. He was the stupid one. Oh, but she will show him stupid all right, she thought, taking out her wand. Reducto. She angrily cast, pointing her wand towards Sirius, mind clouded by rage at him, at Hogwarts, at her parents and the world in general, and, to her surprise, a beam of red went out of her wand heading straight to the boy. In her haze she saw Snape sitting up from where he was seated on the couch trying to reach Sirius in time, but she knew he wouldn't reach him fast enough. And the stupid boy hadn't even noticed that a curse was heading straight to him, so lost in his thoughts he was. Ha! That's what he deserved for dismissing her. Protega duo! Shouted an angry voice from the doorway, and a bluish cocoon enveloped Sirius right before the Reducto curse struck him. Turning around, surprised at the interference, Parkinson was faced with an angry Bellatrix that had her wand out and a bewildered Hadrian that held a broom in each hand. "What the heck it's going on here?" asked Hadrian after a blink, taking in the scene he stumbled upon. Parkinson had enough. "Great, now the mudblood is here. Joy," she said as nastily as she could, not wanting to let them see how shaken she was that she almost cursed a fellow student in her rage. She didn't knew she could actually cast the curse. It was the first time it worked for her. Such luck, she cynically thought. If the curse had struck, it would have been grounds for expulsion, and her papa wouldn't have been happy with her. Not at all. "Shut up, little bitch, and tell me why you attacked my cousin," snarled Bellatrix, pointing her wand at the first year who dared cast Reducto at Sirius. Which was pretty impressive for a first year, but that was beyond the point. "What do you care? Isn't he a disgrace to your family? Not that are better off, isn't that right, dear Bella? Everybody's talking, you know, about how unbecoming of your status you're behaving with your troll-like manners and tomboyish nature. Better smarten up or nobody will want to marry you. Well, you could always marry a muggle though. I hear they are pretty dim-witted." The first year sneered, and the only reason she wasn't half dead right now was because Hadrian left the brooms fall to the ground and was holding off the older Slytherin from cursing her, all the while wondering from where the hell did he got the courage to interfere between Bellatrix and her intended prey, especially considering the state of rage she was in. Warily, he realized it was simply because he didn't want to witness a murder happening in front of his eyes. Really, sometimes, he simply couldn't believe his luck. Just after he relaxed a bit, he had to return and find this a crazy girl who seemed to have suicidal tendencies at the moment. Great, just great, fan-freaking-tastic even. What did he do to deserve all this crap happening to him, anyway? "Listen, Parkinson," Hadrian started, fixing his Viridian eyes on the Slytherin witch, making her slightly flinch though she maintained her ground. "I don't know what your problem is, but—" "Oh, shut it, Malfoy," Parkinson cut him off. She knew she will get in trouble no matter what she did or say now, so she decided to at least she get all her frustration off her chest. "You are the worst of them, mudblood. Always so damn arrogant, as if you're the best world has to offer only because you survived in a freak accident and became adopted by the Malfoys. And such a teacher pet, on top of that. Everyone knows you hadn't actually cast that damn Patronus. Nobody can see it after all, and those who say they do only want to earn your favor. But once your fame passes, everybody will abandon you like the scum you are, even if the professor's trying their best to enter your good graces now, Prince of the Mudbloods," the girl sneered, pouring all her rage into the words, her face scrunched up in anger, though she was rather pleased to see Hadrian taken aback by her speech. Ha! She bet that she was the first one to tell him the truth to his face till now. "Stupid, fame-seeking mudblood. Really, I had no idea you thought so about your professors, Miss Parkinson," a smooth voice interfered, and turning around the girl was ready to unleash another round of insults upon the one who said that, only to swallow her words before she could blurt them out once she saw who it was. Accompanied by a beautiful, regal-looking woman and a young teen whom she recognized as one of the prefects, Tom Riddle stood in the entrance, his burgundy eyes coolly assessing the situation. "PR Professor, how long have you been there?" the girl stuttered, blanching at the sight of the headmaster and the one who was without a doubt Lady Walburga Black. "Long enough, Miss Parkinson. And I must say I am not impressed," Riddle bluntly informed her. "I believe at least 3 weeks of detention with Professor McGonagall are in order for your unsightly behavior. Also, I will make sure your father hears about this," Riddle said before completely dismissing the girl and turning towards the other occupants of the room. "Mr. Black, Miss Black, Mr. Snape, you are to follow Mr. Yaxley here," he said, referring to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed teen accompanying him. "That will take you and Lady Black to a room in which you can discuss with disruptions. Mr. Hadrian, you are to accompany me in my office," Riddle curtly said, appearing to be in a bad mood before storming out of the Slytherin's common room, leaving everyone surprised at the abrupt manner he seemed to have adopted overnight. An awkward silence proceeded to entail after the professor's sudden departure. It's nice seeing you again, Lady Black, Hadrian said politely after a few seconds passed, but I'm afraid I have to go after the professor now. Indeed, and I believe it's better that you hurry. Headmaster Riddle isn't in the most patient of moods at the moment, Walburga said, and, if it weren't for the poise she had to maintain at all times, she will have chuckled at the relieved expression that appeared on the boy's face at her words. Well then, I better take my leave if that is the case. I hope you have a pleasant visit at Hogwarts, Lady Black, and hopefully we'll talk more next time we meet. Have a good day, Hadrian said with a grin before taking off after Riddle. As they watched him go, both Severus and Sirius thought the same thing. Traitor. How dare him leave them alone in this uncomfortable situation without even saying one word to them, at least to offer an explanation for his absence till now. Oh, they will make him pay when all was done and over. Come on, children, Walburga said, snapping them from their thoughts of torture. We'll exchange greetings and pleasantries once we reach the room allocated to us for our meeting. Mr. Yaxley, please lead the way. Lady Black, Severus said after swallowing his nerves, are you sure my presence is required? Brown eyes softened slightly as they rested on the boy. Of course, child. Now shush and follow Mr. Yaxley. We'll talk more once we reach our destination, she gently ordered before proceeding to do just that, while Bellatrix, Sirius and Severus mutely followed her example. As she was about to exit the common room, Walburga gave a sidelong glance toward the miserable-looking girl, which looked like she was about to cry. Miss Parkinson, please let your father know that I desire to talk with him considering our collaboration. Have a nice day, she coolly ordered the girl before graciously exiting the room. Left alone in the middle of the Slytherin's common room, Patricia couldn't stop her tears from falling. What had she been thinking? Nothing, that's what. She was by far the stupidest of them all, she realized. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.